Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
I'm deeply saddened that more than 2 decades after the tragic deaths of brothers Shakil and Saeed Dawood in 2002, the family is still waiting for Saeed's remains to be repatriated. Following the conclusion of the criminal case this year, our consular teams remain fully committed to resolving this matter and continue to raise this with the Indian authorities to secure a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saeed and Shakil Dawood were abducted and murdered in Gujarat, India in February 2002. Their nephew and my constituent, Imran Dawood, survived the attack. For over 23 years, their family has sought accountability and the return of the victims' remains. The previous Labour and Tory government supported the family during the court trials, which ended earlier this year without justice. I previously wrote to the Foreign Secretary on the 1st of October regarding the Dawood family campaign, which has sought repatriation of the family's remains. We also held a parliamentary event on the 22nd of October, which the FCDO leadership were invited. Would the Foreign Secretary meet with the Dawood family, and will she commit to providing urgent direct support to assist further in securing the family's remains held by the Indian government for over 2 decades and help the family achieve some level of closure?
Minister.
We will, Mr. Speaker.
Rachel Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 2, please.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We collaborate closely with our international partners to deter and disrupt the perpetrators of malicious cyber activity and to hold them to account. And just last month, the UK, along with the US and Australia, sanctioned Medialand, a major Russian cybercrime syndicate which enabled ransomware and phishing attacks against UK businesses, underscoring our commitment to tackling illicit cyber activity.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last year has seen cyber attacks on some of our biggest household names, including Jaguar Land Rover, putting jobs and livelihoods in my constituency of North Warwickshire and Bedworth at risk. What action is the Minister taking with the UK's partners overseas to tackle this growing threat, both in our country and throughout the world?
Well, Mr. Speaker, she raises a crucially important issue on behalf of her constituents, and incidents like the attack on Jaguar Land Rover serve as a stark reminder the cyber threat is not just an abstract concept, but it's one that has real-world costs, and we're working closely with international partners, and that includes being a founding member of the Counter-Ransomware Initiative, which in October led the agreement of a supply chain resilience guidance endorsed by 67 countries, and we're working closely with other partners through the UN and other bodies.
Rishi Sunak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the past 12 months, nationally significant cyber incidents have doubled, and as the Minister will know, many backed by hostile foreign states. Now, the National Cyber Force are clear that offensive cyber operations play a part in ensuring our national security. So, given the environment where our adversaries are cooperating, could I ask the Minister to continue deepening our cooperation with our Five Eyes partners in this domain, not least because I know firsthand how much they value the particular capabilities that the UK brings to bear in this area?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the former Prime Minister is absolutely right to raise this issue, and the level of hostile state activity is significant and it's growing, and that's why we're working closely with international partners. We provided almost 30 million in support for international cybersecurity capacity building, including for Ukraine, but also working with other partners, and we're also working on issues such as sanctions. We have sanctioned 26 cyber criminals, 4 entities linked to malicious cyber activity, and 16 Russian military intelligence officers, including an attribution of cyber units within the GRU. So our cooperation with Five Eyes partners and others is absolutely crucial.
Andrew Snowden, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The whole House and country should rightly be concerned about cyber attacks. From malign cyber activity directed at MPs and the Electoral Commission to Chinese companies linked to global malicious cyber campaigns. So when is this government going to stand up to China and address this threat? Can the Minister tell the House when they will send a strong message to the Chinese Communist Party by blocking their super embassy application and finally place China on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear about just how seriously we take the activity in the cyber domain from different states. It's significant, it's growing, as I pointed out. We're working closely with international partners. You'll understand that I won't go into the detail of all of our work on that, but I do want to commend the work of our National Cybersecurity Centre, the work that's done with businesses and individuals, and indeed this place, Mr. Speaker, to ensure our resilience is in place. And we're going to continue to work with international partners to counter these threats.
Right, Reader.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, modern slavery refers to horrific situations in which individuals are exploited through coercion, threats, deception, forced labour and human trafficking. We are determined collectively to do all we can to end it. That's why we work through a range of multilateral bodies like the UN, G7 and the OSCE to prevent exploitation and eradicate all forms of modern slavery. We convened international partners earlier this year to agree how we can work better together to address modern slavery in global supply chains and a guiding set of principles for doing so.
Reader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for International Trade and Investment, I've heard firsthand how new technology is making it easier to track supply chain risk. So what is the Minister doing to support better monitoring and data sharing with our international partners to ensure we can identify forced labour use at source in countries that support the UK economy?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right to raise this. We are clear that no company in the UK should have forced labour in its supply chain. We work with our partners to promote the role that new technologies can play in reducing forced labour risks in supply chains. This includes developing an interactive tool to identify child labour risks in agricultural commodity supply chains, using satellite data to improve working conditions in South Asia's brick industry, and creating AI-powered chatbots that can provide vulnerable workers with rights-based guidance.
Gregory Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, will the Minister have discussions with some of the large retail chains where we often see occasions where there is misuse of labour in overseas territories, particularly in Africa and the Far East?
Raising this, and he will be aware that we believe no company in the UK should have forced labour in their supply chain. He may also be aware that in the trade strategy, the government launched a review of its approach to responsible business conduct policy, and it is important that we continue to work together to make sure that we eradicate modern slavery from any of our supply chains.
Sarah Day.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
For the Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 4, 7, 18 and 19 together. The UK continues to strongly support Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the face of continued Russian aggression, including appalling strikes against civilians this weekend. Last week, the Prime Minister convened the coalition of the willing leaders who welcomed US efforts to seek a just and lasting peace. And tomorrow I will join other NATO foreign ministers and reaffirm UK support for a strong and sovereign Ukraine.
Sarah Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for her answer. Since 2022, 1,600 Ukrainians have sought refuge in Somerset away from Putin's war machine, many making Glastonbury and Somerton their home. But the US-led peace negotiations being dictated by Russia risk excluding US security guarantees, leaving many Ukrainians in fear of returning to Ukraine. So what discussions has the Secretary of State had with Cabinet colleagues on implementing a pathway to settled status so Ukrainians may have a permanent future in the UK?
Well,
as she will know, I and many other people have been involved in welcoming people as part of the Homes for Ukraine scheme, and we continue to do so and support the role that they are playing in our country, and that will continue. But I would also say to her, she referred to security guarantees. I can tell her that the Ministry of Defence is involved in direct discussions on the detail of how security guarantees would need to work. It is essential as part of a just and lasting peace.
Sarah Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point 24 of Russia's peace plan proposes establishing a humanitarian committee to resolve outstanding issues such as prisoner exchanges on an all-for-all basis and the return of civilian detainees and hostages, including children. Mr. Speaker, this approach conflates prisoners of war with stolen children who are afforded special protected status under the 4th Geneva Convention. So can I ask the Secretary of State what guarantees she can provide that the UK will ensure all Geneva Convention signatories uphold their obligations in line with international law and the return of the stolen children?
Kidnapped and stolen children from Ukraine need to be returned to their families and to their country. That is an essential thing that must happen and is unconditional on anything else. The UK is continuing to support the Ukraine and other countries in the work to trace and identify where children are, and including direct work which has helped identify the locations of 600 stolen children.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for her answer, and in particular the UK Government's continued excellent work to marshal the coalition of the willing in support of Ukraine. Would she agree with me that in any peace agreement arrived at in the future that key Ukrainian red lines need to be defended? The preservation of Ukraine, key parts of the Donbass not under Russian control, no Russian-imposed limits on Ukrainian armed forces, and freedom of the country to join NATO.
Well, we have been clear throughout this that first and foremost the future of Ukraine is for Ukrainians to decide. That means, as the Prime Minister said last week, borders should not be changed by force, but also that it has to be a sustainable peace, not just an opportunity for Putin to pause and then come again, because that would be not just a threat to the security of Ukraine, would also be a threat to the security of Europe.
John Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lasting peace in Ukraine can only be achieved if we remove the incentives for war. However, President Trump's initial peace plan, badly translated as it was from the Russian, included such measures as a dramatic cut in Ukrainian army manpower, the surrender of key fortress positions, a pledge never to join NATO, and an open door to Russian propaganda across the whole of Ukraine. Would the Minister agree that peace on such terms would only encourage Putin to resume war in a few years' time, but on much stronger terms than today?
Well, I think the Prime Minister addressed some of these points last week. There were initial proposals that were published, as the Prime Minister said. Some of those issues were clearly unacceptable, and there have been considerable discussions since then, including in Geneva and in the US, between the US and Ukraine. Those discussions have been important, and we continue to support Ukraine. And the important issue about the lasting peace is it cannot simply be an opportunity for Putin to continue his aggression after a pause, and that is why security guarantees, that is also why the lasting peace arrangements are so crucial. Everyone wants to see peace. It has to be lasting.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Putin has proposed that Russia assume sovereignty of Crimea, Donetsk and Luhansk as part of any so-called final peace settlement with Ukraine, which would carry profound consequences for the 1.6 million children who are currently living under Russian occupation in those regions. But the evidence is clear that Russia has pursued a sustained, systematic policy of indoctrination, militarisation and forced deportation of Ukrainian children. So does my right honourable friend agree that accepting that proposal would risk permanently stripping those children of their legal protections, erasing their Ukrainian identity in direct violation of the 4th Geneva Convention and the most basic principles of international humanitarian law?
Well, my honourable friend is right to champion Ukrainian children, and can I commend the work she has continually done to be a voice for children in Ukraine. She is right to highlight the horrendous breaches of the principles underpinning the UN Charter by Russia repeatedly throughout this conflict and before, and also to recognise Russia has continually been the aggressor in this war. When everyone else has been pursuing peace, all Putin has done is escalate war, and that has continued to happen. All of us want to see an end to the war, but we have to keep the maximum pressure on Russia in order to get a lasting peace.
Sadhu Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we await the outcome of negotiations to end the war in Ukraine, which must be rooted in the voices and needs of the Ukrainian people, access to healthcare must be essential to rebuilding the nation. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to ensure UK-backed reconstruction strengthens rehabilitation and healthcare infrastructure, and will he meet with me to support my efforts to link allied health professionals within Ukraine?
Secretary.
Well, can I welcome my honourable friend's point, because we are clearly continuing to provide Ukraine with support that they need on military grounds to defend themselves, but we are also supporting the Ukrainian people. We're being guided by the priorities that the Ukrainian government has set out in terms of the aid funding that we provide. That includes supporting their public services, but also, crucially, their energy infrastructure, which will be vital this winter.
Shadow Minister Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all want to see Ukraine, a country that has made huge sacrifices to defend its freedom, secure a peace on its own terms. To put pressure on Putin and weaken his ability to wage war, we must go harder after the money fuelling his war machine. We've seen reports that Lammy Mittal's company has been buying oil from Russia. When was the government first made aware of this? And does the Minister believe there may be grounds for sanctions?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, she will know that the honourable member will know that the UK has led the processes around sanctions against Russian oil and gas in particular, and also to lead the way in encouraging other countries, including countries across the world, to withdraw from purchasing Russian oil and gas. We continue to take this immensely seriously. She will know that sanctions enforcement is addressed on a case-by-case basis, but we do take both the sanctions and the need for enforcement of them immensely seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, but it's simply not good enough for the Foreign Secretary to dismiss questions by saying sanctions are not discussed on the floor of the House. This is a man and a business that have profited by buying Russian oil, fuelling Putin's illegal war. A war that has caused death and destruction in Ukraine. He may have reportedly fled Britain, but will the Foreign Secretary ensure that all his business interests are thoroughly investigated and that wider investigations are carried out to determine whether this practice is more widespread?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, again, as a former government minister, she will know both how seriously we've taken this case and how far this government has led the way on sanctions, and also how we ensure that processes around sanctions enforcement, including on Russian oil and gas, are taken extremely seriously and are implemented appropriately as well. And I would also just say that this has been critical in terms of the pressure that the US has taken as well now on Lukoil and Rosneft, as a result of which Lukoil have now been forced to seek to sell their foreign assets as a result of the pressure that we have put on. There has been no country that has led the way more than the UK in putting economic pressure on Russia.
Callum Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ukraine needs the support of its allies to counter Russia's threat. Yet Belgium and the ECB are holding out against the EU using frozen Russian assets to give Ukraine the funds it needs. The Wall Street Journal has reported that while discussing the original 28-point plan, Kirill Dmitriev pitched to Steve Witkoff that US firms could be the first to receive payments from those assets for lucrative contracts in Russia and Ukraine. It is time for the UK to show international leadership, even as Belgium, the ECB and the US vacillate. So will the Foreign Secretary support my bill for the UK to seize the £30 billion in frozen Russian assets held in this country and put them at Kiev's disposal for its defence?
Well, we have been clear about the importance of mobilising the Russian sovereign assets in order to invest in and support Ukraine. As he will know, the proposal that has been put forward by the EU, which is one we support, is one for reparation loans based on those sovereign assets. That allows us to maintain the appropriate stability and approach to the financial markets, but also mobilise those assets to support Ukraine. The purpose of doing so is because Russia should pay for the damage that they have done. So we will continue to press for those Russian sovereign assets to be mobilised for Ukraine.
Morris.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I will answer questions 5 and 11 together. The humanitarian situation in Gaza remains dire as winter weather draws in, while thousands of families do not have proper shelter. This weekend, after more than a year's delay, we were finally able to get UK-funded tents into Gaza through Kerem Shalom. Working with UNICEF, those tents will provide critical shelter for 12,000 people. But more support is needed, and so from today, the government will also match pound for pound new donations to the Disaster Emergency Committee Middle East appeal over this winter, with an additional £3 million support through those charities to help those most in need and get support to families in Gaza.
Thank the Foreign Secretary for her response. I'm very concerned about the recent reports that over 1,000 tents were consigned and prevented from entering into Gaza. So can she just assure me what's being done further to make sure that any aid that is given from the UK in terms of tents to provide shelter as the winter season approaches, that we're doing whatever we can to get those tents through the border to those that need it the most?
Foreign Secretary.
Thank the Honourable Friend for his question. We are continuing to press to get increased humanitarian aid in. The level of aid is now increasing, and as we have seen, we've been able to get the UK-funded tents into Gaza. But I have seen myself some of the warehouses in Amman, which are still holding UK-funded aid, wheat that could feed hundreds of thousands of people and that we need to get into Gaza, and that is why we need all of the crossings opened.
Thomas.
More than two-thirds of Gaza's children, 700,000, are living in tents at high risk of preventable disease, and growing numbers are suffering malnutrition, diarrhoea and pneumonia. Given that the Trump plan called for a minimum of 600 trucks of humanitarian aid to enter Gaza daily, and nothing like that number are yet getting in, will my right honourable friend step up the government's efforts to secure sustained access for UNRWA and other critical UN humanitarian agencies?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, we desperately need the humanitarian aid into Gaza. My honourable friend is right that this was part of the 20-point peace plan. It has widespread support, but it is just essential. Basic humanitarian needs, shelter, support and healthcare are still needed for families in Gaza. That is why we're continuing to press not just for the crossings to be reopened, but also for aid, for the restrictions on aid to be lifted, so that we can get into place the shelter kits and the equipment and the healthcare support families need.
Chris Law.
Mr. Speaker, the death toll in Gaza has now exceeded 70,000 people. Since the ceasefire, at least 357 Palestinians have been killed and 903 wounded, with Israel committing close to 600 violations, including recent video evidence of extrajudicial murders. Does the Minister agree that this suggests that this ceasefire is a name alone?
Well, what I would say to the honourable member is that this ceasefire is fragile, but it's also crucial. And we cannot go back to the situation that we have had, the unbearable situation for the last 2 years. That is why we have said that there should be strengthened monitoring around the ceasefire, but also we need to make the forward momentum, including having the Palestinian Committee set up, including the humanitarian aid increasing, and also decommissioning proposals that we have put forward in order to remove weapons from Hamas.
Khan.
Mr. Speaker, a hindrance to the humanitarian aid is not just about supplies and the trickle of access that we have into Gaza, but it's also the safety and security of aid agencies operating within Gaza. So recently we witnessed 2 individuals gunned down in broad daylight by the Israeli soldiers. Does the Minister believe that we now need to look at some international United Nations independent peace forces to actually assist in the humanitarian work?
Well, I think the honourable member was raising a couple of different issues there. The importance of making sure that aid workers can operate in Gaza is hugely important, and we continue to press for NGOs to be fully recognised so they can continue their important work. But I think he was also referring to some of the shocking footage of a shooting in West Bank, which there must be a thorough, swift and transparent investigation, because I think the footage of that shooting was extremely disturbing.
Willie Morton, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard ministers in this House and elsewhere make claims about Israel and aid. Does the Foreign Secretary recognise the COGAT and CMCC figures showing 4,200 trucks of aid entering Gaza a week, meeting the targets agreed as the 20-point plan is implemented? Will she thank the COGAT team for their work in getting aid in, including those officers attacked by Hamas terrorists on the 7th of October, who remain committed to improving the humanitarian situation in Gaza? And does she agree the best way to secure more aid into Gaza is for the UK to work with partners to implement the ICF and to secure the elimination of Hamas?
Secretary.
Well, we think the whole of the 20-point plan needs to be implemented. That includes the disarming of Hamas, it includes the introduction of the ISF and also the withdrawal of the IDF as part of an overarching plan. What I would say to her on the humanitarian aid is, as I responded, it has increased. So there are more trucks going in. However, it is not enough, and it is not going to all areas of Gaza. And that is why it is crucial that all of the crossings need to be opened. Currently, the Jordanian crossing is still closed. Too many of the other crossings are still closed. So it's immensely important that those crossings are opened and the restrictions are lifted.
Richard Tice.
Question 6, Mr. Speaker.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, last week I met with incredibly brave Sudanese volunteers who run community-based emergency response rooms that the UK is supporting, and the stories that they told me were horrific. Despite pressures from all sides for a ceasefire, the conflict and atrocities are continuing. Alongside the Development Minister, the UK Special Envoy to Sudan and our ambassadors and officials, I am in continual contact with the US, UAE, Egypt and Saudis, the members of the Quad, who are supporting action for a ceasefire, but we need that urgency of action.
Richard Tice.
I thank the Foreign Secretary. This appalling civil war with all its atrocities, how concerned is the Foreign Secretary that actually the growing influence of Iran and the Muslim Brotherhood is leading to foment deliberately extremism, and that actually is leading to the rejection of ceasefire efforts by the Sudanese regime?
Well, what I would say to the honourable member is I am deeply concerned about the escalation of this on all sides, both from the RSF and the SAF, despite the fact that there have been talks about ceasefires. Instead, we have seen continued action being taken, including in the Kordofans. I am deeply worried about the risks of further atrocities and also about the impact that this has on security issues, on extremism issues, on migration issues, but most important of all, on this horrendous humanitarian crisis, which includes rape being used as a weapon of war. That is why it's essential we have the same coordinated energy, international energy, to get peace in Sudan that we saw to get a ceasefire in Gaza.
Sarah Champion, Chair of the Development Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conflict has now reached 14 of the 18 Sudan states, and let me be frank, the humanitarian support has been paltry. 2 weeks ago, I raised in this chamber compelling evidence that the RSF will be taking Tawila before Christmas. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary what plans are being made for evacuation of civilians and humanitarian workers? Can the Minister update us on efforts the government is making to increase humanitarian support from our international partners, particularly those in the Middle East? And fundamentally, where are the women and civil society in securing the ceasefire and the peace? As the UN penholder, can she do much more to make sure that we amplify their voices?
Can I welcome the way my honourable friend has continued to raise this issue and to shine a spotlight on Sudan and the atrocities. One of the emergency room volunteers that I met from Sudan last week has involved in providing support to young women, including children and young girls who had been brutally raped. And it's horrendous what is happening, but also I have to commend the incredible bravery of those community volunteers in Sudan. Frankly, I think the international community is letting Sudan down, and we need that concerted effort. We have recently put through a resolution for the Human Rights Council, but we will continue to raise this with all our international partners.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for her answer and for seeing the volunteers from the emergency rooms last week. Mr. Speaker, we're advised that during his visit to the White House, the Saudi Crown Prince, MBZ, asked President Trump to help stop the slaughter in Sudan and come up with a plan of action, and President Trump agreed to do so. As Sudan is a specific UK lead at the United Nations, can she ensure that this issue is on the agenda next time the President and our Prime Minister have one of their telephone calls?
Yeah. Well, I can say to them, this is an issue that Sudan is an issue that I have already discussed on several occasions with the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and will continue to do so. We have further discussions directly between other ministers and other US envoys on Sudan, because this has to be a central priority for the entire international community. Currently, neither side is accepting the US-led ceasefire proposals, and that is why we need continued pressure from all sides on the warring parties that they sign up to the ceasefire, even simply a humanitarian truce, so we can get the talks started and get the aid in.
Lee Stoltz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very pleased to hear that she met with representatives of the emergency response rooms. I also met some of those incredibly brave volunteers, and of course their humanitarian organisations have been strictly neutral throughout the war, yet they've been targeted by belligerents on all sides simply for trying to feed people. So can I ask, what representations has she made specifically about the need to protect emergency response room volunteers?
I agree with all the points that my right honourable friend has made on this, because the bravery that these volunteers show has meant that they themselves are directly targeted, and they have been targeted. They described how with each change of control from different warring parties, they then end up getting targeted again by the new warring party that has taken control of their area. It is absolutely horrendous what we have seen, and we will continue to speak up for those Sudanese and other aid workers.
Good job.
Number 8, sir.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, can I, with permission, answer questions 8 and 15 together? China poses a series of national security threats, including espionage, cyber attacks, transnational repression, and support for Russia in its war against Ukraine. We challenge China robustly in relation to all of those threats. China is also our third largest trading partner and a country we need to cooperate with on international issues, including trade and climate change.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for that answer. There is a rumour going round Whitehall that the Foreign Secretary isn't the Foreign Secretary, and that the real Foreign Secretary is Mr. Jonathan Powell. So that couldn't possibly be the case, of course, because that would make a mockery of the ability to hold the Foreign Secretary to account. So can the Foreign Secretary demonstrate that she really is in charge by telling us the precise instructions she gave Mr. Powell before he met the Chinese Foreign Minister 4 days ago?
Secretary.
Well, I would just say to the honourable member, as the Prime Minister set out yesterday, we do need not just strong action on security and on the economy in relation to China in our national interest, but we also need engagement with China. And frankly, since 2018, President Macron has visited China twice and is there again this week. President Trump, we know, met President Xi in October and will visit China in April. Yet until last November, there were no leader-level meetings with China for 6 years. 6 years under the party opposite. I would say that through our National Security Advisor, through the rest of the government and through ministers, it is important that we engage with China on both security and the economy.
Jerome Mayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, the Prime Minister said some tough things about China. He said, and I quote, "It's time for a serious approach to the national security risk from China." So the first opportunity to demonstrate that serious approach is the planning application for China's new super embassy, complete as we now know it is, with secret basement rooms. Now, in her previous role, the Foreign Secretary wrote a letter in favour of the application, but with her new instructions from the Prime Minister, does she now agree that that application should be refused?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, as the honourable member will know, there is a planning process underway which is quasi-judicial, and so I cannot cut across that. In January, as Home Secretary, alongside the former Foreign Secretary, I wrote to the planning process setting out a number of national security considerations which required resolution before a decision can be made, and further updates will follow on that. But I can say to the House, national security has been and continues to be a core priority for the government.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. China clearly poses national security threats. It's also one of our largest trading partners and one of the biggest economies in the world. So does the Foreign Secretary agree that we should reject the binary choice between security and the economy and the bluster from the benches opposite, and we should instead focus on how to be strong on both national security and our economic interests?
Well, my honourable friend is right that we need to ensure that we have areas where we strengthen our security against threats from China. That includes on issues around cyber threats and also transnational repression. It also includes responding to issues around economic security, for example, around supply of critical minerals across the world. And we also need to engage with China on issues around trade, on issues around climate change, because frankly, that is what is in our national interest, and we would be letting the country down if we did not engage on both security and the economy in our national interest.
Colin Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the Security Minister came to the House to describe sustained efforts by China to infiltrate Parliament and that the security agencies were launching an espionage action plan. Yet when Cabinet Ministers, including the Prime Minister and today the Foreign Secretary, are asked about Beijing's super embassy with its extensive underground facilities in the heart of London, they hide behind the statement that the decision is quasi-judicial. No one seriously believes this. It is the most political decision that will be taken next week. So beyond the threat to our democracy, what signal does the Foreign Secretary think an approval of the super embassy would send to Hong Kongers in this country who escaped state-sponsored intimidation, only to find that this government is considering making it easier for Beijing to continue persecution in the UK?
Well, I'll just obviously remind him of the due process in the planning system, which I'm sure he and his party would be the first to complain about if due process was not followed. The Security Minister has set out the importance and the work he is doing to coordinate a new counter-political interference and espionage action plan. And we continue to take action through our police security services to tackle transnational repression. We will not tolerate any attempts by foreign governments to coerce, intimidate, harass or harm their critics overseas, especially in the UK.
Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 9.
Minister.
The Prime Minister raised this case with President Sisi on the 18th of November, and the Foreign Secretary has pressed for this on multiple occasions with the Egyptian Foreign Minister, most recently on the 25th of November. Mr Al Fattah must be allowed to return to the UK and be reunited with his family.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer, and I'm sure he will join me in welcoming the recent release of Allah from detention in Egypt. And join me in helping the many people who have helped secure that and campaign for that over the years. This week, Allah will miss the 14th birthday of his son Khaled because the Egyptian authorities are not letting him travel. So it's good to hear the engagement that the Minister described, but what further steps can he and the Prime Minister take to ensure that Allah is able to return to the UK to spend Christmas with his family?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've set out some of the steps that we've already taken. I met with Mr Al Fattah in Cairo last month. I'm in regular contact with his family. I can assure the honourable member that this is right at the top of my priority list, alongside that of the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister.
Tim Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ryan Cornelius, a British citizen, has been unfairly incarcerated in Dubai for the last 17 years. His son was 6 when he went to prison. His son's now 23 years old. 150 parliamentarians across both houses wrote to the Dubai authorities asking for his release on UAE's National Day today, to no avail. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary if she can use her good offices to bring some urgency and to free this British citizen from unfair detention?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his doughty advocacy for Mr. Cornelius and a range of other consular cases overseas. He will know that the former Foreign Secretary has raised this case with the UAE and met with the families on the 4th of September. We will continue to provide support to the family as time goes on, and I've seen these families myself, and I'm sure we will continue to do so at times that they find useful.
Very frankly.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the continued erosion of democratic rights and freedoms in Hong Kong is a matter that is deeply concerning to the whole of this House. And in October, the Foreign Secretary submitted the government's latest 6-monthly report on Hong Kong, which details how national security legislation is diminishing Hong Kong's political autonomy. We will continue to champion the rights and the freedoms of the people of Hong Kong, including through our British nationals overseas visa route and by raising human rights at every opportunity.
Joe Franklin.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Given the marked deterioration in civil liberties and democratic freedoms in Hong Kong since the introduction of the National Security Law, will the Minister outline what specific steps the government is taking to support those affected by these abuses, both here in the UK and abroad? Because my constituents in Guildford, many of whom are Hong Kong nationals who have made their home here under BNO route, remain deeply worried about family members who are still in Hong Kong.
I thank the honourable member for her question, and indeed we will not tolerate any attempts by foreign governments to coerce or intimidate or harass or harm their critics, indeed in the UK or overseas. But UK ministers have raised our concerns directly with Hong Kong and Chinese officials in relation to what is happening in Hong Kong, and we will continue to do so. It is indeed the case that such actions are also damaging to Hong Kong's reputation as an open and international city.
Dr. Alpert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 12.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are working across government to build a new strategic partnership with the EU, and the Foreign Secretary and I meet regularly with European partners, and I'll be doing so later this week. And last month, I joined the Foreign Secretary and the Defence Secretary for the first foreign and security policy dialogue with EU High Representative Callas, and are key to building this partnership and delivering what the British people want on growth, on the cost of living, on security, and on action to counter irregular migration.
Dr. Alpert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With growing Chinese espionage, with Russian aggression on the European continent, and with a capricious president in the United States, it's more important than ever that we deepen our security cooperation with our European allies. So can I ask the Minister explicitly whether he recognises, as I do, that the UK's deepest possible participation in the EU SAFE scheme is vital to common European security, and I can ask what he has done, along with the government, to try and restart and prompt the restart of the negotiations that sadly broke down with the European Union last week.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, our security and defence partnership is broad, and the UK entered discussions with the EU on SAFE in good faith, recognising mutual strategic interest and continued commitment. And we were clear with the EU that we were prepared to make a fair financial contribution that reflected the potential for a mutually beneficial relationship and value for the taxpayer. But we've also always said we won't sign deals unless they're genuinely in the national interest. And in this case, the deal on offer from the EU did not pass that test. But I am absolutely confident that our wider defence and industrial relationships are not affected. In fact, if you look at whether it's the deal on frigates with Norway, whether it's the $8 billion agreement with Turkey for the purchase of 20 Typhoon jets, our joint agreement with Germany on joint export campaigns in relation to boxed armoured vehicles, very much represent the very best of European defence industrial cooperation.
Well, I know the Minister appreciates the need for the EU and the UK to work very closely together in the face of global security threats and trade challenges. So, in his talks with EU colleagues, will the Minister impress upon them the damage that the proposed EU steel tariffs would do not just to our UK steel industry, but to manufacturing right across the UK and the EU?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, she has always been a very, very strong advocate for the steel industry, and I can confirm to her we are absolutely committed to defending our steel industry. We're seeking urgent clarification from the Commission on its proposals, and we need to find a bilateral solution, and any EU measures must, of course, be consistent with the TCA and uphold summit commitments and, indeed, our Windsor Framework obligations.
Williams.
13, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the UK does not currently deliver direct humanitarian assistance in Pakistan-administered Kashmir or Indian-administered Kashmir, but we continue to monitor the humanitarian situation as we do elsewhere in the region.
Ben Williams.
Stoke-on-Trent is home to one of the largest Kashmiri communities in the UK, and many of my constituents are deeply worried by the continuing restrictions on civil liberties, arbitrary detentions and the ongoing denial of meaningful political determination in Jammu and Kashmir. Will the Minister please set out what specific human rights and self-determination concerns the UK has raised with the Indian government, and what tangible progress my constituents can expect the government to press for?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. We strongly support individuals' rights to freedom of assembly and expression and peaceful political protest. We have consistently emphasised that any human rights violations should be fully investigated in line with international human rights law. We continue to monitor human rights issues and, where we have concerns, raise these with the Government of India.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are repeated claims by community leaders and religious freedom groups that Christians in Kashmir face harassment, social pressure, threats, discrimination, surveillance and sometimes violence. So what steps is the Minister taking in conjunction with international counterparts to support the promotion of faith, especially Christianity, in Kashmir?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will always continue to champion the freedom of religion and belief across the world, and he will also know that we consistently raise any human rights violations with governments across the world and will continue to do so.
We come to topicals to be packaged.
Come on, sir.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, can I send my condolences and those of the government to all those who have lost loved ones in the deadly storms in India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Thailand and Vietnam. Many have lost homes and livelihoods. And I want to praise the emergency responders who have worked tirelessly and are committed to helping those affected, often at great personal risk. In response to requests for support, which we've already received, the UK is providing £675,000 to address immediate humanitarian needs in Sri Lanka and has contributed £800,000 in response to the multiple typhoons that have struck Vietnam. The UK is closely monitoring the situation and stands ready to provide further support as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by associating myself with the Foreign Secretary's comments there. The UK has shown global leadership over many years on international climate finance, both in terms of the 11.6 billion we've provided over the 5 years to 2026, and in encouraging other major nations to recognise their responsibility to those nations most in the firing line from climate change. Following last week's budget, can the Foreign Secretary confirm that Britain remains committed to providing that commitment and will include inflation increases?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can tell my honourable friend that obviously the details were set out as part of the budget for future financial issues, but we will continue to take action around international climate finance and support for dealing with these issues.
Andrew Rosendale, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the government buckled under pressure over its lack of consultation with the Chagosian people on the shameful handover of sovereign British territory to Mauritius. So, if this process is genuinely intended to inform policy, what steps will the Minister take to ensure that the views expressed to the Lords Committee are free from external interference? And how will its findings actually
inform the government's decision on the future of the Chagos Islands?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman knows that the House of Lords International Relations and Defence Committee are engaging a wide range of Chagosians to ascertain their views on the implications of the treaty and will produce a report before Christmas, and we have seen no evidence of Mauritian interference. It's very important to recognise the wide range of views in the Chagosian community, and I very much look forward to reading the IRDC report when it's completed.
Well,
I hope he's going to check there are actually Chagosians taking part in that consultation, Mr Speaker, and not outsiders. Anyway, let's try something else. Given last week's report that the Chancellor had a £4 billion surplus rather than the £20 billion deficit, as previously suggested, will the Minister explain why the government is pressing ahead with this eye-watering, expensive £35 billion gift of British sovereign territory to Mauritius? Wouldn't scrapping this atrocious deal be a better way to help the Minister's friend, the Chancellor, restore fiscal credibility and save British taxpayers' money?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, no matter how many times he gets up in this place and tries to make wild claims about the cost of this deal, it doesn't make them any more correct. I've been very clear on multiple occasions about the cost of this deal. We will not scrimp when it comes to the national security of this country. This base is crucial for the security of ourselves and our allies, and we've set out the costs very clearly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The freedom to practice or not practice a faith without fear is a fundamental human right. I welcome the government's commitment to promoting this for Christians and other religious communities through the appointment of a UK Special Envoy for Religious Freedom. Will the Minister explain how the FCDO continue to use its diplomatic networks and international partnerships to support all faith and non-faith communities worldwide?
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is right, and in line with our strategy launched this year, we continue to champion every community's right to worship or not without fear or discrimination. Our Special Envoy works with partners and alongside our diplomatic network to protect this right via multilateral fora and through targeted interventions in key countries to uphold the right to freedom of thought, conscience and religion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Australia has listed Iran's IRGC as a state sponsor of terrorism. So what discussions have ministers had with their Australian counterparts about matching this important action against terror at home and abroad?
Well, we continue to have many strong conversations with our Five Eyes partners on a range of issues around both state threats and terror threats. He will also know that the government has committed to strengthening the law so that we can have new prescribing tools that can apply to state threats as well as to terrorism threats, and we also take immensely seriously any threat issues to our national security from Iran.
James Dennis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will be aware of the work of the Westminster Foundation for Democracy and other organisations like it, which seek to strengthen democratic governance around the world. But as has been clear today, malign actors all over the world are seeking to erode political systems that promote democracy. Can I ask what the FCDO is doing to help address the global erosion of democracy?
Well, he raises a crucial point, and we work closely with our partners on this issue and support democratic institutions and values, including through the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. We fund election observation, champion media freedom, provide leadership in different forums, and we are going to be setting this as a key priority as incoming co-chair of the Open Government Partnership.
Zoe Franklin.
President Trump is directing increasingly aggressive and lethal military actions against vessels off of Venezuela, actions that experts are warning amount to extrajudicial killings. While the UK has paused some intelligence sharing in response, will the Minister now go further, explicitly condemn these actions and ensure Britain pushes back against this escalation and any further actions outside international law by the Trump administration?
Well, the honourable member will know that we always support international law and the upholding of international law. There have been reports overnight which we don't know the full details of, but the UK is not involved in those operations. More widely, the UK does not accept the legitimacy of the administration put in place by Nicolas Maduro following the 2024 election, and we support a negotiated transition in Venezuela.
Mr Quidley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituent has expressed deep concern for his family and friends in Syria who belong to a minority ethnic group. He is seeking reassurance What steps is the Secretary of State taking to ensure that all minority communities in Syria are protected?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the important question. We have consistently advocated for an inclusive political transition and underlined the importance of protecting the rights of all Syrians, publicly and in our engagement with the Syrian government. The Foreign Secretary and I were clear on UK expectations for Syria's transition when we met with Syrian Foreign Minister al-Shibani last month. The protection of the rights of all Syrians, wide consultation with Syria's diverse communities on next steps in the transition, and of course, holding perpetrators of violence to account.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month I met with Anusha Ashuri and opened his exhibit Surviving Evan at Harrogate District Amnesty International event at Ripon Cathedral. Given the continued use of arbitrary detention and state-sponsored kidnapping and hostage-taking by Iran, what steps is this government taking to strengthen protections for British nationals when abroad?
Mr. Speaker, I am familiar with the case that the honourable member mentions. Indeed, at all the other detention cases in Iran, we are working to ensure that those individuals have full access to consular assistance where they need it, as indeed British nationals do across the world.
Dr. Betty Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, our ODA budget is currently reduced to allow defence investment. Given the continuing need to improve global health, not least to guarantee our own health and security, would the Minister meet with myself and other concerned colleagues to discuss how best to continue to protect life-saving health programmes and the work with women and girls, which she has rightly prioritised?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. We will be very happy to meet with her. The UK will continue to centre women and girls in everything that we do internationally, from our diplomacy to our development work. We will mainstream gender across the department's work to ensure we deliver maximum impact. We are retaining our ODA target for gender equality and will share an update on further measures to strengthen our approach to mainstreaming in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were concerning reports prior to talks last week with leaders of the British Overseas Territories that the government was planning to cave into pressure from the British Virgin Islands, the epicentre of billions of pounds of tax evasion, and allow it to restrict public access to a register of company share ownership. So can the Secretary of State inform the House of the outcome of last week's talks and reassure the British public that the government will force British Overseas Territories to comply with the law and make these registers publicly available?
Minister.
Well, she can find the communique online, Mr. Speaker, and the Economic Secretary to the Treasury and I met with the leaders from the Overseas Territories last week at the very successful Joint Ministerial Council. And again, I set out very clearly our expectations on registers of beneficial ownership. And I would point out that all OTs with financial centres have committed to upholding international tax standards, including those on tax transparency and exchange of information, as well as base erosion and profit sharing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of 2025, OCHA has documented more than 1,600 attacks in the West Bank perpetrated by Israeli settlers. So what more can the UK be doing in terms of sanctions for illegal settler outposts, settlement trade, and to hold the Israeli government to account?
Mr. Speaker, on the 27th of November, the UK, France, Germany and Italy condemned collectively the massive increase in settler violence against Palestinian civilians in the West Bank. The pace of settlement building in the West Bank continues unabated, as my honourable friend knows well, and I know that she has been engaged on these issues for some time. Israel must stop settlement expansion. It must crack down on settler violence, which has reached record levels. This government has introduced 3 waves of sanctions focused on settlements, including against Mr. Ben-Gvir.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In an earlier answer, the Foreign Secretary said that trade relations between China and the UK were of a national interest. To that extent, can I ask what conversations her department had with Invest Northern Ireland prior to it signing a cooperation framework memorandum of understanding with the China Chamber of Commerce in the UK?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government supports UK businesses to do business with China whilst being open-eyed to any risks.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Donald Trump's threats of military action against oil-rich Venezuela, reports suggest that British military personnel are aboard the US warships heading towards Venezuela. So will the Foreign Secretary therefore make clear that Britain will have no involvement at all, including troops on US warships, in any Trump-led military intervention there?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, as the Foreign Secretary made clear a moment ago, the UK is not involved in these operations. There are reports overnight which we don't know the full detail, which the US will respond to, and we've been very clear that we expect all nations to operate in line with international law.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Elections Act expanded the franchise to over 3 million British nationals living overseas. As MPs, we have a duty to represent those who lived in our constituencies, but we don't know who they are or where they are. How can our embassies help?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Foreign Secretary works closely with Cabinet colleagues on a number of issues, including overseas voter registration. We encourage all British nationals to register as overseas voters if they move or live abroad, as has been the approach of successive governments. We keep gov.uk under constant review, and British nationals abroad can contact their local embassy or High Commission for further information.
Debbie Abrahams.
Yes. Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, in 2023, Parliamentarians for Peace was set up in the aftermath of the terror attack in Israel and the killings of innocent Gazan civilians. On International Human Rights Day, next Wednesday, would the Foreign Secretary and her team and everyone here join us for the Parliamentarians for Peace vigil that we're hosting then? Thank you.
Minister.
I will do my very utmost, as I'm sure other ministers will.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Child Nutrition Fund is one of the most effective ways to enhance the impact and value for money of ODA spending by mobilising domestic resources, philanthropic and private capital, having the potential to multiply UK ODA contributions by as much as sixfold. In 2023, the UK Government committed to a £16 million contribution to the Child Nutrition Fund. Will ministers confirm that that will be honoured despite the changes in ODA spending?
Well, Mr Speaker, he's been a long-standing champion on these issues, and we reaffirmed our commitment to addressing malnutrition at the Nutrition for Growth Summit in 2025, as he knows, and we continue to support the Child Nutrition Fund, which funds treatment of acute malnutrition. We're providing technical assistance, and we're supporting countries to integrate nutrition across sectors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With winter settling in and thousands of Gazan children still acutely malnourished, will the Right Honourable Friend work with international partners so we can go further and faster to help these children?
I can say yes, we will. That is why we have announced today that we will support the Disaster Emergencies Committee's Middle East appeal through the winter with a pound-for-pound matching a further £3 million to help support people of Gaza through the winter.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The White House has expressed concerns about sensitive cables that run under Royal Mint Court, as have the Dutch, Swiss and Swedish governments. I understand that the Foreign Office has denied the presence of such cables to the US government, and the Cabinet Office has denied it to the press. So will the Foreign Secretary stand up and just make very clear to the House of Commons that there are no such cables running beneath or near the site, yes or no?
Foreign Secretary.
Mr Speaker, we always make national security considerations the central priority, and we continue to hold a range of discussions on national security issues with the US and with other partners. And I would just say to the honourable member, under his party, the Defence Secretary was sacked for leaking national security information, the Home Secretary was sacked for national security breaches, and they left us with the smallest army since Napoleon. We won't take any lectures from the Conservatives.
Jessica Borden.
Mr Speaker, we've seen a year of protests in Georgia against democratic backsliding and crackdowns on political opponents, which are deeply concerning, including for those in Newport with strong links with Kataisi. What more can be done with allies to increase diplomatic pressure?
Minister. Well, she raises this very, very important issue. We're deeply concerned by the democratic backsliding in Georgia. We've issued a number of sanctions, as she'll be aware, and I've raised concerns directly with Georgian Dream representatives, and will continue to follow the situation closely.
So, Oliver Dodd.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today is UAE National Day, marking 54 years since its full independence. In that time, it has become one of our nation's staunchest allies and a key investor benefiting constituencies up and down the country. As chairman of the APPG, will the Foreign Secretary join me in congratulating them and recommitting to this key strategic relationship?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I will. I was delighted to see my Emirati counterpart just yesterday. We had a minister representing the British Government at the Emirati National Day. They are a key partner. I welcome their investment all over the country, and we will take the relationship from strength to strength.
Jim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In July 2024, the ICJ ruled in its advisory opinion that Israeli settlement and occupation are illegal and needed to be ended and dismantled retrospectively. So can the Minister explain why, after 17 months, the UK Government still hasn't responded to the ICJ advisory opinion?
Mr Speaker, the advisory opinion is an important piece of international legal opinion. We're taking our time and making sure we have an adequate response, but I would just remind my honourable friend that it's not like nothing has happened over the course of that 17 months. We have recognised a Palestinian state. That is absolutely central in the deliberations of the advisory opinion, and we have done many other things too, as has been discussed over the course of the session.
Question, Dr. Ellie Chance.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What action will the UK Government take as a consequence of Israel's flagrant violation of international law in establishing and expanding settlements? The lack of action creates a culture of impunity in which Israel feels able to greenlight the expansion of the E1 settlement, breaking division between the West Bank and East Jerusalem, putting a nail in the coffin of the two-state solution. Will the Foreign Secretary ban trade with illegal settlements to show that violating international law has consequences?
Mr Speaker, from this dispatch box, we have announced 3 waves of sanctions, including on Mr Ben-Gvir and Mr Smotrich. I have discussed with the Honourable Lady the questions around trade on a number of occasions. Any trade with settlements does not benefit from the trade arrangements in place with Green Line Israel. We continue to take steps to ensure that that regime is being enforced in full, and we continue to look at these issues very carefully.
That completes questions. We'll let the front bench change over. I now call the Justice Secretary, David Lammy.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will make a statement on criminal court reform. As the House is aware, the first part of the independent review of criminal courts was published in July. I'm grateful to its chair, Sir Brian Leveson, one of the foremost judges of his generation, and his expert advisors, Professor David Omerond, Chris Mayer and Sean McNally. With this review, Sir Brian has produced a blueprint for once-in-a-generation court reform. It's desperately needed, Mr Speaker, because this government inherited an emergency in our courts. A record of rising backlog, currently at 78,000 cases. Victims facing agonising delays, with some trials not listed for years. All the while, defendants bide their time. The guilty plea rate has decreased every year since the year 2000. And in the year to June, 11,000 cases were dropped after a charge because victims no longer supported or felt they could support the case. Behind the statistics are real people. Katie was repeatedly abused by her partner. She reported him to the police in 2017, but then had an unbearable 6-year wait for justice. During this time, she lost a job due to her mental health deteriorating. She became increasingly isolated, lived in fear, and lost faith in the court system. Mr. Speaker, this is not isolated, it's systemic. We're all proud of our justice system rooted in the Magna Carta, but we must never forget that it implores us not to deny or delay justice. When victims are left waiting for years, justice is effectively denied to them. And this is a betrayal of our legal heritage, and it's a betrayal of the victims themselves. Some will ask why we don't simply increase funding. This government has already invested heavily in the courts, nearly 150 million to make them fit for purpose, 92 million committed per year for criminal legal aid solicitors, and funding for a record number of sitting days in our Crown Courts, 5,000 more than those funded last year by the previous government. Today I can announce up to £34 million per year in additional funding for criminal legal aid advocates to recognise the vital support that they give to those navigating the system. I will also accept Sir Brian's recommendation to match fund a number of pupilages in the criminal area, to open a career at the criminal bar to more young people from across society. I will also negotiate sitting days with the senior judiciary through the usual Concordat process, aiming to give an unprecedented 3-year certainty to the system. I'm clear that sitting days in the Crown Court and Magistrates' Courts must continue to rise, and my ambition is to continue breaking records by the end of this Parliament. But as Sir Brian has made clear, investment is not enough. The caseload is projected to reach 100,000 by 2028, and without fundamental change could keep rising, meaning justice will be denied to more victims and trust in the system will collapse. Mr. Speaker, to avoid that disaster, I will follow Sir Brian's bold blueprint for change. First, I will create new swift courts within the Crown Court with a judge alone deciding verdicts in triable either way cases with a likely sentence of 3 years or less, as Sir Brian recommends. Sir Brian estimates that they will deliver justice at least 20% faster than jury trials. And whilst jury deliberations remain confidential, judges provide reasoning for their verdicts in open court. So this will hardwire transparency into our new approach. Sir Brian also proposes restricting defendants' right to elect for jury trials, a practice not found widely in other common law jurisdictions. And let's be honest, it's a peculiar way to run a public service. Our world-leading judges should hear the most serious cases, and I agree that they and the magistrate should decide where a case is heard. This will prevent defendants from gaming the system, choosing whichever court they think gives the best chance of success and drawing out the process, hoping victims give up. And I will limit appeals from the Magistrates' Court so that they are only allowed on points of law to prevent justice being delayed further. Alongside these changes, we will increase Magistrates' Court sentencing powers to 18 months, so they can take a greater proportion of lower-level offending and relieve pressure on the Crown Court. I will also take power to extend that to 2 years, should it become necessary to leave further pressure. And when it comes to exceptionally technical and lengthy fraud and financial trials, judges will be able to sit without a jury where appropriate. While these cases are small in number, they place undue pressures on jurors to sit for months, a significant interference with their personal and professional lives. These reforms are bold, Mr. Speaker, but they're necessary. I'm clear that jury trials will continue to be the cornerstone of the system for the most serious offences, those likely to receive a sentence over 3 years and all indictable-only offences. Among others, this will include rape, murder, manslaughter, grievous bodily harm, robbery and arson with intent to kill. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to clear up some misconceptions that colleagues unfamiliar in this area might hold. In England and Wales, magistrates have long done the vast majority of criminal cases. That was true in the Victorian era, it's right through to Winston Churchill's time, and today magistrates hear about 90% of criminal cases. In fact, only 3% of trial cases in England and Wales will ever go before a jury, and almost 3/4 of all trials going to the Crown Court will continue to be heard by them under our changes. The party opposite talk about the Crown Court as if it were an ancient institution. I should remind them that it was established in 1971, the year before I was born, to replace a patchwork of part-time courts unable to cope with the rising caseload. Parliament acted because the country needed a more efficient system that could command public confidence. We now face an emergency in the courts, and we must act. As Lord Chancellor, my responsibility is to ground reform in the rule of law and the right to a fair trial. We will ensure cases are dealt with at the right level, proportionate to their severity, and deliver the swifter justice victims deserve. I'm also clear that we must future-proof our approach. Technology is changing almost every aspect of our lives, and the courts can be no exception. This means that we must modernise, Mr. Speaker. We have asked Sir Brian to write a second report focused on efficiency and how we can make much better use of technology to deliver the modern and effective courts the public rightly expect. Mr. Speaker, we'll also continue to support victims to make sure that they have the confidence to come forward and see justice through to its conclusion. I announced this week that I will provide multi-year funding for victim support services, including specialist emotional and practical support for victims of domestic violence and domestic abuse, and increase budgets to reflect rising costs. And this will give providers a certainty to plan for the next 3 years. And it amounts to a total investment, a record investment in victims of £550 million, more than £500 million. I want those victims to stay the course. Finally, we must also be honest that this is a problem that has taken years to build up. It will take years to fix. The changes I'm proposing will require legislation that will take time to implement. Our investment will also need time to have an effect. But we are pulling every possible lever to move in a positive direction, and my ambition for the backlog to start coming down by the end of this Parliament remains. And I commend this statement to the House.
Yeah. We now come to Shadow Justice Secretary Robert Jenner.
Well, I'm glad to see that the Justice Secretary has finally come into work today. When 12 prisoners were mistakenly released after the introduction of his brilliant new checks, he didn't bother to come to Parliament to inform the country. Then when I asked his department whether it's paying compensation to terrorists in prison, he didn't show up. And when the news of his plans to scrap jury trials mysteriously emerged in the press last week, he was nowhere to be seen. Like the prisoners under his watch, he's been a man on the run, the Lammy dodger of this sorry charade for a government. But now today we are blessed with his presence, and his past is catching up with him, because the best opponent of the Justice Secretary's plans to curb jury trials is the Justice Secretary himself. In 2020, he said, "Criminal trials without juries are a bad idea. You don't fix the backlog with trials that are widely perceived as unfair." In 2017, in his report into prejudice in the criminal justice system, he found juries, and I quote, "act as a filter for prejudice." But now he's become Justice Secretary, he's scrapping the very institution he once lauded. Which is it? Will the real David Lammy please stand up? And it isn't just him. Who can guess which Labour MP said taking away jury trials would be a wholly draconian act?
Is it Mary Antoinette?
It's his junior minister. And what about this? There should be a right to trial by jury in all criminal cases. Any ideas, Mr. Speaker? Who else? It's the Prime Minister this time. Does this government have no shame? Now, yesterday the Justice Secretary boldly claimed that if the medieval barons were around today, they'd support his changes. Well, then again, English history has never been his specialist subject, has it? 800 years on from the Magna Carta, we have another unpopular leader who doesn't listen to his subjects, levies eye-watering taxes, and a state that locks people up for what they say. Well, I say, the link between British citizens and the administration of justice is as important as ever. A link that serves as a check on an occasionally overbearing state. Our ancestors did not stop bad King John, only to be undone 800 years later by this Prime Minister and his court jester. And all of this because the Justice Secretary can't manage his own department. This morning, more than 50 Crown courtrooms sit empty in England alone.
Can I just gently say, I wanted, quite rightly, the Justice Secretary to be heard without comment from the front benches, so I certainly expect the same in return. Do we understand?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, more than 50 Crown courtrooms sit empty in England alone. In fact, over 21,000 court days have gone unused this year. And why? Not because there are too many juries, but because the Justice Secretary won't fund the sitting days. Had he done so, the backlog would have shrunk by up to 10,000 cases rather than the fact it's risen this year. The truth is, scrapping juries is a choice. This government could find the money to bear down on the backlog of asylum claims. It could find the money to spend more on benefits, just not to fund the courts to sit round the clock. Last year, the entire budget for courts and legal aid was £5.5 billion. Almost exactly the same amount of money, £5.4 billion, that we spent on illegal migrants. He defends their rights under the ECHR, but not our rights under Magna Carta. And for what? He can't even guarantee that in 4 years' time, this will reduce the backlog. With this Justice Secretary, it is justice delayed and justice denied. So I ask him, much of the rest of the package announced today is sensible, but why has it taken 17 months? The Bar Council, the Law Society, the Criminal Bar Association have all said that jury trials are not the problem.
You're faced in the wrong way. It's very hard when you're looking at the doors. Thank you.
Just, Mr. Speaker. So why did he not start by reforming the probation service, the court listings, and tackling delays from late prison transfers? Why has he still not taken up the Lady Chief Justice on all the sitting days she's offered him? And lastly, why on earth does this Justice Secretary think he has a mandate to rip up centuries of jury trials without even a mention of it in his party's manifesto? In his twisted logic, he says he's scrapping juries to save them. But be in no doubt, if the Justice Secretary gets away with this, is the beginning of the end of jury trials. He's already in retreat. Let's unite to send him packing for good.
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Shadow Justice Secretary, and I am a little surprised that in his tirade he never once mentioned victims. Not once. Not once in his clip did he talk about the people waiting in that backlog. He's boasted about himself as an armchair historian. Can I just give him a history lesson, Mr. Speaker? In 2019, sitting days in the Crown Court were cut by almost 15%. They oversaw a 12% reduction in Crown Court trials. And many of us remember, over those 14 years of austerity, the magistrates' courts that closed in local communities, the Crown courts that closed in local communities under his watch. It was a political decision. Not my words, the words of the senior presiding judge of England and Wales. I wonder how he'll try to blame the pandemic for that decision. He talks about what I tweeted in 2020. We are saving and protecting jury trials. Jury trials will continue. He talks about trial by jury as if we live in the United States. 90% of criminal trials, 1.3 million, are done by our magistrate in this country, which has existed for 650 years, and we are going to grow our magistrates who we believe could do more. He talks about the Magna Carta. Yes, Article 9 establishes the jury trial, which we are proud of, and 39 establishes the jury trial, and it establishes a fair trial. But he knows too that Article 40 asks us not to delay justice, and that is the substance of this debate, and that is why we need reform. He knows too that the Conservatives took juries away from defamation cases in 2013. Back in 1933, we had juries sitting in civil cases. So of course we reform. We reform to meet the needs of the system. He knows also that because of DNA evidence, because of CCTV, for a whole raft of reasons, police arresting 10% more, we have a demand issue. We must meet that challenge, and we must ensure that we put the victim at the centre of our criminal justice system. That's who it's there for, and it's why he should have mentioned them.
Andy Slaughter, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Mr. Speaker, can I first recognise the commitment of the Lord Chancellor and the Minister of State in grasping the issue of the Crown Court backlog, which, as Sir Brian Leveson says, is a threat to our whole system of criminal justice. The criticism of these proposals from the opposition benches comes with no solution whatsoever. Can I also acknowledge his decision to stay within the limits proposed by Sir Brian for cases which in the future will be tried without a jury. Nonetheless, these are profound changes to the criminal justice system, which not only restrict the role of juries, but substantially extend the powers of magistrates and judges sitting alone. Will he therefore evaluate the effects of these changes to see whether they, along with other measures such as increased investment, bring down the backlog, and whether they do so fairly, without bias, and without increasing conviction rates or sentence length? And if they do not deliver on all these points, will he think again?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for all of his work in these areas. And yes, I can commit to that evaluation, which is, of course, very important indeed. And it's right to say, too, that Sir Brian found in his report, or estimated that he suspected that there would be 20% faster, because, of course, it does take time for juries to deliberate, and without the necessary conveyance of information between barristers, the judge and the jury, he expects a system that's judge-led, or indeed that's magistrate-led, to be speedier. He will know too that the Magistrates' Court don't currently have a backlog, and with increasing magistrates can do a little more.
Jess Brownfield, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The announcement today of the government's plan to reduce the use of trial by jury would be an historic upheaval of our court system with profound consequences. But the Justice Secretary has not stood up and argued in favour of judge-only trials on their own terms. Instead, he has made arguments that there is no alternative. That is simply not true. We have heard many within the legal profession argue that removing trial by jury is a misdirection for the multitude of problems that are actually underlying the backlog. These problems, caused by years of Conservative mismanagement, have resulted in countless wasted hours of sitting times, and victims failed time and time again. Perhaps the defendant does not arrive in court due to the broken private contracts. There is no interpreter. Maybe the witness care unit forgets to tell witnesses to attend, or key evidence isn't served until the day of trial, so the defence has no time to consider it, or there's not enough court staff to manage the security on the door and the trial runs late, or our crumbling court infrastructure results in no running water, a broken lift, even flooded courtrooms. So we do need a real solution to tackle these issues which plague our justice system. But instead, the Justice Secretary intends to remove a huge number of jury trials despite his own previous opposition, all while the Ministry of Justice capital budget is being cut by 3% in real terms every year. So while I absolutely welcome the £500 million investment in victims and witness support over 3 years, the total courts maintenance backlog is estimated at £1.3 billion. So can I ask the Justice Secretary, where is the investment to fix the collapsing infrastructure in the justice system? And will he consider reopening many of the Crown Courts closed under the Conservatives, including mine in Chichester? And as he confirmed to the media today, an entire jury's worth of prisoners have been released in error in recent weeks. Does the Secretary of State have confidence in his department to oversee such an extreme and radical reform when they're not even getting the basics right?
Justice Secretary.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. She mentions a range of issues which are important to ensure that across our 80 or so courts and 500 courtrooms that they're working effectively, and that's why we've asked Sir Brian Leveson to look at efficiency as part 2 of his review, because we do need not just our courts but Crown prosecution, our police, working together at a regional level to deliver that improvement. I would just say to her that when we're thinking about those either way cases, I do think it's legitimate for the government to take a view on, for example, whether a driving licence fraud or fly tipping or the theft of a bike requires a jury trial, which will last 2 days, let's say, or actually it can be dealt with by a magistrate or by a judge. And I know that she is committed to us bearing down and dealing with violence against women and girls. And it can't be right that if you're charged with an offence like the theft of a bicycle, theft from a vehicle, theft from an employee, that you can opt for a trial, and by necessity that goes into the system and will delay a rape trial, a murder trial, or something else. That's the balance of decision that I've sought to make, and I think it's why the government has made the right decision, implemented Sir Brian's reforms.
Dame Diana, Mother of the House.
The entire House is concerned about victims, including attacks on women and girls. But the entire House is also concerned about the men and women who will undoubtedly suffer miscarriages of justice if the right to trial by jury is curtailed. And I would quote from a lawyer: "The right to trial by jury is an important factor in the delicate balance between the power of the state and the freedom of the individual. The further it is restricted, the greater the imbalance." That lawyer is our current Prime Minister. He wrote that in 1992. It was as true then as it is true today. How can the Chancellor stand up and propose a limitation of the right to trial by jury when he knows perfectly well the category of defendant who will suffer the ill effects of that?
Justice Secretary.
Can I say I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and I'm hugely grateful for her expertise in these areas. She will know that for lots of reasons to do with poverty particularly, many women are affected by by criminal cases that don't actually command a sentence of much more than 12 months. Actually, the vast majority of crimes committed by women are dealt with by magistrates. And it's my judgment that they could do more. And I do say, in keeping in mind the victims particularly, it cannot be right that we're asking women to wait. That in a city like London, if you are raped tomorrow, the listing will not be until 2028 or 2029. If you're centering those victims, and it's why I think the Victims Commissioner is supporting these changes, it is because we are putting those women first. I'd also remind her of the 550 million that I'm dedicating to victim support, to support those very women she talks about.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the government deserves credit for taking seriously a serious report into a serious problem. But can I ask the Secretary of State whether it is his preference that the changes he's outlined to jury trial are permanent or will recede when the problem of backlogs recedes? Can I also ask him, in relation to judges alone deciding either way cases, he knows that Sir Brian's recommendation is that the presumption should be that for cases where the sentence may be 3 years or less, that it should be a judge-only trial, but that, of course, is a presumption that could be rebutted. Is it the government's intention that that should be a presumption, not a definitive rule? And finally, he knows that Sir Brian also recommended that the plea hearings be pushed back to allow for advice on guilty pleas to be given more clearly and more fully, and that is likely to increase the number of guilty pleas, preventing cracked trials. In what he's said about extra funding for the criminal bar, will he focus that funding so that people can be advised early and we can avoid those cracked trials?
Justice Secretary.
Well, we will consult on how we implement that so we can deal with those cracked trials. I'm pleased that he recognises the importance of Sir Brian's work and his deliberations with his panel. It is not my expectation that these rules would change, and that's also because Sir Brian reflected on the complexity and the demand that we're seeing in our criminal justice system. I know with his tremendous experience, DNA evidence, phenotyping, the range of new laws that this Parliament is introducing, the increase in sexual crimes as a result of smartphones and other technology, all of that requires change in the system. So I do believe the changes that we are making will be permanent.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that my right honourable friend has inherited a disastrous situation in the criminal justice system. Huge backlog left by austerity from the party opposite, so we have no truck with them. But does he fear, as I do, that restricting trial by jury will put a certain class of people in judgment over the rest of us, and that the check and balance on that is that the jury can be drawn from amongst what we might include working class people, as I would describe them? Does he fear that we're going to create an us and them in the criminal justice system by taking away people's right to go to trial by jury?
Justice Secretary.
I do understand my honourable friend's anxiety, of course I do, but I would just remind him, Mr. Speaker, that the vast majority of these individuals will be tried by magistrates, and that historic system that we have is actually an aspect of that Article 39 Magna Carta right which is being tried by your peers, because they are people that live in every neighbourhood in our country and volunteer their efforts very importantly.
Sir David.
The Secretary of State, when he took office, swore an oath of office. It reads, "I do swear that I will respect the rule of law, defend the independence of the judiciary, and discharge my duty to ensure the provision of resources for the efficient and effective support of the courts." And that last bit matters. Governments of his party, my party, and before they get too sanctimonious, the Liberal Democrats too,
Oh, surely not.
all starved the courts, all of them, from Blair to now. And what he has to do is put that right, because if he doesn't get sufficient extra sitting days, this problem will not be solved. When I say sufficient extra, it's not 1,000, it's not even 5,000. It's an order of magnitude increase, because instead what he's doing is undermining a bulwark of our Constitution. In the words of Lord Denning, it's been the bulwark of our liberties for too long for any of us to seek to alter it. So why won't he go and have his argument with the Treasury and solve this problem properly?
Justice Secretary.
I do understand the spirit of what the right honourable gentleman is saying, and he's right. Our courts have been starved of funds for too long. But he knows, despite the extra investment that we're putting in and the investment that we got in the spending review, new courts in places like Blackpool, it will take a considerable time. And I say to him, when we've asked Sir Brian to reflect, and he is one of our most eminent judges, would it really be right to ask the victims to wait a decade until we fix the system? It can't be. For all of the reasons that he reflects on in his report, we have got to chuck everything at it. More investment, which we are doing, reform, which we are doing, modernisation, which we're doing.
Which we got Dr. Stella Crease.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any of us who have supported a constituent who is in a rape trial will take no lectures from the benches opposite about how they managed our courts. There is clearly a challenge here. I think the worry for many of us is whether the Justice Secretary's own prescription is the solution, because as he points out, juries are involved in less than 3% of all criminal cases. So it is difficult to see how this measure with all the challenges that it may bring for justice and fairness, particularly for some of our minority communities, will address that backlog. Lord Leveson himself pointed out increasing sitting days wouldn't be a solution unless we had the barristers and the solicitors. So can he make a guarantee that there will be the funding for the legal aid that is required to ensure that every defendant has decent representation?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and I just remind her that we are increasing that uplift to barristers and their fees, 34 million. We've also increased legal aid, 92 million for our solicitors, and because we do need a pipeline of criminal lawyers, we've got this match-funded scheme for pupillagers, so that we do see the next generation of young people from all backgrounds becoming our criminal legal aid lawyers.
Speaker, juries are not the cause of the court backlog. If they were, we would not see similar extended delays in the magistrates' courts, which have a record backlog of 361,000 cases. The cause is not just pupillages, but also legal advisors in the magistrates' courts. Given that some of these cases with potential longer sentences will move to the magistrates' court, what additional investment will go into them so that we don't just see the problem move from the Crown Court to the Magistrates' Court and see victims wait just as long there?
Justice Secretary.
I say that's why we're putting money into legal advisors. That's why we're growing the magistracy. There isn't anything like the backlog in our magistrates' courts that exists in our Crown Courts. So the question is, should we leave it as a year, or could our magistrates do more? And I think 18 months in terms of the sentencing threshold is right.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to be honest. The prospect of citizens in our country being put away in jail for up to 3 years without the benefit of a trial by jury sends a chill through my heart. I'd also gently say that no government should ever govern as if it will be in power forever. The front bench denounce members of Reform as being Putin's pals. I think that's a fair description. Doesn't the Justice Secretary want to think again because what would we imagine if Putin's pals, as described in government in this country, where people get put away for 3 years without trial by jury, how would they use this? And isn't that a frightening prospect when we make these changes under pressure and hand these changes on to forces which I think would take things even further? Doesn't that concern the Justice Secretary?
Justice Secretary.
I would just say to the Honourable Gentleman that clearly I think he would accept that justice isn't being served now. And I simply would not equate either our magistrates or our independent judiciary to anything like what we see under Putin's Russia.
Dr. Neil Shasriaz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nobody would disagree with the Lord Chancellor's diagnosis. The criminal courts are in crisis. It's the treatment that is in dispute. And the question is whether the watering down of jury trials will be the solution, when in fact it's a lack of judges, it's a lack of court space, it's a lack of infrastructure and inefficiencies in the system, and crucially it is a lack of appropriately trained defence and prosecution counsel who can deal with the complexities of these cases. Is this not a case, Mr. Speaker, where the government have chosen to prioritise other areas of spending, such as welfare, over our court system?
Justice Secretary.
I just say to him that his party didn't come up with any solutions, and the backlog continued to rise. We commissioned an independent review led by one of the country's most eminent judges, and we are now, having reflected on that review, getting on with the business of recognising what he said, which is there is not a silver bullet, we have to do it all, and we are building on the reform he asked us to do.
Mike Donald.
Can I welcome the additional money for the criminal aid advocates and also more pupillages? But if we are to rely more upon single judges and often sitting in alone, isn't there a need for greater transparency with regard to the selection of those judges, even to the point of individual selection on individual cases? I've written to the Secretary of State this morning on behalf of a number of our members about a particular instance of a disappearance of a judge. I'd be grateful if we could read that letter, and possibly we could meet with a group of MPs concerned about this matter.
I will read that letter and commit to myself for the Minister of State meeting with him and the MPs. And he's absolutely right. Transparency is core. And when I looked at this in the Lammy review, I was very concerned that too often what happened in our magistrates' court, what happened in our Crown Court, there were not the transcript, it was not easy. And that is absolutely part of what we are now investing in, particularly with AI as technology, and we will be coming forward with.
Let's have a look.
I rise as the co-chair of the Justice Union's parliamentary group. Carnarvon Justice Centre is only 16 years old, but the roof leaks when it's raining and the heating doesn't work. So I'll list some of the root causes why criminal courts are processing fewer cases. High workloads, staff shortages and inexperience, poor administration, crumbling buildings. So how does he think that undermining one of the basic tenets of English and Welsh law is going to be a solution to those problems?
Justice Secretary.
Or can I refer her to paragraph 9 of Sir Brian's review, where it says, it is important to underline that greater financial investment on its own, without systemic reform, cannot solve the crisis. We are investing. It will take time. It's not fair to ask victims to wait.
Lindsay Farney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I spent 2 decades working on the front line in the criminal justice system, and I can tell you now, this is a crisis that has been building for years and years and years. I spoke to one of my former colleagues today to ask him how things are, and he said, something has to be done. The backlog and delay is distorting the justice system, and people need to wait so long for justice that defendants are pleading not guilty in the hope that the case ends up being considered not in the public interest. Meanwhile, the public, victims and witnesses pay the price. Justice delayed is justice denied. My former colleague is there right now working on the front line in the criminal justice system. So let's support those people working on the criminal justice system, and let's support our victims of crime so that they get justice quickly and fairly. And please be bold is my request to the Minister, and thank you.
Justice Secretary.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady who puts her remarks so well. Let us be clear that there are defendants gaming and playing the system. And if we continue to allow them to do that, it is victims, vulnerable victims, who pay the price in the most serious offences in our country. That is why it is not just about financial investment. It has to be about reform. And I'm determined to see this through. Very grateful.
Sir Ashley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir Brian Leveson made a number of recommendations in his report to reduce the Crown Court backlog, many of which are welcome, but curtailing the right to a jury trial is not one of them. So will he instruct his department to publish the modelling they will have undertaken, so we can see how much effect each individual recommendation will have in tackling the backlog, so this House can take a view on its efficacy before we vote on his legislation?
I can undertake that there will be an impact assessment at the point of legislation, of course.
And Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The governance of jury trials has changed quite considerably over time, dramatically so in the 19th century and again in the 1970s. In both cases, in order to enhance and improve public access to justice. Would the Lord Chancellor agree with me that if our traditions, including our legal traditions, are to endure, they need to adapt?
Yes, Secretary.
She's absolutely right. Demand is soaring. We're asking our police to arrest more, quite rightly. All of us know. Smartphones, DNA, phenotyping so that you can tell if someone's got what the colour of their eye is, all of this stuff increases the workload. We have to reform the system, or we will break it.
Ray Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Justice delayed is indeed justice denied, but we have a proud history of juries in this country. So if juries are to be suspended for cases where less than 3 years, 3-year sentence is expected to clear the backlog, will this just be for a limited time? And when will normal jury service be resumed? Thank you.
For the reason of complexity that Sir Brian sets out, and because actually passing legislation means that we can only see the numbers starting to fall, I think, by the next general election. No, this change has to be permanent.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Bar Council has said it has seen no evidence that removing the right to elect a jury trial will significantly reduce the Crown Court backlog, and both the Bar Council and the Criminal Bar Association state that the real cause of delays is years of underfunding and reduced sitting days, can the Minister explain why the Government is pursuing the removal of jury trials without publishing any modelling to show that juries, rather than chronic under-resourcing, are responsible for backlogs? Will the Minister release the evidence base underpinning this proposed reform? Impact assessments after the reform is made will be too late.
Justice Secretary.
Can I just ask my honourable friend, who I know has tremendous expertise in these areas, the evidence is here in a very, very lengthy report and review that looks at all the issues, says it's likely that the new division within the Crown Court and changes to the Magistrate Court will lead to a 20% speed up of the process.
Thank
you. Mr. Speaker, the idea that you have to scrap jury trials to save jury trials is simply farcical. 800 years of legal frameworks are being upended, not to save backlogs, it's not to save money, there's a reframing of rights and where power lies, taking power away from the people. Does the Lord Chancellor agree? Does he accept that jury trials, having your peers judge you, it protects the vulnerable and enables fairness? And in fact, this decision, as the Mother of the House said, will actually increase the risk of miscarriages of justice.
Justice Secretary.
I say to the honourable gentleman, our criminal law cannot just be set in aspic. The system that we have now largely came about as a result of legislation in 1971. Just prior to that, this House outlawed homosexuality. It was only in 1991 that we outlawed marital rape. So of course we make change, and it's right that we make change in this circumstance.
Sir Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have immense sympathy for the difficult position that the Lord Chancellor is in and that the many victims of crime in our country are in. There are, however, a category of offences relating to the right to protest, and the right to protest has been restricted by multiple governments over time. It is very important that we maintain the involvement of jury trials within anything touching on that area. Can the Lord Chancellor commit to retaining jury trials where either the current offence potential imprisonment would be such that at the moment it would be an either way offence, or where they're currently explicitly either way? Sorry, would currently go to the Crown Court, or where they would be either way?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I recognise that in that category of those who are sentenced to beyond 18 months that would now sit with the magistrates and up to 3 years, there will be a range of cases. But I do believe that determination now must be left to our magistrates and judiciary to make that appropriate determination.
Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are supposed to have a legal system in which we're proud of, and the purpose of jury service is to ensure fair and impartial justice system. Whilst there are dire backlogs in terms of Crown Court hearings in England and delays too in Northern Ireland, would the Lord Chancellor consider other options, such as a full funding of resources to address backlogs, as opposed to removing a civic obligation that people in this country believe in and have upheld for a fair judicial system?
Secretary.
Well, can I say to the right honourable lady that the evidence is here, this is an independent review, and I just read her what Sir Brian says once again. It's important to underline that greater financial investment on its own, without systemic reform, cannot solve this crisis.
Nadia Whitty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I firstly welcome the £550 million investment in victims, but a trial by jury of your peers is a cornerstone of the criminal justice system in this country. Court backlogs are a serious problem, I know that firsthand, but the evidence shows that this is because of issues like a chronic lack of funding rather than the use of juries. Surely the Secretary of State can see that it would be a grave error to erode a principle that has stood the test of hundreds of years, that is widely regarded as producing the fairest outcomes, including by his own 2017 review, all for time and cost-saving measures that might in practice save neither time nor cost.
Justice Secretary.
Well, I recognise the sincerity with which the honourable lady, my honourable friend, puts her remarks, but I would say to her that I really reflected on what Sir Brian said. There is no silver bullet here. I do not suggest that the changes we're making to threshold in relation to jury trial will fix this entire problem. It will take more investment, that's what we're doing. It will take modernisation, particularly in relation to transcript and audio, but it will also take reform. And we have reformed the criminal justice system in the past. We can do that again in a way that is fair and right for everybody.
Mahendra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the event a volunteer magistrate makes a mistake and jails someone for 2 years, now that person's automatic right to a rehearing is removed, can the Justice Secretary confirm whether he believes this is efficiency or just easier wrongful imprisonment?
Justice Secretary.
Of course you would get permission to appeal where the circumstances are legally correct. Of course you would.
Render Jess.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the proposals being made to tackle the court backlogs and the delays, and the previous government did nothing to address this. But can the Secretary of State please confirm that this government will preserve the sanctity of jury trials, but the changes relate to only some of either way offences, which are considered to be less serious and can therefore be properly dealt with by magistrates who already deal with 90% of criminal cases?
Justice Secretary.
Yes, I can. Very grateful. And I'd want to confirm, for every victim of a crime, it's serious. But the decisions that I'm making from the dispatch box are about length of sentence, asking our magistrates to go up from 1 year to 18 months, and asking this new division within the Crown Court to deal with 18 months to 3 years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State not agree that his policy to abolish trial by jury in all but the most serious of cases undermines the whole foundation of law and order in this country and risks the further politicisation of our judicial system, with judges acting alone as the state and no longer being held to account by the people in the form of a jury?
Secretary of State.
No, I do not.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. Victims are waiting for years to be able to see their cases go to trial. Christmas after Christmas, unable to heal or move on. The backlog at a record 78,000 cases, and a backlog that was growing under the Conservative government before the COVID pandemic. Does the Secretary of State find it as galling as I do, the hypocrisy and faux outrage of the Conservative opposition, that reform is needed to clear up the mess they made of our criminal justice system?
Secretary of State.
She puts it very well, and as I said, I was worried that the Shadow Justice Secretary did not mention victims at all in his statement. He did not talk about their record in office. There's been a lot said about further investment, but effectively behind those questions is that we should ask victims to wait another decade while that investment. I don't think we can do that.
Sian Berry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I appreciate the focus on victims, but has the Secretary of State considered the risks of removing juries with, where there are charges with state or corporate victims if we are to preserve dissent, whistleblowing and protest? And given big concerns raised about representation among judges, is he concerned about the potential for really damaging a tax on and politicisation of individual judges and their decisions?
We have got to protect our judges, and there is an increased climate in which judges are concerned about their security because of statements, some of them from this House, that would undermine the independence of our judiciary.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The proposed new SWIP court will mean decisions regarding guilt will be made by judges alone, who have had sight of inadmissible and potential prejudicial evidence. So, can the Secretary-Safe give assurances that judges' decisions are not influenced by inadmissible evidence, bearing in mind the significant consequences for both victims and defendants involved in cases no longer eligible for jury trials? And if this policy goes ahead, will he consider a non-extendable sunset clause?
I'm very grateful for the question, and I will reflect on the evidence point that my honourable friend makes. I've said that I don't believe that a sunset clause would be right in this area because of the demand and the complexity that Sir Brian also refers to, and frankly because legislation will take some time. I hope to see the backlog reducing by the next election, but I do believe these changes have to be permanent.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tony Blair's administration brought in similar proposals and was eventually forced to abandon them thanks to opposition both within this House and beyond. The same appears to be, a coalition of opposition appears to be building up yet again. Reflecting on the reply that the Justice Secretary has just given, could I urge him to reconsider the sunset clause as being the only way that he might actually get this proposals through the House?
Well, can I just say to the honourable gentleman, you know, and I had come out of practising at the beginning of the Tony Blair period, the cases were not anywhere near what they are today. There wasn't a backlog. I mean, cases could come on within a year, so very, very different circumstances. And we did not commission a lengthy review to look at all of these issues in the way that we have today. So it's a vastly, vastly different set of circumstances.
Harpreet Upal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In September, I attended a roundtable meeting with CSE survivors, which was hosted by the Mayor of West Yorkshire. And one of the key issues they raised was the delays that they are facing in court proceedings. It is unacceptable that perpetrators aren't being brought to justice more quickly. So can I welcome these reforms, but can the Justice Secretary set out how we will make sure that those court delays are reduced as much as possible and that perpetrators are brought to justice as quickly as possible?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and she's absolutely right that it's in implementing those recommendations, it's in moving, I hope, to legislation as soon as we can. The continued investment in the court system is important. The Concordat and my obligation to get to more sitting days is of course important. Modernisation and the use of AI and technology across our court system and modernising our courts is very important. And of course this is, you know, the discussion today is about our criminal court, but we also need investment in our civil courts and our family courts as well.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I begin by firstly making reference to my register of interest as a practising barrister and a law firm owner. Our centuries-old right to jury trial is not an ornament of the past. It is the living example of a fair trial, the safeguard that ensures no citizen is judged except by their peers. It is the cornerstone of our legal heritage and the bedrock of public confidence in criminal justice. It must not be curtailed for administrative convenience. And let us be clear, curtailing jury trials won't cut the backlog. And if it does, it will simply shift that backlog straight back into the appeal courts. So why has the government chosen not to prioritise court capacity, judicial recruitment and proper case management reform, but instead chosen to curtail jury trials?
We're doing all of it, I would say, and I have huge respect for the honourable gentleman and his experience as a criminal practitioner. And let me say, of course, I've heard a lot of messages over the last few days from friends of mine that are at the bar or are criminal legal aid solicitors. Change is hard, but the responsibility of the government is to look at the whole system, to look at all that has been said, and to centre victims. And I'm not hearing, really, from the Chamber, for those who oppose what we're doing, what else? What I am hearing is more money might fix this problem, Well, Sir Brian's been clear, investment alone will not fix this problem, and it's not acceptable to ask victims to wait another decade for that investment to kick in.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome that the government will match fund criminal barrister pupilages and agree there should be a focus on opening up a career at the criminal bar to even more young people from across society, and I'd say from across socio-economic backgrounds. Yeah, yeah. Can the Lord Chancellor set out what additional plans he has to make law a more accessible sector for young people of all backgrounds?
Secretary of State.
The day I was called to the bar back in the mid-1990s was a huge moment in my life, coming from a working class poorer background, raised by a single mother. And I'm deeply saddened that over the last few years, young people from all backgrounds have been put off becoming criminal legal aid solicitors, criminal legal aid barristers. We've got to do something about it. And that's why I've found the money, both to raise fees for our barristers and our lawyers in this area, but also to ensure that we've got the next generation of lawyers coming through. And I hope it doesn't get lost in some of the misconception about jury trials.
Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Justice Secretary blames the court backlog on reduction in funding by the previous government, yet he plans to reduce access to jury trials permanently. Isn't the truth of it he doesn't want to fund courts because his government has prioritised welfare for the few over justice for the many?
No, absolutely not. We are implementing and building on the work of Sir Brian Leveson. We are determined to bring this down. It does take investment, it does take reform, it does take modernisation.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Lord Chancellor for his statement here today. Residents in my constituent Harlow are rightly concerned about the court backlog. Waiting 6 years for justice is not justice. Can the Lord Chancellor confirm that these changes, they will bring down the court backlog, and can he reassure us that actually those major crimes that he spoke about will still face a trial by jury?
Secretary of State.
I can confirm that the jury system remains the cornerstone of our system and must do for obvious reasons. I do want to see the backlog coming down, but this is a mountain to climb, and that's why I've said I want to see reductions by the next general election. But the trend at the moment is upwards, and that's why we've got to throw everything at it if we're going to solve this problem.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've previously raised the case of my Woking constituent, Danny, who is a victim of grooming and sexual abuse. She is having to wait more than 6 years for justice. Although I am concerned about these proposals from the Justice Secretary, I and others can probably be convinced if they do genuinely put victims first without undermining our justice system. So to do that, to persuade me, please will the Justice Secretary agree to publish the impact assessment in full and let the Select Committee for the Justice team fully scrutinise these proposals before the bill is introduced?
Well, as you would expect, of course there'll be an impact assessment at the point of legislation, and the full scrutiny of these proposals, both in this place and in the other place. I would just say to him, listen to victim voices today. Listen to our victim commissioners. Listen to those groups that support victims. They are supporting these proposals because they know that combined, not just unilaterally, but combined, they are the best attempt that we've got to recalibrate and bring the system back to where it should be.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Justice has devolved to Northern Ireland with the exception of the regulation of non-jury trials. On the 9th of June, a Northern Ireland minister in a committee of this place on the extension of non-jury trials in Northern Ireland actually said, the Secretary of State has asked officials over the next 2 years to examine how Northern Ireland could move away from those provisions, being non-jury trials. Is that still the government's mind?
Secretary of State.
Well, Northern Ireland, of course, is in a special and a unique position in relation to this issue, and I'm happy to get the appropriate minister to meet with him and any colleagues to discuss these issues.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm hoping, for the avoidance of doubt, that the Justice Secretary can rule out any changes to inquests with the jury, which are required when the deceased has been detained by the state. These inquests are also subject to agonising delays for bereaved families. Given those delays, can he set out what plans he has to address backlogs in the Coroner's Court?
Well, I'm very grateful for the question, and I can rule that out, and happy to have the Minister discuss what we're doing in the Coroner's Court with her.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I declare an interest as a practising criminal barrister? Before the Justice Secretary tears up clause 39 of Magna Carta, which guaranteed that no free person shall be imprisoned except by the lawful judgment of their peers, I asked him to consider only a few weeks ago I was in the Crown Court in Birmingham, where a matter was delayed and adjourned because we didn't have courtroom availability. So eliminating juries will not solve backlogs in the way he describes, but it will erode public confidence in the very principles that have protected our justice system for over 800 years. So I accept justice delayed is justice denied, but I'm sure the Minister will also understand justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done, and that can only be done by juries.
Hear, hear.
Well, I note he accepts that justice delayed is justice denied, but then doesn't come up with a solution. Does he respect Sir Brian Leveson and his work? Does he recognise that it's important that we do reform the system so it's fit for purpose and fit for the next generation? Does he accept, he must accept, as a criminal practitioner, the huge demand and the changes that we've seen in criminal practice since I qualified as a lawyer 30 years ago? Of course he does.
Jim Allister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, having spent my professional life practising in the criminal courts in Northern Ireland, where we have had both jury trials and non-jury trials to deal with terrorist offences, I must say to the Justice Secretary that whatever the intellectual capacity of a judge, they do not have the practical life experience collectively of 12 jurors. And it is that which brings superior credibility to a jury verdict.
Yeah.
So could I suggest to the Justice Secretary that to dissipate juries is to strain the quality of our justice, particularly in circumstances where the presiding judge will have to both decide on the admissibility of evidence and then to put from his mind evidence he might have dismissed when reaching a verdict, and nonetheless convey to the public that justice has been seen to be done.
Well, I'm hugely respectful of the honourable gentleman's experience in these areas. We do ask our judges across a whole range of areas to make life-changing decisions. I'm the father of an adopted daughter. There is no greater decision than you can make, believe me, to take a child away from its birth parents. So judges do have to make difficult judgments, and they do so with the assistance, of course, of those who give evidence before them. So I do believe we can do this, and I just ask him to reflect on that 3-year threshold and the sorts of crimes in which we're asking our magistrate and our judges to make those fine judgments.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The previous government should hang its head in shame for leaving our judicial system, the courts, the black backlog and the prison systems in such disarray. A 2022 survey of 373 legal professionals conducted by Barrister Keir Monteith KC and the University of Manchester found 56% of respondents had witnessed at least one judge acting in a racially biased way towards a defendant, while 52% witnessed discrimination in judicial decision-making, concluding that there is institutional racism in our justice system. Given the Justice Secretary now seeks to remove juries, does he foresee greater injustice, prejudice and racial discrimination in our courtrooms? And what steps is he taking to tackle the existing and likely increase in institutional racism?
The honourable gentleman knows that the previous Prime Minister David Cameron and Justice Secretary Michael Gove asked me to conduct the Lammy review. And in that review, I did recommend that training, which was not happening in the way it should happen, and it's now happening. I was concerned about the diversity of our judiciary and our magistracy. That has improved, more to do. But say in London, with 31% of our magistrates are now from an ethnic minority background. And of course, it's also important that in the changes that we're making, we will now get the judges' reasoning, which of course lawyers like those on the backbenches can challenge. Where you've got a jury, you don't get the reasoning. And I think that is important as we look at these issues of accountability.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Dr. Kieran Muller.
Thank you. During the questioning, the Justice Secretary referred to the Victims Commissioner supporting these proposals. I wonder if the Justice Secretary would be able to clarify the record. The Victims Commissioner sadly passed away a number of weeks ago and cannot possibly have seen these proposals. I wonder if the Justice Secretary was referring to the incoming Victims Commissioner who starts in January, but her statement released today makes no reference to the Justice Secretary's proposals on changes to jury trials. And I wonder if he might have inadvertently misled the House or about that.
That is not a point of order for the Chair, but the Secretary of State wants to respond.
Well, just to clarify, I did discuss these proposals with the incoming Victims Commissioner, and today there was a Violence Against Women event held at number 10 with many victims' organisations. And of course, with them and with my colleague, the Minister of State, who's in her place, who will make the next statement, there is wide welcome of these proposals.
That concludes the statement. And before we move on to the next statement, I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that the King has signified his royal assent to the following acts: Public Authorities Fraud, Error and Recovery Act 2025, Property, Digital Assets, etc. Act 2025, Animal Welfare, Import of Dogs, Cats and Ferrets Act 2025, Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Act 2025. We now move to the next statement. I'll just give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Every time. So, yeah. Statement, Minister Jess Phillips.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to make a statement on the Angelini inquiry. I cannot begin anywhere else than by acknowledging the abhorrent crime that led to the establishment of this important inquiry in the first place. Sarah Everard's murder by a serving police officer was a betrayal of trust so wretched that it defies belief. None of us will ever forget the collective sense of sorrow, outrage and revulsion that swept across the country in the aftermath. There were far-reaching implications for policing and the public's confidence in those who are meant to serve and protect communities. And let us always remember that this began with a young woman losing her life. A beloved daughter, sister and friend gone because of an act of pure evil. Today I am thinking of Sarah and of the years denied to her and of her loved ones. They are in all of our hearts, as are the other victims of violence against women and girls who have lost their lives. As the Justice Secretary said, I've been with some of them this morning, and we hold them, and I'm sure I speak for the House, very closely in our hearts. Part 1 of the Angelini inquiry focused on the career and conduct of Sarah's killer, while Part 2 was commissioned to examine broader issues in relation to policing and the safety of women. The first of 2 reports that will make up Part 2 of the inquiry has been laid before the House and published today. It examines what more can be done to prevent sexually motivated crimes against women in public spaces. The report starkly highlights that many women do not feel safe due to the actions and behaviours of predatory men. and they are assuming the burdens of their own protection themselves through avoidance measures such as not going out at night, avoiding dark streets, and modifying their use of public transport. This is, as we all know, utterly unacceptable. As the inquiry chair, Lady Ailish Angelini, puts it so clearly in the report, somehow we have simply come to accept that many women do not feel safe walking in the streets. This is a substantial and significant report, and I would urge all members to read it in full. And while it acknowledges that there is a range of ongoing work which seeks to prevent these terrible crimes and disrupt predators, it also highlights that there is no quick fix and demands a more consistent approach across the whole of society to address and prevent this violence. I would like at this point to place on record my heartfelt thanks to Lady Ailish and her team for their work. They have approached and continue to approach their task with skill, sensitivity and determination. Today's publication underlines why it is so vital that every agency and every sector does more to protect women from harm. This government is resolute. The fact that women do not feel safe going about their everyday lives is a national emergency. This House will also be aware of our landmark commitment to halve violence against women and girls in a decade, which will require us to address the root causes of abuse and violence and prevent offending and relentlessly pursue those who perpetrate these appalling crimes. Since the general election, we have played a more active role to ensure that women and girls receive more consistent protection from policing. We have provided £13.1 million to deliver a more coordinated approach and national leadership to drive up investigative and operational standards through the National Centre for Violence Against Women and Girls and Public Protection. This new centre is ensuring that expertise, including from programmes such as Operation Soteria and Project Vigilant, are put into practice in forces across the country. These were both highlighted in Lady Angelini's report. We are also clear that those who commit these heinous crimes have absolutely no place in policing. To address this and to help fulfil recommendations from Part 1 of the inquiry, we are putting police vetting standards on a statutory footing, which will enable forces to exclude those with a caution or conviction of vague offences from policing. We are also strengthening requirements on forces to suspend officers under investigation for these crimes. I know there is a great deal of interest in our up-and-coming VORG strategy, and I have been in number 10 this morning with the Prime Minister and stakeholders working on it today. It will deliver a bold step change in how we address violence against women and girls as a government and a society over the next decade. As the inquiry report highlights, we cannot address entrenched issues in isolation. We must draw on all of society, and I place emphasis on this being a truly cross-government strategy. Prevention is fundamental to our approach. Alongside strengthening our response to target perpetrators and stop them causing harm, having lived and breathed its development over several months, I am as eager as everyone else to get it out there. It will undoubtedly answer some of the issues raised in this important report. It is on its way very soon, and I am confident it will live up to expectations. As Lady Ailish highlights, too little has been done to deliver consistent protections for women and girls, and progress has fallen short. We find ourselves at a moment of reckoning. As someone who has spent their working life trying to secure real lasting change, I know it will not be easy, but in honour of the victims and their families, and for the sake of women and girls across England and Wales, we must succeed. And this government won't stop until we have. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister, Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement and for coming to the House to speak to the incredibly disturbing and damaging issues outlined in today's report. Over 4 years ago, the reprehensible abduction, rape and murder of Sarah Everard shocked us all, and it forced the police to confront their failure to remove Wayne Couzens as a police officer. The crime was vile and abhorrent, extinguishing the life of an incredible young lady in the most awful way. We should never forget the impact of this crime, with Sarah's mother describing the final hours of her life as a constant torment to the family. I know that Sarah, her family and her friends remain in the thoughts of the whole House and people across the country today. This incident underlines our responsibility to confront not only the problems outlined in this case, but also to go beyond any single evil person and tackle challenges in our police and society more widely. Sarah's murder had a profound effect on women. As this report outlines, women changed their travel plans, their routines, and their lives out of fear for their safety. I'm sure the whole House will agree that is simply not acceptable. This reflection is critical, as we will always support the police and have advocated the need to give them the powers required to tackle crime in our society. However, that support is predicated on a deep responsibility, which extends beyond the responsibilities to which many in our society are bound. As the Code of Practice for Ethical Policing notes, effective policing is built on public trust and confidence. This depends on a policing profession that is ethical and professional in the way it respects, listens, responds, and improves and serves the public. As the Minister will be aware, the terms of reference for Part 2 was set and published in May 2023 by my right honourable friend and the then Home Secretary, the Member for Fareham and Waterlooville. The scope appropriately asked the Government to cover the three broad areas set out by the Minister today: recruitment and vetting, police culture and standards, and the prevention of sexually motivated crimes against women in public spaces. This report highlights our responsibility to ensure women and girls feel safe in public spaces, where there is clearly a significant gap today. The Minister, in her role, rightly mentions some of the steps the Government are taking to tackle violence against women and girls. In this spirit, I recognise the important steps taken by the last Government, which brought forward Operation Soteria, a programme highlighted by Lady Eilish in her statement this morning, which sought to radically transform the way police and the Crown Prosecution Service investigate rape, and which I understand the Government are implementing the principles of in training. This was among a range of other measures set out when the first part was published, but as was acknowledged, we need to go much, much further. Therefore, I hope the Minister can follow through on what she outlined today and ensure that the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy is published, having been delayed over the past year. The Minister's statement today also does not mention the use of data, a point the report suggests is lacking. Can she provide assurances that the Government, in the strategy, will have a comprehensive plan for implementing better data recording, encompassing and publishing a wider array of data pertaining to violence against women and girls? As Shadow Policing Minister, I'd also reflect on what we can do at speed to instil trust within the public that the police will tackle this problem. The dreadful murder of Sarah Everard did huge damage to public trust in the police, especially that of young women. In particular, I refer to the proposals around officer vetting and conduct, which I expect to be raised in the second half of the report. The truth is that for a variety of reasons we can both acknowledge, the measures to bring forward changes to our vetting and dismissal procedures have not been implemented at sufficient speed. As such, will the Minister discuss with her ministerial colleagues the need to implement these changes swiftly once the legislation is passed? The inquiry report demonstrates the necessity of tackling violence against women and girls in our public spaces. Unfortunately, we know there are survivors of grooming gangs who were failed by the police and local authorities, often in plain sight. Therefore, I'd implore the Minister to provide answers about the terms and reference and timings of the grooming gangs inquiry and ensure there is justice for all those affected by these heinous crimes. Additionally, I'd ask the Minister about her level of confidence in implementing the recommendations set out in Lady Eilish Anglioni's report today. As she rightly highlighted, this is a whole society issue, which requires a whole society response. The Minister has herself highlighted some of the challenges in achieving cross-government responses to the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, and I hope she'll now be able to drive forward the change needed to protect women and girls.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman and I thank him both for his tone and genuinely constructive questioning on the matter. The first thing I would say is that absolutely Operation Soteria started under the last government. It was something that I worked alongside ministers at the time on, as well as other police forces. In that spirit, I always welcome that cross-party party working. Operation Soteria has, it would seem, been a game-changing, and that is certainly highlighted in Lady Eilish's review. And what it also says is that it needs to have a consistent footing within it, and so us putting it within the new centre, we very much hope will provide some of that consistent footing to very good work started under the last government. I absolutely credit that. On the issue of data, he is absolutely right, and what data we measure, how data needs to be improved will absolutely be part of, when a government says that it is going to halve violence against women and girls within a decade, the first time any government has ever tried to put any numbers on it. You can't have numbers unless you have a lot of data that goes into that, and so looking at data will be very important. He highlights the issue that Lady Eilish herself talks about, how it is not fast enough, and actually with the recommendations of the previous report that was laid, those that were for the government are being undertaken. The nature of the 43 police forces is a clear issue throughout the report, and when everybody has read it, that comes out very clearly, which is one of the reasons for having the Violence Against Women and Girls Centre, to try and do some of that. But fundamental reform is also going to be needed with regard to policing and the standards, so that we don't end up with a postcode lottery across our country. Now, the Home Secretary has already announced some reforms around police and crime commissioners, but in the new year, broader policing reforms will be coming, and it is for the exact reason that Lady Eilish outlines, is that postcode lottery across police force. How confident am I? I am always confident that we will undertake as much as is possible. It will never be as fast as I would like it to be, or anyone would like it to be, because this is hard work, and you cannot just change it for good announcements. You have to change the culture, and it's going to take a lot.
Chair of the Select Committee, Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, I'd like to echo the statements made by both the Minister and the Shadow Minister with regards to Sarah Everard's loved ones. Our thoughts are with them today. In order for any victim to come forward, especially those that have experienced gender-based violence or sexual violence, the public must trust the police, especially more than they do currently. The Angelino inquiry found a quarter of police forces lack even basic policies for investigating sexual offences. As trust and transparency hopefully improves and increases, so will the number of reports to the police. Will this impact how the government measures halving violence against women and girls? And will the Minister share progress on vetting to remove police officers who pose a threat to the public?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and obviously it was a manifesto commitment of this government to ensure that there were specialist sexual RASO teams, so sexual rape and sexual assault, within every police force, for the exact reason that the Honourable Lady has outlined, that ensuring something exists in every police force is not something actually that is in the gift of the people who get to stand here, because quite rightly of operational independence. However, there is an absolute need for standardisation. We wouldn't allow the same lack of standardisation in terrorism, for example, an exact point that Lady Eilish points out in her review, and yet we allow it in crimes against women. So absolutely that is absolutely fundamental. And of course, I want to see police charging and police reporting increasing. That is not how the measure of whether we are decreasing incidents will be done. Only 10% of victims of violence against women and girls ever talk to the police. It in and of itself would never be a good measure on these grounds. So of course, I want to see that increasing, but that doesn't mean the crime is always going up. It might just mean we're getting better at it.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. All of our thoughts today will be with the family of Sarah Everard. More than 4 years on from her horrific murder, too many women are still suffering life-changing crimes on our streets. This inquiry makes it painfully clear that women continue to feel unsafe. They change their daily routines just to avoid very real threats. That is unacceptable in Britain today. Part 1 of this inquiry showed that Wayne Couzens should never have been allowed to become a police officer. Multiple opportunities to stop a dangerous sexual predator were missed or ignored. As Chair, Lady Eilish Angelini warned that without radical action there is nothing to stop another cousins operating in plain sight. Today's report underlines just how radical that action must be. The lack of basic data on sexually motivated crimes against women and the fact that over a quarter of forces still lack fundamental policies for investigating sexual offences is nothing short of horrifying. The inquiry finds that sexually motivated crimes against women in public are not prioritised to the same extent as other serious offences. We are told that prevention remains just words while perpetrators slip through the cracks. These are shocking findings that shame our nation. So I ask the Minister, will she commit to implementing all 13 of Lady Angelina's recommendations, and will she set out a timeline for their implementation? And I ask the Minister that this government pledge to halve violence against women and girls within a decade, yet this strategy is still not published. Can the Minister reassure us that this manifesto promise will be met, as she has said, and will she tell us today when it will be published? She says soon. I think people will be reassured by a date.
Minister.
Okay, I'll say very soon is the answer to that. Look, what I would say is that I received... when you all get to read, as I have, because I obviously get it sooner, Lady Eilish's full report, one of the things that she particularly criticises is ministers standing up or the police service standing up after part one of the report and saying, yep, we'll just do everything. And then going away and looking and thinking, oh, hang on a bit of this, bit of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give her the respect that she deserves and take away all of the recommendations before I say exactly what I am going to do. What I will say is that when others do get to read the strategy, that actually, and I was interviewed by Lady Eilish as part of this work, as part of this review, that it will answer many of the questions that are in the report. And so I think that actually the timing is awkward, I would say, that had the strategy come out at the point of this, that I would be able to answer the question more fully. And that is like, but I think she deserves the respect of us actually looking at what is possible rather than just going, yep, I'll take them all, and then not being able to deliver on it.
Lammy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for this statement and also join colleagues in remarks with regards to Sarah Everard's family. Her mother is quoted in The Guardian saying that she's still tormented by the horror of what her daughter suffered at the hands of Wayne Couzens. I also think of some of the many other victims who suffered at the hands of men and boys, including, as the Minister knows, I've referenced Eliane Andan and Junita Jogby. And when you're confronted and you meet a family that are grieving for the loss of their daughter, sister, mother, friend, there are no words. And especially when you think about the horrific nature in which those women were killed. The extracts from this report that I've read make a really difficult reading, and I know that this is an area that the Minister is really committed to, but for Lady Angelini to say that sexual offenders should be banned from the policing, but yet this hasn't happened. For her to also say that there's a troubling lack of momentum, funding and ambition for prevention of this work is worrying. And as my honourable friend quoted, the chair of the Select Women and Equality Select Committee, a quarter of police forces still haven't implemented the most basic policies on this really key area. It does give troubling reading. One of the other areas which is really troubling and mentioned in the report is the connection between online abuse. It's not just in a physical atmosphere that women are getting abused. What more can the Minister say and shed a light on in terms of how we're really going to tackle down on the disgraceful misogyny and abuse that women face in the online world?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and we owe it to Sarah and Sarah's family and every family in our own constituencies that we have met to make sure that this work actually gets done. And her anger at progress being made. Obviously, this Labour government will legislate and is putting on a statutory footing the issues around vetting and what can and cannot be allowed, and who can and cannot be a police officer, and hopefully that will see some sea change. But I have to say that the idea that there are police forces in the country where without the most basic work being undertaken in this space, and what Lady Angelini finds about numbers, it is inexcusable. I wish to say to every Chief Constable in the country, this is a priority, make it a priority. And I say that from this dispatch box with all the power that I possibly can of the Home Office behind me, to say, of course, the Home Office has a role, and of course, funding on things like prevention is absolutely the responsibility of the government. But the basics of thinking that keeping women safe, where more than half of the population, should be absolutely basic policing.
Sir Keith Batty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I associate myself with the remarks of everybody who's paid tribute to Sarah Everard and her family. I remember where I was when I heard the news, and I know it shook many of my constituents as it shook all of us. Yeah. In the spirit of where the Minister talks about respecting Lady Eilish, and I know she says she's going to go and take a look at it in detail, it's a question about funding, because that's been raised by women's charities. Does she think she's got enough money to do it now? Is she going to need more? And of course, I'm sure we'll support her on that.
Do I think I'll get enough money? Any minister who stands in front of you and says yes is lying. Look, of course, I would always want more money, but actually there is fundamental systematic problems in our system that more money won't solve. Actually, there are fundamentals in the culture of organisations, like more police. We have more police now, let's say, than we have done, 100 years ago. It didn't stop this happening. There are absolutely fundamental things that need to change, and I suppose I'm here for a long time, not a good time in this regard. We have to change absolute fundamentals. But the Justice Secretary who was on just before me doing the statement, he today announced the £550 million or £500 million that will increase year on year with the rising rate of inflation. A 3-year settlement for victims funding, for example. Now that level of security and that increasing like that, I was very heartened to hear that. So do I think I will have as much as I'd want? I've never. Do I think I'll have enough and I'll make do with it? Yes, I do.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think all our hearts have been broken by the words of Sarah Everard's family. The honest truth, though, is this report does not happen in a vacuum. This weekend, women in Walthamstow will hold a vigil to reclaim Hollow Ponds, a lovely open space, but there have been repeated concerns about sexual harassment and offences there. I can't tell the Minister whether those concerns are merited, because my local police, Waltham Forest Police, have refused an FOI about the number of crime reports or offences at that site, just as they refused an FOI to explain why they were using community protection notices to deal with violence against women offences. I say FOI because they refused to respond to me as a local MP and local women about how they are dealing with violence on our streets and concerns that Lady Angelini reports in this report about street safety. There is a problem with the Metropolitan Police. We've known that for many years and many reports show that. That's why for many years, many of us have been campaigning to make misogyny part of our hate crime rubric, because we've seen the difference it has made in police forces and how they approach these issues. The Minister will be aware that it is now nearly 3 years since this House passed the Protection from Sex-Based Harassment legislation to bring those measures into power and finally hold organisations like Waltham Forest Police to account for their disrespect for the safety of women in my community. Can she give my residents some assurance that misogyny as hate crime will be implemented and we will see the cultural change that will tackle the fundamentals that she's talking about?
I thank the Honourable Lady. I only wish that writing things onto the statute books changed the culture. It's been illegal to rape someone for quite some time. It's been illegal to murder for even longer. I only wish that just putting things on the statute books made a difference. I have to say, what I would say to her police force is that I would always encourage good communications, both with the women. Policing is based on consent. And that is something to hold dear in our country. So I absolutely implore them to discuss with my honourable friend and also the local community what concerns they should have and what the police are going to do. I've seen all over the country, and Operation Vigilant, for example, is a really good example that is highlighted, brilliantly done by Thames Valley Police, that does exactly that, works with the local businesses, local women's groups, to do exactly what she is talking about, and I would absolutely implore an Operation Vigilant style thing. Actually, on community protection notices, Eilish Angelini in her review has some interesting things to say about what police should be doing in public spaces using certain orders, so I would ask her to have a look at some of those things. In the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, we will be talking about some of the issues that she has raised here today. But as I have said, that just putting things on the statute book doesn't necessarily mean that operationally that's going to be brilliant. And so my job is to make sure that before I commence anything, that it can actually work in practice.
Sarah Dyke.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I associate myself with the comments from across the House today. My thoughts are indeed with Sarah Everard's family and all of those lives who've been impacted by violence against women and girls. The landmark 2019 study into rural domestic violence found that abuse lasts longer, is more complex and is harder to tackle, while policing response is largely inadequate in rural areas. Years later, the figures don't suggest any significant improvement in outcomes for victims and survivors in rural areas. So at a time when stresses faced by farmers could see victims left trapped in isolated rural communities, how will the refreshed Violence Against Women and Girls strategy improve outcomes for victims in rural areas?
I thank the honourable lady, and actually, I am by no. Whilst I am an expert in this particular field, I am not an expert on rural communities, and absolutely, the disparity and the need for better by and for services. We have by and for services for other sort of underrepresented communities, and I really feel actually, and I'm not the person to do this, and so I implore her to act. That there needs to be a considerable greater lobby around rurality and violence against women and girls, and I am totally here to hear it and to work alongside, because that is absolutely the case. What I must point out, though, is that the idea that stresses faced by a particular community cause violence against women and girls is not something like the vast majority of people who face stresses in their lives, the vast majority of men do not go on to abuse. Violence against women and girls and the causes of it, which Lady Eilish points out, there is little prevention, and I very much hope to change that, and that is my main focus. There is very little prevention in that, actually are rooted in something quite different.
Pam Cox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the work of the Angelini inquiry into the appalling murder of Sarah Everard. I also welcome the Minister's update on the government's strategy to halve violence against women and girls over the next decade, and she knows that representatives from 4 select committees met recently to help to do our bit to advance that work, and I'm sure she can be assured of our support with that. Can she give an indication of the kind of implementation and engagement that will follow the publication of the strategy?
I can give an example from this morning. So this morning, with a series of around 60 stakeholders from children's, women and girls, perpetrators, lots of different civil society, business. We were over in Downing Street with the Prime Minister, and it wasn't an event that was about, you know, drinking warm wine and eating nibbles. It was a working event to look at how we actually implement things. I know that people, and you know, it's fair enough to criticise the delay in the strategy. The strategy is a piece of paper. How you actually make it work is much more important to me, and so working with stakeholders and providers, and I welcome genuinely people in this House, just because we wrote something down, what I have learned over the years and felt slightly, if you don't mind me saying, gaslit by, is people telling me the sky is blue, and then every case I handle tells me something else.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The House is rightly united in horror at what happened to Sarah Everard and in sympathy for her family. Returning to the earlier exchange about vetting, which I understand will be coming up in the next stage of the Angelini process, can the Minister tell us whether it will examine the effect of extreme pornography online, of toxic masculinity influencers online, and whether there is any prospect that a vetting process would enable people to be, at the time of recruitment, spotted as people who had watched this stuff and who had indeed commented favourably upon it, even on the dark web.
The honourable gentleman makes a very, very key and important point that actually in part one of the Angelini inquiry, she made recommendations with regard to police psychological testing prior to recruitment of people based on this exact issue. She also references quite heavily in this report Baroness Burton's review into violent and misogynistic pornography. So it absolutely will be an issue. So the police faithfully said that they would undertake all of the part one of the Angelini, and of course the next stage is looking much more not just at Wayne Couzens and the vetting, but also the case of David Carrick as well, and looking at vetting. But absolutely, undoubtedly, she is already, from her own words, thinking about the psychology in this regard, and it is at the forefront of her mind.
Jen Craft.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to extend my sympathies as well to the family of Sarah Everard. Like many people, I found that my trust in the police service was fundamentally shaken by the events that led up to Sarah Everard's murder. And then it was reinforced later when I saw how badly the vigil was handled or mishandled by the Metropolitan Police, and how women who had gathered just to grieve and show their solidarity and support for Sarah Everard's family were treated, compared to how a football celebration was policed similarly, which was predominantly attended by men. It filled me with rage. It shook my kind of trust and made me question who the police are operating for, and whether they take the concerns of women, particularly women who face violence and sexual abuse, seriously. And since becoming a Member of Parliament, I've heard far too often from my own constituents about how when they have approached the police, particularly with incidents of coercive control, they've felt dismissed and not listened to and not taken seriously. So I would like to ask the Minister if the upcoming Violence Against Women and Girls strategy will look at the root cause of violence against women and girls, which is rampant misogyny in our institutions and in our society.
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady. With regard to her comments on trust in policing, nobody dislikes a bad copper like a good copper, is what I think I would like to say. And I go all over the country and meet, and obviously the ones that I meet are the ones who are doing innovative, brilliant things in their local police forces. That's why I go out and see them. And actually the women who I have worked with, as she is referring to in her own constituency, they don't have any choice but to trust the police. Actually, it's a life and death situation. And so we have to make sure that across the board, the very best thing that we can do to improve trust in policing is make the response to the crimes that she highlights to be good, responsive. We're not going to get what we want in every single case where somebody gets thrown in prison, but we have to make sure our systems do that. That there is options for safety and security for every woman wherever they come forward, and that is what the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy is about.
Trisman Osborne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I join colleagues from across this House in their thoughts with the family of Sarah Everard, and can also thank the lady for her inquiry and her Part 2 response today. The Public Accounts Committee has recently conducted an inquiry by looking at the National Audit Office report of policing around the country, and we found that there's a total inconsistency across all forces around not only data metrics but also how they deal and interact with such cases. Can I ask the Minister whether she's working really closely with the Policing Minister on the forthcoming policing reform legislation so that we can ensure that there is consistency across all forces so that we can deal with this problem head on and not allow forces to get away with piecemeal and differences across our country?
Absolutely, she's in the office next door to mine, and I mean, I get up in literally everybody's grill, but I'm very welcome in the policing minister's office. Policing reform, the wider sense of policing reform, it has to be, I mean, very, very, very rooted in exactly what we are trying to do around violence against women and girls, because it is endemic of some of the other failings about postcode lotteries across the country. So yeah, I am very heavily involved, and the violence against women and girls strategy will coalesce with policing reform.
Parwar.
Deputy Speaker, and like many members, my thoughts today are with the family and friends of Sarah Everard. Sexual predators like Wayne Couzens and David Carrick were a disgrace to the police uniform that they purported to wear. And I know many police officers, as the Minister has just said, were as disgusted by those crimes as were members of the public, and believe they should never have been allowed in the police force in the first place. In Rochdale, we're very lucky to have police members of our multi-agency Sunrise team, which does fantastic work in complex safeguarding, not just with victims of grooming, but victims of domestic violence and victims of any kind of sexual assault and crime. And I would recommend other forces to look at Rochdale and see how we've learned and how our forces have actually improved services for women. But what's shocking about this report is not just the 26% it highlights of forces where there are no basic services in terms of investigating sexual assault. It also highlights the severe underfunding of the last government in this area. So I'm proud this government has committed to halve violence against women and girls. And can she reassure me that funding will be there under this government, and also the findings of the report will inform her forthcoming strategy?
Absolutely, the findings of the report will and obviously I speak to Lady Eilish, and what I'm not doing is waiting for her various reports to do things or not, and so I speak to her to make sure that those things are. I can't wait for reports if something absolutely needs to be done. And what I would say with regard to the policing area in Rochdale, I will absolutely look into it and make sure that the new policing centre that we have created for violence against women and girls looks into it. And what I see across the country from areas where police forces may have historically had quite public failings, as with the case of Sarah Everard, the level of learning that has happened in lots of those places it is really, really good to see, and we want to see more. I only wish that we didn't wait for terrible tragedies and total failings before we changed, and so I stand again at this dispatch box and just implore every agency and every police force across the country to literally stretch every muscle to prioritise this issue.
Sam Carling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hope all of us go away after this discussion and check whether our own police forces are in that 26% who still don't have those basic policies in place, and hopefully seek to address that if it is the case. Madam Deputy Speaker, the statistics in relation to young women as victims of these crimes are particularly shocking, and I just wonder if the Minister could outline a bit more about what we're going to do about that specifically, and whether the upcoming strategy will have any measures in it to combat the rising misogyny among young men.
I don't want to do too many trials on the strategy, but yes. For a very long time, I've spent my career trying to put nicer, better plasters on cuts that didn't get any smaller, and that work is really vitally important. I want to stop the cuts from happening. I don't want to make nicer plasters anymore. I have to look at what is, and some of that means doing things that have never been done before. And actually what Lady Ailish very brilliantly says in this report, she says plenty of other things have been allowed to try and progress things without having to have a completely solid evidence base, whether that's in policing or others. I want that for this.
Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Part 2 of the Angelini inquiry notes that women and girls don't feel safe in public spaces due to the behaviour of predatory men. Does the Minister agree with me that predatory doesn't just mean following or stalking or attempting unwanted physical contact, but also must be expanded to include leering, staring and catcalling? That's also predatory, and it negatively impacts women and girls, as women and girls in my constituency of Rugby have told me. Does she further agree that, of course we need more enforcement, but we particularly need better education of boys and men from an early age, and we need them to call out the behaviour of other boys and men, something that the White Ribbon campaign advocates brilliantly?
They certainly do, and as you know, and there won't be a woman sitting in this room today who hasn't experienced this. We have all felt unsafe. Lady Ailish speaks for every single woman in the country when she says this. We have all felt unsafe, and actually in my years of experience, both personally but also working in this field, it isn't the moment of impact that is the most frightening, or the moment that somebody gropes you that is the most frightening. It is the things that lead up to it that leave you scared, that leave you waiting. It is the leering that is frightening, actually. That's more frightening than the fact. And that is the experience of literally every woman in our country at some point or another. So, of course, that we cannot undermine that. And also, as the mother of teenage sons, I stand here and say that whilst I want boys and men to be absolutely part of this, I don't feel that they have been included, and somebody else spoke to them when we didn't, and that somebody else, those somebody else's, didn't have their best interests at heart. So absolutely, like with the White Ribbon campaign, we should talk to our men and boys about this because they want to help.
And that concludes the statement. Point of order, Sir David Davies.
Since 2017, members' hands have been tied when it comes to amending the finance bill. This is because successive governments have failed to include a general amendment to the law as the first resolution, which has for centuries allowed unrestricted amendment of the budget. So, for example, it was a backbench amendment 1977 finance bill that forced the government to index income tax against inflation, income tax personal allowances against inflation, something that's topical now. That sort of change is now much more difficult under the current arrangements. The Hansard Society and I have both written to the Chief Whip about this matter, but can you provide advice on how the House can ensure that in future years we can recover those fundamental rights that have been arrogated by the government?
There is no matter of order for the Chair arising from the absence of an amendment of the law motion. As the Right Honourable Member notes, there has been no such motion after a budget since at least 2017. It has had no effect on the scope of debate. The reasons for and the implications of the absence of an amendment of the law resolution are themselves a proper matter for debate. We now move on to the 10-minute rule motion. Dr. Simon Offer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require the Secretary of State to issue a call for evidence in order to obtain information on ways in which to promote and fund an increase in the installation of domestic energy efficiency measures, and to require the Secretary of State to publish a response to the evidence received and for connected purpose. We are now firmly within the year's heating season. As the UK braces against the cold, the media continues to be flooded with stories of people unable to pay their bills, living in some of the leakiest homes in Europe. The case for domestic energy efficiency is as strong as ever. Current understanding around installation subsidy, organisation and technical details around this work have become confusing, chaotic and in some cases costly. We need a clearer understanding of what mechanisms of subsidy and which technical solutions actually deliver best value for money. The average household is facing an annual fuel bill of over £1,700 and around 2 million households are in arrears. Surging energy prices have plunged many deeper into fuel poverty, widening the average fuel poverty gap nearly twofold since 2020. The estimated number of households living in fuel poverty now stands at 6.1 million. I welcome the Chancellor's commitment to tackle this crisis at this budget. Thanks to this government, households will see an average reduction of £150 off energy bills from April next year, and we've expanded the warm home discounts, which means that in total 6 million households will receive £150 off their energy bills this winter. But if we are to protect ourselves from rising energy costs due to Putin's terrible illegal war in Ukraine, we must reduce our exposure to high energy use itself. If we are not to address winter peak demand through energy efficiency measures, we can expect that electricity requirements will more than double. As a GP, I know that energy efficiency is key for improving health outcomes. Cold homes double the risks of adults developing new mental health conditions and put 1 in 4 children at risk of multiple mental health symptoms. Physical health problems caused by cold homes are common. Mould, caused by cold, damp homes, can cause allergic-type reactions, the development of worsening of asthma, respiratory infections, coughs, wheezing and shortness of breath. And cold also raises blood pressure and increases cardiac failure. The Building Research Establishment has found that poor homes which expose residents to excess cold could be costing the NHS £857 million a year in treatment bills. In my constituency in Stroud, I would like to mention 7Y Energy Agency, who work with us in the NHS to provide help for patients whose housing is causing ill health. I would particularly commend their Warmth on Prescription scheme, a national exemplar of the NHS and energy efficiency working in tandem. And I would also commend the SGS Berkeley Green University Technical College, a fine institution that trains their students in implementing modern energy efficiency measures. This government is committed to creating 400,000 extra clean energy jobs by 2030, and I know that we'll be seeing many of these students taking up posts. Our current framework of encouraging domestic energy efficiency through subsidies is unsustainable. Dependency on subsidies can strike disaster, as we've seen in the solar industry 10 years ago. We must look at ways to diversify our package of support for energy efficiency to prevent such disastrous impacts on the supply chain, which impact on the strength of the workforce that will be needed in future. Schemes under successive governments tend to use upfront payments to deliver energy efficiency measures. These capital grant schemes are subject to the Treasury's 5-year spending reviews and short-term political intervention, creating a boom and bust cycles that undermine confidence among both investors and consumers. Our recent experience of installation has been poor. A report by the National Audit Office has found that 98% of homes with external walls insulation installed under government schemes have major issues requiring remediation. 6% of these homes present immediate health risks. It is therefore critical that we relook at our incentives for energy efficiency. Everyone deserves to live in a home that is warm and safe without having to go through a remediation process for a botched insulation. The Sustainable Energy Association has developed a proposal for an energy efficiency incentive which can unlock greater investment by rewarding in-use performance of energy efficiency measures over several years through a revenue-based mechanism. This proposal would lower fuel bills across the country, keeping money in people's pockets. In-use performance can be measured through technologies such as smart meters enable thermal efficiency ratings. Measuring performance is like to drive up the quality of measures, as the financiers of the measures will have a strong financial interest in ensuring quality of product and installation. The SEA's modelling has found that fast-yielding technologies such as cavity and loft insulation and double glazing will require a 7-year subsidy framework, while slow-yielding technologies such as solid wall insulation will require a 25-year subsidy framework. Investors have been crying out for a very long-term policy certainty. The long-term nature of this subsidy framework provides investors with the confidence to invest, opening up a whole host of green financing options for retrofit schemes. Other ideas that have been discussed could include green loans that pay for the upfront cost of insulation, and as the energy needs decrease, the loan can be paid off to the benefit of the householders. Some have proposed the National Insulation Bank, whilst others back schemes that link stamp duty reductions to the amount spent on home installations, so that benefits of installation are not lost if we move, encouraging a low-carbon energy-efficient upgrade. A call for evidence would certainly invite other innovative proposals to the table. Whilst I hope that it would be unnecessary, this bill is a no-brainer, providing solutions to problems that unite us as a House: soaring energy bills, energy security and the health of the UK population. I invite the Minister for Energy Consumers to back my campaign and issue a call for evidence. Thank you.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Mayor Ellis, Irene Campbell, Paula Barker, Andy MacDonald, Kat Eccles, Christine Jardine, Paul Davis, Fleur Anderson, Amanda Hack, Luke Meyer, Steve Darling and myself.
Dr. Simon Offer.
Thank you very much. Domestic Energy Efficiency Call for Evidence Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of January.
Friday the 16th of January. Well done. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Ways and Means. Adjourn debate on question.
Now.
I would like to draw the House's attention to two minor corrections that have been made to the text of Resolution 59 and the title of Resolution 98. A revised version of the resolution paper is available in the vote office and online. It includes a note setting out the corrections that have been made, and with the exception of frontbench speeches, there will be an immediate 4-minute time limit. The question is, as on the order paper, Secretary of State, Wes Streeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin, if I may, just by addressing the BMA's reckless call for its members to strike in the run-up to Christmas. This is a cynical choice, coming as flu cases surge and we enter the most dangerous time of year for hospitals. And it is completely unjustified. After a 28.9% pay rise, the government offered to create more jobs and put money back in resident doctors' pockets. The BMA rejected that out of hand. My door has always been open, I've never walked away from the table, and I stand ready to do a deal that puts patients first. And we will prepare for this round of strike action. I'm extremely proud of the hard work and performance of NHS leaders and frontline staff who did so well to minimise costs and minimise disruption during recent rounds of strike action. In fact, at the most recent round of strike action, we were able to maintain planned elective activity to cut waiting lists at 95%. But I must be honest with the House and with the country. If this strike goes ahead, this time will be different. Our hospitals are running hot, the pressures are enormous, and that is why I urge the BMA not to go ahead. Not only are they putting the progress we're making together in the NHS at risk, they are threatening to do so in the worst way and at the worst time possible. And I give way to my friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I thank him for his comments there. Would he agree with me, the hard-working staff at St Thomas's Hospital across the bridge, dealing with patients from right across the country, including many patients who've had those surgeries and operations booked in for many months, still kept the show going during those last round of strikes? And would the Secretary of State please do everything within his power to make sure this strike doesn't go ahead?
I can certainly give my honourable friend that assurance, and I absolutely endorse what she says about our local hospital, a hospital I know very well. And I do genuinely want to thank frontline NHS staff, without whom the performance we're seeing and the improvements we're seeing simply would not be possible. Let me turn now to the substance of this debate. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was once a time, not long ago, where this place was bound in consensus around a number of issues addressed by this budget. We used to be united on the need for a National Health Service as a publicly funded public service, free at the point of use. The last Labour government built a shared conviction that in 21st century Britain, no child should grow up shackled by the scourge of poverty. And on public health, you could go back as far as the government of Benjamin Disraeli to find a Conservative Prime Minister committed to public health in a way that Labour and Conservative Prime Ministers have been in my lifetime. We didn't always agree on how to get there, but there was at least agreement on the destination. But as the parties opposite here lurch to the right, consensus after consensus is breaking. Old battles. Admittedly, the Liberal Democrats have moved further to the left since their days in coalition, that's true. Maybe don't lead with your chins on that one, comrades. Regardless of our friends here on the centre-left, old battles that were won must now be fought all over again. And so the task force to Labour, not just to cut waiting lists, improve the health of the nation, and lift children out of poverty, but to win the argument and to win hearts and minds. To persuade people that we can and we must help people lead healthier, longer lives free from preventable disease. That we can and we must rebuild our National Health Service as a public service, free at the point of need. And that we can and we must give every child the best possible start in life, free from the scourge of poverty. Labour has won these fights before, and we will win them again. I'll give way to Honourable Gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. He knows, because his department shares the responsibility for SEND education, that is a major challenge facing the young people whose opportunity he so rightly champions. Can he clarify for the House how the announcement that the government will take responsibility for that from 2028 will alleviate the growing size of the deficits facing many county councils across this country, which is estimated to grow into nearly 17 billion by the time the national government takes over?
Well, that is a good question, and I can give the honourable gentleman the assurance that my department is working closely with the Secretary of State for Education and colleagues right across government to make sure that we get this right. We do have growing levels of need for children with special educational need and disabilities. All of us will see through our casework, let alone the debates in this House, the unmet need and the impact it is having on children's education, health and life chances. And that is why we are committed to modernise and reform the system so it meets needs and sets children up to not only survive but to thrive, and that is the ambition of this government. On Sunday, the Leader of the Opposition said she would reinstate the two-child limit. At the stroke of a pen, she would plunge 500,000 children back into destitution, shame and hunger. Gone are the days when David Cameron attempted to ape Gordon Brown on the issues of inequality and poverty. In fact, the 2010 Conservative Party manifesto included the word poverty 20 times, committing to an anti-poverty strategy. The 2024 Conservative manifesto mentioned the word once in a chapter on foreign affairs. Was that because, after 14 years of Conservative rule, the stain of child poverty had been removed from our nation? No, of course it wasn't, because the Conservatives plunged 900,000 children into poverty. More than 1 million children relied on food banks last year. And children are being admitted to hospital for malnutrition in 21st century Britain. Yet now this Conservative Party doesn't even pretend to care. And on public health, remember it was George Osborne who introduced the sugar tax. It was Boris Johnson who introduced legislation to ban buy one get one free deals and free refills of fizzy drinks. And today, their successors dismiss these policies as nanny state. Their party is more apologetic about their record on public health than it is about Liz Truss's catastrophic mini-budget. And on the NHS, we are seeing its founding principles contested for the first time in generations. The Leader of the Opposition says, and I quote, "We need to have a serious, cross-party national conversation about charging for healthcare. Well, if she wants one, she's got it, and it will be a short conversation. The answer from this side is no. Over our dead body, we will always defend the NHS as a publicly funded public service, free at the point of use, owned by us, therefore all of us. But of course, it's not just the leader of the opposition. The leader of Reform wants to replace the NHS with an insurance-style system. They want a system where they're obviously not here to advocate their policies. They find it increasingly hard to defend them. They want a system that checks your pockets before your pulse and asks for your credit card before your care. And where is the member for Clacton? He's not normally the shy, retiring type. Unless, of course, he's being asked challenging questions. Questions like, is paracetamol safe? Does he believe in science? Or did he racially abuse schoolchildren? In fact, it is reported that he told a Jewish contemporary at school, and I quote, Hitler was right. Now, admittedly, he was at school a lot longer ago than me. But had I grown up in the aftermath of the Second World War, I think I would remember if I'd supported the losing sides. His politics are a disgrace, he can't stand by his record, and that's why he's not here to defend it, and why he's regularly referred to in his own constituency as Never Hear Nigel. But since we're now in a debate on these issues, let me take on their arguments whether they're here or not. The party opposite say, well, the route out of poverty is work, not welfare. Now, I don't disagree that those who can work should work, but 6 in 10 households impacted by the 2-child limit have at least one parent in work, and they are still in poverty because of low wages and high costs of living. They say it is the responsibility of families, not the state, to ensure children are well fed, and I agree that parents have a responsibility to look after their own children. But life's a bit more complicated than that. And it is far too easy for others who've never walked in the shoes of parents like mine to pass judgment on people whose lives they will never understand. The Conservatives sneer about Benefit Street. They've never been there. They haven't got the first clue what life is like for people living on welfare. They say that lifting the 2-child limit only helps the feckless and irresponsible. So let me tell them about the mum who came to see me at my advice surgery one Friday afternoon with her 3 children in tow. She had fled domestic violence and had been rehoused on the other side of London in a bed and breakfast. That remarkable woman was hand-washing her girl's uniform, doing a 3-hour round trip every day to get her kids to school, and holding down 3 separate jobs at the same time. Please don't tell me that women like her are feckless or irresponsible or on the tail. She is facing down hardships and challenges that would break many of us. And I'll tell members opposite who is feckless and irresponsible. The people who exploited the COVID pandemic, ripped off Britain and lined the pockets of the Conservative Party. They say abolishing the 2-child limit isn't affordable, but it is fully funded, paid for by cracking down on tax avoidance and evasion and a tax on online gambling. What they really mean is that they would make different choices. They would put the interests of gambling firms over the well-being of children. And by labelling it as unaffordable, they betray their view that the prosperity of our country has nothing to do with the talents of its people. But we know that by investing in our people, we are investing in a more prosperous future. Growing up in poverty isn't an inconvenience, it is a trap. On average, the poorest children start school already behind, get worse exam results, are less likely to make it to university, earn less and are more likely to develop long-term illness and end up paying less tax and are more likely to need welfare support and the NHS. So investing in our children is a moral mission. We do not believe it is morally right to punish children because of the circumstances of their birth or the choices of their parents. But this is also a down payment on a better future. It is far better and more cost-effective to invest in children now than pay the price for social failure later. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand here today as the product of the wise investment of the British taxpayer. It was taxpayers' contribution that clothed me, housed me, fed me and educated me when I was growing up. And as a result, I am now in a position to pay back that debt to society and to pay it forward to the next generation too. And we should all be proud that this budget funds the biggest reduction of child poverty at any budget this century. And my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, takes that prize from Gordon Brown, who himself took it from Dennis Healey, because lifting children out of poverty is what Labour governments do. And why is it that every time Labour enters office, there is a moral emergency of child poverty? It is because, since records began, every single Tory government left child poverty higher than they found it. Every single one. And that is why they must never be allowed back in power. Gladly, please do defend keeping children in poverty.
No, I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for intervening. It's my intervention, not his. Can I ask him why he was part of a cabinet that stood by and punished his own colleagues for voting to keep the two-child benefit cap? Why now this sudden conversion, and why this revisionism, and why does he think that most people in this country who are polled actually are against the removal of the two-child benefit cap?
Let me just say two things in response, and I'm almost certain my honourable friends will be delighted that he has intervened in defence of their plight at the hands of the Labour whips. But he knows as well as I do that the whip was removed from some of my honourable friends not because of the substance of the issue they were raising, but because we never ever accept people voting against a King's or Queen's speech from a government. That was the issue. Since he asked me a fair question, he's got an honest answer, and he should just take it on the chin. And let me tell him something else too. He asks why it is that there are many people in our country who believe the two-child cap was the right thing to do. And that is because our Conservative predecessors peddled the myth and the lie that people who are in receipt of welfare are on the take, who are just looking for handouts rather than help. And we take a different view on this side because we recognise, as I have set out, that so many people affected by the two-child poverty are in work and in poverty. That is one of the many scandals of the damage that more than a decade of Conservative rule did. They broke the link between a hard day's work and a fair day's pay. And in addition to the measures that we are taking now on child poverty, to remove the two-child limit, we are also increasing the national minimum wage. We are increasing it even higher for young people. And we are doing this because this is the party of work, this is the party that wants to make work pay, and this is the party that's genuinely committed to waging war on poverty. And just as we must win the argument for lifting children out of poverty, we must win the argument for the founding principles of our NHS. Having left the NHS in the worst crisis in its history, the right now argues that it is unaffordable and should be abandoned. The NHS was broken, but it is not beaten, and Labour is already breathing new life into our health service. Waiting lists are now falling for the first time in 15 years. Ambulances are arriving 10 minutes faster for stroke, sepsis and heart attack cases. Patient satisfaction with GPs is up from 60% to 74%. And nearly 200,000 more patients were given a cancer diagnosis or the all-clear on time. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, with Labour, the NHS is on the road to recovery. And that is in no small part because the Chancellor is reversing 14 years of austerity and investing in our NHS. We promised an extra 2 million more appointments. We've delivered 5 million. We promised to recruit an extra 1,000 GPs. We've recruited 2,500. We promised to end the 8 a.m. scramble, and we've widened the window patients have to request appointments and made booking available online. So a lot done and a lot more to do. And at this budget, we announced the next steps on the road to recovery. 250 new neighbourhood health centres, with the first in Birmingham, Barrow, Truro and Southall. £300 million more to invest in technology to modernise healthcare. And next year we will receive recommendations from Baroness Casey on laying the foundations to build a national care service. So the NHS doesn't just face an existential political challenge from the parties opposite, the Conservative Party and Reform UK, it faces a sustainability challenge. I certainly will.
Giving way, and I really appreciate the announcement about 250 new neighbourhood health centres. But I am concerned for my constituency, a more affluent constituency, which has health centres that were built in the 60s and are genuinely falling apart and need significant investment to be able to make sure that GPs continue to deliver outstanding service to my constituents. Could he provide me with some reassurances or agree to meet with me to discuss how we can make sure that deprivation isn't the only aspect that is considered in that excellent initiative?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right. And of course we want to make sure that investment is deprivation linked. We want to reverse the damage the Conservatives did when they pursued what I would characterise as the Royal Tunbridge Wells strategy, when our former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Richmond, declared with pride to Conservative Party activists that he had taken areas from the poorest communities in the country and funnelled them to the richest. There could be no shorter or clearer exposition of Conservative Party values and politics in action than that claim. To my honourable friend's point, he is absolutely right that within many affluent communities there are also pockets of deprivation, and we have to make sure that the NHS is there for everyone in every part of the country. We're dealing with enormous undercapitalisation in the NHS, totalling some £37 billion identified by the noble Lord Darcy. It will take time to address that challenge, but I think my honourable friend's constituents know from his assiduous hard work and visible campaigning as a constituency MP that he will make sure that their needs and interests are not forgotten or overlooked by this government. And of course, as we improve the health of our health service, we also need to address the health of our nation. Children in England face some of the poorest health outcomes in Europe. Obesity in 4- and 5-year-olds is reaching record levels, a health time bomb that leaves them at greater risk from cancer and heart disease later in life. What kind of start in life are we giving our children? And if we allow it to continue, then what kind of future are we leaving to them? Our children will lead shorter, less healthy lives. Our NHS will buckle under a tidal wave of chronic conditions, and our economy will suffer because businesses will be denied the potential of the next generation. So this Labour government is tackling the sickness in our society, whether it is the extension of the soft drinks industry levy, free school meals, a warm homes discount that reaches millions more, the generational ban on smoking, Arab's law, cutting pollution and cleaning up the air our children breathe. We are combating the drivers of ill health in children's lives: poor diets, damp homes, dirty air, a lack of opportunity. In short, we are tackling poverty. Because every child deserves a healthy start in life, and prevention is better than cure. Now, the leader of Reform says we should instead be educating people to make healthier choices, and I assume he won't be leading from the front on that campaign. But we know that Reform and the Conservatives oppose our agenda to improve public health. They oppose our investment in the NHS. They should just be honest and admit they now oppose the NHS itself. They don't like it, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I challenge them to dispute a single claim I just read. Let me just repeat the charge sheet for their benefit. They oppose our investment in the NHS. Have they not opposed every budget spending review since Labour came to office? Yeah. I mean, honestly, from a sedentary position, the member who doesn't want to intervene, because I think he knows he is leading with his chin on this, wants to suggest that somehow the Conservative Party left a legacy that they could be proud of. They inherited the shortest waiting times and the highest patient satisfaction in history. They left us the longest waiting list and lowest patient satisfaction on record. No wonder so few of them have turned up to defend that shoddy record. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, they oppose our public health agenda, do they not? I thought this was an area where we built consensus, but not under their present leadership. And I have already quoted what their leader has said. Maybe they weren't listening. The country certainly isn't, but I would have thought their own side would at least listen to what the leader of the opposition said. She says she wants a debate about charging for healthcare. Now, I don't know whether they've heard that. I don't know whether they stand by it. Maybe we could just see a simple show of hands, Madam Deputy Speaker. How many of her own side want to see charging for healthcare in the NHS? Nope. Nope, not a single hand has gone up. That doesn't bode well for the future of the Leader of the Opposition, but let's leave the Conservative Party to revel in their irrelevance. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was probably one of the few people who paid any attention to what the Shadow Health Secretary said at the Conservative Party conference. I noticed, Madam Deputy Speaker, he didn't mention a single policy. So I'd say to the party opposite, if we're doing such a bad job, why wouldn't they do anything differently? Would they cut the £26 billion this Labour government is investing in the NHS? And if not, if they oppose this budget, how would they pay for it? And the Conservatives seem to think that the British people are so stupid that they will forget which party wrecked the NHS and led it to the worst crisis in its history. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, this is a government that is cutting waiting lists, giving children a healthier start in life and lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. And in doing so, we are restating the case for universal healthcare, publicly owned, publicly funded, free at the point of use. We are showing that progress is possible after 14 years of decline, that things can get better. Abolishing the two-child limit is not a handout, it is a hand up. Our country cannot prosper while 6 million languish on waiting lists, while 4.5 million children grow up in poverty, and 1 million young people are not in education, employment or training. But if we protect people's health, give them the opportunities to put their talents to use, give them a strong foundation, then they will build a good life for themselves and a better Britain for all. And we can fulfil the promise that has been lost, that tomorrow will be better than today.
I will remind all members that the courtesies of this House do require members to inform other members if they intend to name them in the chamber. Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government are trying to tell the public that this budget was all about taking tough decisions to deliver change, about raising taxes to support the NHS and about pursuing growth and backing business. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are commendable aims, but it simply isn't the reality of what was delivered in the autumn budget. This was a budget for the benefits, paid for by hard-working people. Last year, taxes were hiked by £40 billion. Borrowing went up, inflation went up, unemployment went up, and living standards fell. But at least we were promised by the Chancellor that this was a one-off. She categorically said she wouldn't be coming back for more. But just like the promises made during the general election, this just wasn't true. Then as Halloween approached, we had briefing after briefing, that infamous press conference, markets affected, consumer spending depressed, particularly in the hospitality sector, all leading to one cabinet minister reportedly saying that the handling of the budget from start to finish has been a disaster. I wonder who that could have been. Now, we have another £26 billion in tax rises to fund more welfare because the Prime Minister lacks the backbone to stand up to Labour MPs and make the real hard choices. At the last budget and spending review, big promises were made to the public about how Labour would solve the challenges in the NHS. With a financial settlement, they said would improve patient care, including bringing waiting times back to 18-week standard within 5 years. But we warned at the time that this money was going to get swallowed up, in large part by decisions of the government's own making. The then Chief Financial Officer of NHS England said it was nearly entirely to go on pay awards, national insurance contributions and drug price increases. So what do Labour actually have to show for it? Elective care waiting lists have fallen by less than 2% since October last year. Meanwhile, waiting lists for community health services and for diagnostic scans are rising. Waits to start cancer treatment are increasing. Trauma and orthopaedic are up. Ophthalmology is up. Neurosurgery is up. Gynecology is up. And winter pressures are growing, and long waits in A&E have hit record highs. The truth is, Labour do not have a plan for the NHS. They have fallen into the classic Labour trap, thinking that just issuing a press release saying that they will cut waiting lists will magically make it happen just because now they are in charge. Well, I'm afraid to say that is not how government works. So what has the Secretary of State been focused on? Well, a top-down reorganisation of the NHS that he not only didn't tell anybody about before the election, but explicitly said he would not do. Now, as Conservatives, we support the principle of cutting duplication, reducing bureaucracy and saving on administration costs. Remember, a recent Conservative Secretary of State, the Right Honourable Member for North East Cambridgeshire, reduced the number of civil servants in the Department for Health by around 1 in 6 in a single year. But let's be clear, this was yet another announcement that they have made without any plan for delivery. For months, not one of those ministers has been able to answer any of our questions about how much NHS restructuring would cost, or who would be expected to cover the redundancy packages. And for months, ICBs have been warning that frontline patient services were at risk because they simply do not have the money to do what is being asked of them. And for months, staff were left in limbo, not knowing whether their job would still exist or for how much longer. So we welcome the fact that the budget finally provided some clarity. But shifting money between years means significant risk. The NHS is already behind on its efficiency targets. And if this reorganisation falls short of its goals, no small risk given the performance of this government, then there is an even more significant shortfall to make up in future years, which will hit patient care. There are other elements in the budget that we do welcome for the health service. Focusing on improving productivity is the right thing to do. But whether the extra investment will make any difference in the grand scheme of things remains to be seen. And the neighbourhood health centres can be cautiously welcomed, building on the great success of the Conservatives' efforts to bring care closer to where people live through the Community Diagnostic Centre programme. But has Labour truly learned from the lessons of all the PFI deals they botched back in the 2000s, which NHS trusts are still paying for decades later? And will they be simply moving resources around, or will they be genuinely innovative new ways of working, joining up services and improving patient care experience? I hope it is the latter, because shuffling the deck chairs into new buildings will not deliver the benefits for patients that they deserve. But despite these few bright spots, it simply isn't true for the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and others to justify this latest tax grab as being to protect the NHS. As the NHS Confederation noted this year's budget did not have a health focus. And that means we are left with a lot of unanswered questions. The OBR specifically raised 2 risks to health spending. First is the doctors' strike, which the Health Secretary has failed to resolve, despite in opposition making it sound that it was so easy to do so. I'll give him credit, he did briefly end them for a few short months, but then that was by caving in to the BMA's demands in return for no productivity or modernisation reforms. We warned him that giving in to the trade unions will only see them coming back for more, and indeed here we are, with patients and taxpayers paying the price and no end in sight. The OBR confirmed that strikes have already cost £500 million and warned about further strikes. And now it's been confirmed at the worst time of year, just before Christmas, they're out again. I give way.
I thank the right honourable member for giving way on that point. Would he care to remind us how much the NHS strikes cost under his government's watch?
Well, we didn't spend tens of billions of pounds in pay rises just for the same old problem to come back again. What there should have been is proper reform and conditions to those pay rises, but they didn't make that, and here we are again. The NHS Confederation has also warned that local services cannot continue to absorb the costs of ongoing strike by the BMA without consequences to patient care. And I pay tribute also to those frontline staff who have been trying to keep everything going. I remind him that we have the answer. Ban doctors from striking like the army and the police and introduce minimum service levels using the legislation we passed in government. This will protect patients and protect taxpayers, so why won't he do it? And their employment rights bill is going to make things much, much worse, because they are reducing the threshold needed to call a strike, and there will be no minimal service levels. In addition, this government have shown that they can't stand up to the unions, and by pushing up inflation, this budget will make it harder to reach pay settlements across the rest of the NHS workforce. Even an additional rise in NHS pay of just 1% above what he has included in his PRB evidence would create another £1.5 billion hole in his budget. So is he confident that he can head off wider industrial action with a 2.5% offer, especially given that benefits are rising much faster under this government? The OBR have also raised the unknown risk of increasing drug prices. Now, from my understanding, the spending review assumed that spending on branded medicines would rise by 25%, or 3.3 billion, between 2025-26 and 2028-29. Will he clarify, therefore, or will the Minister, when summing up, what happens if the negotiated price costs more than what was assumed in the spending review? The rest of the money is surely intended to be used to deliver more care and cut waiting lists. So are frontline services at risk? And the budget last week also, of course.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Health Secretary for giving way. We should be clear that the deal that's been struck with the United States is the first and only deal with the United States that secures 0% tariffs and mitigations against most favoured nation pricing. It will make sure that patients get access to good drugs. And for the avoidance of any doubt, while some of the costs are unpredictable because of the complexity of how medicines pricing is done, of course, we will not cut NHS budgets to fund the pharma deal.
Well, we will see what happens. It'll be interesting, therefore, to know exactly where it will come from. I'm afraid he just said that if the prices go up, there will be no cuts to it. But where will the money come from? Which other part of a National Health Service and social care will the money come from? We will have to wait and see. Now, the budget last week also made no mention of social care. After all, the only plan that Labour has is to delay coming up with a plan for a few more years, despite the urgency and the scale of the challenge that we face. Now, many of us entered the cross-party talks in really good faith, and they were encouraging. But we've only met once. Surely we should be getting on with it. I think the message was loud and clear that we want to work together, but we want to get on with it. So please, can we have another meeting so that we can get on with this really important issue? And it's not quite true to say that social care is unaffected by what was announced. The increase in the national living wage will be welcomed by those on the lowest incomes, but the Nuffield Trust estimate that it will cost social care sector £1.2 billion. They are already struggling with last year's national insurance contributions hike. So who will pay for this? Will there be funding cuts to other parts of the health budget? Will self-funders have to fork out yet more again? Or will it be passed on to local authorities, inevitably leading to council tax rises? And what impact will these national living wage increases have on wider pay in the sector? Finally, yes.
And I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I feel, however, he's talking at two completely opposite ends. He says his party wants to invest and find a way forward on social care, but yet he's opposing something very minimal that's happening now, which will raise the standard and the living standards of those who work in the industry. So which one is it? Does he want to invest in social care or not?
I'm raising the question of who's going to pay for it. There's no detail in anything this government does. It's full of plans and no delivery. And the sectors that I've been meeting with are asking those questions. Where is the money coming from? Of course I will.
Grateful, Madam Deputy, to my right honourable friend. And my right honourable friend worked in the hospice sector, especially in the children's hospice sector, long before he came to this place. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the pressures on hospices, which are basically run by charitable contributions, have not really been taken into account in all of the budget measures that have come since this government came into power?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. Let me tell you, from 16 years of working in the hospice movement, primarily as the head of fundraising, if you are suddenly asked to find literally nearly £100,000 overnight, that is almost impossible. It is therefore not surprising that we are seeing hospices up and down this country cutting the number of beds that are available. In some instances, up to 40% of their beds are being cut. What does that do? It then means that those people will end up having to be in hospital beds, putting more pressure on our hospitals at a time when we are going into winter. I'll give way.
The right gentleman giving way from that. One of the things he talked about just then on adult social care was about listing on who could pay for this. But one of the things he omitted, and I think it's quite telling, is the number of private equity companies now that are extracting vast profit from adult social care. He didn't mention them. He didn't mention them taking a hit to their profit. Perhaps he would. Perhaps they could also pay for some of it as well.
Well, I was understanding that actually in the Secretary of State's 10-year plan, he wanted more involvement from the private sector. Perhaps he needs to have a conversation with his colleague on the front bench and see how that goes. And in fact, if he wants, he can invite me along, because I'd be quite happy to observe that conversation. Anyway, finally, look, the budget also did not mention any of the issues that matter to many of our constituents. Mental health, hospice and palliative care, although I do welcome the announcement of the framework and I look forward to seeing that. Dentistry, general practice, nothing. And what about the government's upcoming plans and strategies? The workforce plan, delayed. The cancer plan, delayed. The independent review of maternity and neonatal services, delayed. Nothing new was announced, suggesting that any resources to deliver the plans will have to come from existing budgets. So, what are this government actually doing for the NHS? Not just press releases and the reviews, but actual action. More money without a plan for reform. No strategy to end the strikes or help patients and staff this winter. They can't deliver the reforms to social care the country needs because the Prime Minister came into office without a plan and does not have the backbone to make the tough decisions. And they are still too distracted working out how to abolish NHS England to cut waiting lists. The Secretary of State claims Labour are investing in the NHS, but that suggests you get some kind of return on your money. And it is clear that Labour do not have a plan to achieve the targets they have set out. This is a budget where taxpayers are being asked to pay for benefits, not the NHS. And they need to own that. Of course, we wish them well. We want them to cut waiting lists. We want care to improve. And we want patients to get better more quickly. But their actions do not match their rhetoric. And their plan is little more than an objective with no method to getting there. For the sake of all of our constituents, I hope the Health Secretary can put his leadership ambitions to one side, focus on the job he has and not the next he wants, because he fails to deliver, this will be his last.
Debbie Abrahams. Deputy Speaker. This was a positive, progressive budget with fairness at its heart. These fiscal decisions will benefit most people, but particularly those who've been really struggling with the cost of living crisis over recent years. Those with the broadest shoulders have been asked to do their fair share of the heavy lifting, with all but the top 10% income households seeing the proportion of their net income increased by 28-29. Fairer policies benefit us all, not just the recipients. As the IMF has shown, reducing income inequality stimulates growth, but we also know fairer societies improve educational attainment, social mobility, trust between communities, health status, and much more. Collectively, these tax reforms are forecast to raise over $8 billion in 2029, 30 from wealth and the wealthy. The total package of tax changes has allowed the Chancellor to make some incredibly important decisions to help with the cost of living crisis, to boost living standards, including increasing the minimum wage and living wage, increasing the state pension, freezing rail fares and fuel duty, cutting £150 from next year's energy bills. But I particularly want to talk about the abolition of the so-called two-child limit. It's now believed this measure has driven the increase in child poverty from 3.6 million in 2010 to 4.5 million in 2024, causing a multitude of poverty-related harms, including an increase in the prevalence of young people not in education, employment or training. You're 5 times more likely to be NEET if you experience childhood poverty, and more than half of the current NEET population belong to this cohort. By getting rid of this harmful, damaging policy, 350,000 children will be lifted out of poverty almost immediately, and another 150,000 would be prevented from being drawn into poverty over the life of this Parliament. I want to commend the former Work and Pensions Secretary and Employment Minister as well for bringing forward spending on employment support. I know that the current Employment Minister is also keen to continue this work and escalate it. Analysis commissioned by the Work and Pensions Select Committee showed that supportive employment programmes like New Deal for young people and New Deal for disabled people that we introduced in the former Labour government in the noughties led to between 5 and 11% of this group getting into sustained employment for a minimum of 3 years. Applying this approach to this current group of unemployed and economically inactive people would ensure that, for example, schemes like Connect to Work, Work Well, and individual placement and support could increase employment by at least 5%, generating savings to the Exchequer of £20 billion by the end of this Parliament. I will do.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I wonder if she joins me in recognising the work of charities like Kirkcaldy Food Bank and Kirkcaldy YMCA, who earlier this year joined me in Parliament to call upon the then Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, who they met, to lift the two-child cap. They underlined the need for this cruel policy to be scrapped. Indeed, Kirkcaldy Food Bank has fed 833 children so far this year. They have welcomed the lifting of the cap, and does she join me in recognising that lifting the two-child cap was the only possible step to ensure that child poverty levels go down instead of up?
I absolutely agree with them. It isn't a shame that we need food banks at all. This is the state that we have inherited, unfortunately. I also want to commend the Health Secretary and the work that has been done in terms of the increase in capital investment in the NHS, which will boost NHS productivity. And I want to refer very quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker, to recent Health Equity North analysis, Health for Wealth, which showed that by reducing the inequalities between the North and the South, and improving health in the North, we know that we can then increase productivity by, again, 18 billion a year. And I hope that in terms of the health inequalities weighting around resource allocation, that is, again, something that we can focus on too. My final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to mention the commitment to index pre-1997 accrued pensions for inflation, capped at 2.5%, where scheme rules allow. This means that pensioners whose pension schemes became insolvent through no fault of their own and have failed to keep pace with inflation will now have this rectified. This will benefit more than 250,000 Pension Protection Fund and Financial Assurance Scheme members. And I want to pay credit to the Pensions Action Group, as well as to private pensioners, and to the Pensions Minister for listening to me. This was a very good budget, and it gives hope, particularly to my constituents and others like them. So I'm very grateful. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The NHS continues to face a historic crisis after years of mismanagement by the last Conservative government. Their dire legacy is still felt across the country, with hospitals crumbling, dental deserts across England, not least in my own constituency of North Shropshire, a mental health crisis, and many people reporting a struggle to access their GP, waiting hours for an ambulance, or suffering in crammed hospital corridors. And the British people deserve better than that. Now, Liberal Democrats welcome efforts to bring down the sky-high waiting list left out by the previous government, and there have been green shoots of recovery across the country. In the trust that serves my constituents, Shrewsbury and Telford Hospital Trust, we've seen that the 28-day faster diagnosis standard performance reached 80.1%, their highest on record. I'd like to thank all the hard-working hospital staff there and across the country who are working tirelessly at the moment to improve the situation. Now, there are some welcome individual announcements in this budget. The prescription price freeze is clearly the right thing to do, and we strongly support protecting victims of the infected blood scandal and their families from inheritance tax. It's unacceptable injustice for bereaved families to lose out just because their loved ones died waiting for compensation. We also, Madam Deputy Speaker, support the lifting of the two-child benefit cap, because it is the type of investment that will reap savings in the future, as well as correct a moral injury. But I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, that overall this budget doesn't meet the moment. The government's treading water on its spending commitments, and hundreds of millions look to be set to drain from services to fund a medicines price hike. From the Office of Budget Responsibilities report, it's not clear whether frontline NHS services will be raided to pay higher prices for branded medicines at the behest of President Trump. On top of the billions already anticipated in the spending review, because Number 10's briefing suggests it will come from the NHS budget, yet we've just heard from the Secretary of State at the dispatch box that it won't. So I think a statement to this House at some point clarifying the details would be most welcome. Yesterday, we learned, as I was saying, that the government's capitulated to the US government and will increase the spending on medicines by 0.3% of GDP, more than the value derived from some trade deals, or from about 9.5% of its budget to 12%. And we really desperately need to understand how this will be paid for, and clearly that it won't be paid for by the cutting of frontline services. The Secretary of State has previously said that he would not allow the NHS to be ripped off by these drug companies, and I hope that he will confirm that that will be the case in the closing remarks from the Minister. Now, the life sciences sector is vital to the UK. But rather than defund vital NHS services, Liberal Democrats urge the government to take real actions to strengthen it, with a new bespoke customs union with the EU to slash red tape, along with a major boost to research and development funding so that new drugs can be brought online as quickly as possible. But NHS spending should be targeted where our health service really needs it, ending the crisis in GP services so everyone has the right to see a GP in 7 days or 24 hours if it's urgent, guaranteeing 100% of patients are treated for cancer within 62 days of an urgent referral, and ending unacceptable degrading corridor care. I urge the government to adopt these proposals without delay to protect patients and to prevent trust in our NHS from being irrevocably broken. One of the most visible symptoms of decline is our crumbling hospitals and the degrading scenes that became commonplace under the Conservatives. Those patients falsely promised a new hospital by the Conservatives will continue to be bitterly disappointed. Now, we all know that the 40 new hospitals promised to patients weren't 40, they weren't necessarily new, and they weren't all hospitals, and that there was no plan to fund them. But this government has chosen not to pledge new investment, and that means that the maintenance backlog will continue to balloon at eye-watering levels. It climbs from 13.8 billion in 2023-24 to an astonishing 15.9 billion in 24-25. The Chancellor should have guaranteed that no patient, doctor or nurse faces the indignity of substandard, broken and frankly unsafe estates. We appreciate the pressure on public finances, but holding back on these improvements is a false economy when a fortune is being spent papering over the cracks to keep substandard buildings that should be condemned limping on. The repair backlog at the sites of new hospitals is set to reach, in a second, nearly £6 billion by the time that construction is due to start. Liberal Democrats will continue to champion investment in our crumbling NHS buildings to protect patients, to protect hard-working NHS staff and to protect the taxpayer. And I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady. She is outlining an extensive programme of capital expenditure on the National Health Service. We've just had the largest set of budget increases in the history of this country between last year and this year. Are the Liberal Democrats therefore proposing that we should tax the British public even further to pay for the kind of thing that she's just describing?
Well, I'm sure if the honourable gentleman had listened to our leader's budget response, he would understand that we wouldn't propose taxing the British taxpayer further, that we would sign a customs union deal with the EU and create £25 billion of extra tax revenue every year without going back to the British taxpayer. The crisis in our NHS is perhaps most acute in our community services. For all the welcome promises on shifting care from hospital to community and treatment to prevention, the truth is that local health services are on their knees, with record waits to see a GP. Liberal Democrats have championed new investment, and we of course welcome the government's announcement on neighbourhood health centres. But unless we see health centres in every community, one second more, with investment to ensure everyone can see a GP within a week as a legal right and to restore public health funding, it risks being an expensive failure. I give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way on neighbourhood health plans. St Dunstan's House Health and Wellbeing Centre and West Mendip PCN are seeking to put together a preventative approach to crime, social and mental health issues within the area of Glastonbury. So does my honourable friend agree with me that this innovative community-based project should be included in the second wave of neighbourhood health scheme applications?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and that kind of innovative community-led approach I think is something that we would all welcome across the country to improve local health services. Now, on the community neighbourhood health centres, 250 by 2035 is clearly a welcome step. But there are 543 constituencies in England, and many communities will remain underserved. If you take, for example, my own constituency of North Shropshire, which is part of the pilot for neighbourhood health centres, and we're grateful for that, the numbers indicate that there may be one neighbourhood health centre, but the constituency has 5 market towns spread over a large distance and with different catchment areas. It isn't one neighbourhood, and investment in our general practices is essential to ensure that people can continue to access primary care when they need it. Now, I know that neighbourhood health is not just about buildings, it's about how teams operate. But when so many local practices are constrained by the physical space they must work in, buildings are quite an important part of the puzzle. In rural and coastal communities, there's a danger that they continue to remain underserved and isolated, unable to access services that may be many miles away, only reachable by a private car.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Give
way. She and I both have rural constituencies that face similar challenges. Businesses in North Norfolk already face extra struggles to stay afloat, like training and retaining staff, finding affordable premises, even things as simple as getting a strong and reliable phone and internet connection. Does she share my frustration at last week's budget? Rather than tackling those problems, has just lumbered rural businesses with more tax, more costs and more stress for the future?
Well, I thank him for his intervention, and I do share his frustration. But perhaps the most glaring and alarming omission of all in this budget is that the words adult social care do not appear. The sector's already stretched to breaking point, and now suffering from the government's 2024 Employers' National Insurance hike, which is unfunded for most businesses operating in that sector. The pressure is clearly reflected in the Directors of Adult Social Services 2025 Spring Survey, which found that 3/4 of directors have only partial or no confidence that their budgets are sufficient to meet their legal duties on prevention and wellbeing. This is not only terrible for disabled and vulnerable people, it's a disaster for the NHS. 1 in 7 hospital beds are taken by someone who should be discharged, but for whom there is no appropriate social care package, and so the situation could not be more pressing. We need the cross-party talks to move far more quickly. There's only been one meeting, as we've heard, back in September, and there are no current plans for further engagement. I would ask the Prime Minister to lead these talks and treat them with the serious and urgency they deserve. And we need a solution to provide the social care beds that are needed to stop a devastating winter crisis. 2028 is too late for that. Yeah. In addition to spiralling NIC costs, there's increasing demand and huge staff shortages in the sector, and an immigration policy clearly designed to disincentivise overseas workers in this area. There's no clear plan to ensure how these vacancies are filled. So in formulating their 10-year workforce plan, Liberal Democrats urged the government to introduce a funded higher carers minimum wage and a new Royal College of Care Workers to improve training and career progression and give carers the recognition they deserve. When social care isn't available, it is family carers who must step in to fill the need. A fairer deal for family carers, such as guaranteeing more respite care and introducing paid carers leave, would enable many to continue caring for longer at home. We want to see more support for young carers in school by introducing a young carers pupil premium. These are simple but potentially transformational steps in supporting the millions of carers without whom our health service would collapse. Now, winter is quickly closing in, and there are signs that the annual winter crisis could be even worse this year, having already become a year-round perma-crisis. The budget should have funded an emergency package to prevent A&Es collapsing this winter. Liberal Democrats have been calling for 1,000 extra hospital beds, emergency social care places to free up places in hospitals, a recruitment and retention drive to increase the number of out-of-hours GPs, and a qualified clinician in every A&E waiting room to protect patients who are at risk but stuck on trolleys. Without these measures, there's a significant risk of another winter of harrowing scenes, of corridor care and ambulances queuing outside hospitals that should have no place in our society. So when we take a step back, what does this budget really mean for the NHS? The topic of today's debate is investment and renewal. But this budget means cost pressures are left unaddressed and reforms that are confused and disorientating. Inflation is now forecast to run higher than the budget that the Department of Health and Social Care set back in March 2025 for the spending review. As a result, average real terms growth in departmental budgets has shrunk by 0.1% since then. The OBR notes that spending on branded medicines alone is expected to rise by 25%, an extra £3.3 billion. For context, that's equivalent to the budget for maternity care in England between 2025 and 26 and 2028 and 29. And yesterday's recent agreement confirms that it will be at least this sum, possibly as much as another £6 billion a year, an eye-watering amount. Industrial action could add a further £1.2 billion by 28-29. It's hard to see what will be left to repair our GP services, expand social care, or take any of the other measures needed to lift the NHS off the floor. On top of this, we've no clarity on the impact of the reorganisation of NHS England and ICBs. The chair of the Public Accounts Committee has warned that the department has removed a key piece of the machinery without articulating a clear plan for what comes next, comparing the reforms to that of HS2. The 10-year plan sets out a vision that Liberal Democrats share, but what's missing is any clear explanation of how it will be funded within the spending review settlement. Nowhere across 170 pages is there a credible costing or delivery plan. 5 months on, we still have no idea whether the government can deliver the essential reforms as promised. Unless the government adopts a genuine spend-to-save approach, investing now to prevent greater costs and worse outcomes later, we are at risk of seeing only managed decline, mounting pressure, and the continued loss of faith in the health service. Now, rather than Labour's unfair tax rises, we've set out a number of fair ways to properly fund our public services. Most importantly, this government is refusing to properly fix our broken relationship with Europe. We're calling for a new EU-UK customs union, which can raise more than £25 billion a year. The government would have plenty of time to put this deal in place by 2030, raising billions in extra tax revenue in a fair way after 2030. And we've also called for a targeted windfall tax on the big banks, which would raise £30 billion in total by 2030. So let me take this opportunity to say to the government, you must tackle the crisis at the front door and the back door of the NHS if we are to rescue it. That means investing in public health and early access to community services, including GPs, pharmacists and dentists, so fewer people need to go to hospital in the first place. And it means fixing the crisis in social care to stop so many people being stuck in hospital beds. Only these measures can bring down waiting lists, improve the quality of care and help people live longer, healthier lives. The NHS needs transformational change. The government must wake up from its complacency, or it will be patients who pay the price.
Margaret Mullane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, as this House continues to debate last week's Labour budget, we turn a spotlight to investment and renewal. Thankfully, we've moved on since the Liz Truss budget and we're no longer talking about growing pies. This Labour government is in the business of growing the economy, which has gone up 1.5% this year, alongside less borrowing and lower levels of inflation, helping homeowners with their mortgage rates and enabling businesses to properly invest. The Conservatives and reform would take Britain back to austerity, but we've closed that door. And whilst the popular trend on social media is wandering around with a microphone and doing areas down like Dagenham and Rainham, these divisive campaigns offer no solutions. Labour are making fair choices, such as the incoming mansion tax, allowing us to reinvest in our National Health Service and building on the progress we've already made on appointments and neighbourhood health centres. As the new investment becomes available off the back of this budget, I will keep banging the drum for Queen's Hospital in the hopes of securing the £35 million needed to expand the emergency department and bring down waiting times for my constituents. Dagenham and Rainham has felt the pinch for too long, suffering a cost of living crisis where hard-working families have been pushed to the breadline. It doesn't have to be like this. We are choosing a different path, but it's not without its challenges. Madam Deputy Speaker, we knew there would be tough choices to balance the books after 14 years of a catastrophe, but thankfully some choices are easier to make for Labour politicians. Above all else, this budget was a renewal of our government's contract with ordinary working people who form the backbone of Britain, raising the living wage, minimum wage, and increasing the wages of young workers is putting pounds back into the pockets of my constituents. These measures, coupled with our action to reduce energy bills by £150, a continued freeze on fuel duty, mean that working class communities across the country will now have more to show for their hard work at the end of the month. When it comes to investment in my seat, I could talk about London's largest film studio, the state-of-the-art UCL Pearl Research Facility in Dagenham East, or the up-and-coming new rail station at Bean Park, which I am sure will be delivered under a Labour government. I could mention that only last week I welcomed the Minister for Energy Consumers to my seat for a hydrogen summit at the Centre for Engineering and Manufacturing Excellence, where they unveiled £73 million of investment in jobs and opportunities to build the low-carbon economy of tomorrow. There are lots of promising investment and growth opportunities along the south of my constituency within the Thames Freeport area, and working with Fords, the City of London and the Freeport and our government, I'm sure that from this and future budgets we can deliver on my election promise to bring jobs you can raise a family on back to Dagenham and Rainham. But actually for me, the real story of investment at this budget is our investment in the next generation. An investment which will lift 450,000 children across Britain, including 5,050 children in Dagenham and Rainham, out of poverty as we scrap the two-child benefit cap next April. I want to wrap up with a quote that was often cited by my predecessor. To be truly radical is to make hope possible, rather than despair convincing. That is the mission of a Labour government, and for Dagenham and Rainham, I think this budget begins that work, and thank you.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start on a positive note, and that is to commend the lines on productivity within the Red Book, and for the comments that that various ministers have made around that recently. It has to be the #1 objective to getting our NHS to where it needs to be to deliver for our constituents. I have to say to the Health Secretary, numbers 2 and 3 is probably dentistry and adult social care. And on that I have heard less positive news. Dentistry in particular is still struggling from the units of dental activity created by Gordon Brown back in the day. It has bedevilled the provision of dentistry in this country and is in urgent need of reform. And without that reform, we're not going to make any progress at all on, I would say, one of the principal issues around the health service that are concerning my constituents at the moment. I think a degree of humility is important in all of this when talking about the National Health Service. And I would say that with all due respect to the Health Secretary. Otherwise, he's setting himself up for a fall. Reform within the NHS is fiendishly difficult. And we all remember the ghost, of course, of PFI, which is still stalking the corridors of our hospitals and clinics and will do for some time to come. Now, the day before the Chancellor of the Exchequer gave her pre-budget speech, her boss, the Prime Minister, no less, took the very unusual step of personally presenting a bill at second reading. The bill was admittedly a very important one indeed, and the Prime Minister might possibly have thought, perfectly understandably, that it was too important to be delivered by his Justice Secretary. It was the Public Office Accountability Bill, which begins its committee stage today. Now, at the heart of this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a new duty of candour. And despite its name, it goes well beyond the holders of public office. It carries a legal obligation to act transparently and new criminal offences for misleading the public. And it contains a new code of conduct based on the Nolan principles of selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, leadership, honesty, and imposes appropriate sanctions. Now, lying is a very strong test, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you would call me out of order if I applied it to any honourable or right honourable member. But this government, through its bill, is insisting on another test. It's insisting on a test of candour. And the duty of candour is a noble principle. But nobility can't be confined to one area of the public realm. They have to be universally applicable. And it has to be applied from the top. Now, I'm not accusing anybody of lying, but it should be abundantly clear that in preparing for this budget, the Chancellor of the Exchequer has not approached her duties with the candour she and her colleagues are demanding of others the public has a right to expect and are incorporated in principle, at least, within the bill that the Prime Minister presented at second reading just a few days ago. And I would say that before that bill comes back to the floor of this House, she might like to reflect on the duty of candour as far as it applies to ministers. And I feel a new clause that would make it more difficult for her and her successors to stray into the kind of shenanigans that we've seen over the past couple of months would be most welcome by this House.
The honourable gentleman means to be discussing the budget, not the bill that's in committee. Dr. Andrew Murison.
I'm very grateful for your guidance, Madam Deputy Speaker, because what the Chancellor of the Exchequer what has unfolded since September does not just reflect badly on the Chancellor of the Exchequer or the Prime Minister or the government, but on all of us. Now, on the 17th of September, the OBR...
Marie Rimmer.
I'd like to turn to another measure in this budget that speaks fundamental fairness in our society, the high-value council tax surcharge, known as the mansion tax. Under the previous government, a Band D home in Darlington or Blackpool would cost nearly £300 more in council tax than a 10 million mansion in Mayfair. This cannot be right. Working families are paying more to support their local public services than owners of luxury penthouses. The Tantalus budget will put an end to this. A high-value council tax surcharge will ensure that the multi-million-pound homes that have long escaped their fair contribution will now pay more, easing the burden on other households. But this is about more than domestic fairness. For decades, London's most expensive properties have served as a safety deposit boxes for corrupt wealth from around the world. Russian oligarchs have poured billions into luxury London property, not to live in, not to contribute to our communities, but simply to park their wealth beyond scrutiny. These properties sit empty, increasing in value. while some families struggle with overcrowding and soaring rents, with many people attempting to sleep on the streets. The mansion tax sends a clear message. If you own property in Britain, you will contribute to Britain. If you use our capital as a private vault, you will pay your fair share. And if your wealth is tied to Putin's regime, to corruption and to the exploitation of Russian people, London will no longer offer sanctuary. Our government has intensified pressure on Russia through widespread sanctions. Just in the last year, we sanctioned Russia's two largest oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil, as well as the vessels it has been using to transport its oil and gas around the globe. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must go further than this. It is not enough to freeze Russian assets. We must ensure that these assets are put to work rebuilding what Russia has destroyed. In October, our government joined forces with France and Germany to signal our readiness to use frozen Russian government assets to help Ukraine. But now the time has come for us to put words into action. I urge our government to continue working with our European partners to establish a clear mechanism for using these frozen Russian assets to Ukraine's reconstruction. The principle is simple. Russia bombed it and wrecked it. Russia should pay for its damage. The proceeds from sanctioned oligarchs' frozen wealth should not remain static with Ukraine families while live without electricity, without heating, without homes and with minimal food. This budget shows our government is prepared to make difficult choices in pursuit of fairness. The mansion tax and our strengthened sanctions regime are two sides of the same coin. They represent a Britain that will not tolerate a system rigged in favour of the corrupt and the powerful.
Adam Dodds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The topic of today's debate is investment and renewal. But that is not what people in Yeovil are thinking about after this budget. For my constituents, including many local businesses that came to meet with me yesterday, this is the why bother budget. Why bother, people in Yeovil ask, with weeks of leaks, briefings, flip-flopping on the budget? As David, who supports SMEs, businesses in my constituency, said, all it did in Yeovil was create uncertainty and damage investment. Once we got the budget, people in Yeovil were left asking, why do we bother to trust this government? There were some welcome but long overdue measures, like those that make online gambling companies pay for their fair share, which is good, lower energy bills, which is good, and also lifting children out of poverty. But this government promised to properly grow our economy without taxing working people. But the OBR is clear. The budget has almost no meaningful growth measures at all. What it does have is freeze on income tax thresholds, a stealth tax on working people in Yeovil. Similarly, a 3p a mile tax on electric cars will have a disproportionate impact on drivers in rural constituency. It leaves them thinking, why bother going electric at all? Over the last few days, speaking to businesses across my constituency, it's clear so many are left asking, why do we bother at all? Gareth, who owns a cow and apple, told me he asked why he bothered battling to keep his business going over the last 5 years, just for the government to take and take without even listening, let alone supporting businesses like his. Businesses like the Cake Box in Yeovil are left in an impossible position. Last year, their business rates went through the roof and they had to make staff redundant. Because of this budget, they may be looking at more or at rising costs, both of which will damage businesses. While the government wants to introduce lower business rate multipliers, that is not enough, particularly if higher valuations just cancel these lower multipliers out. So ultimately, people in my constituency are left asking, why bother with a budget that doesn't deliver what this country really needs? Growth in the economy. What we needed was some ambition from the Chancellor, so here are some policies the government should have bothered with. A windfall tax on the QE relative parts of the profits that big banks have received, raising $30 billion for taxpayers over 5.5 years. An increase in digital service tax on social media giants, replacing the broken business rate system with a commercial landowner levy, a reverse of damaging national insurance and family farm tax, a 5% reduction in VAT for hospitality sector over the next 17 months to keep them afloat. That's it, keep them afloat. And finally, we need a better trade deal with the EU, like Liberal Democrats have been calling for. This could raise more than £25 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government failed to deliver any new ideas just when we need them most. But please just still ours. Our communities need more and they deserve better.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm listening to this debate, and I'm discombobulated. I really am. I really, really am. We had the Shadow Minister, the Honourable Member for Daventry, spoke for 20 minutes, never mentioned why his party and others absolutely oppose withdrawing the two-child cap. You know, in this country, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've got kids suffering from scurvy, beriberi, rickets, among many other diseases caused by malnutrition. And you know what? He's opposed lifting children out of poverty. You're an absolute disgrace.
Mr Lavery, you'll be aware that you just called me an absolute disgrace with that phrase. I'm taking it badly. Ian Lavery.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would never dream of calling you a disgrace. You're far from that. But I was pointing at the two gentlemen on the front bench. Getting back to the reality. Why did the honourable gentleman not mention why they oppose, in a country where we are one of the richest economies in the world? Why are we not feeding the kids? Why are you not making sure that kids in every constituency in this country are fed when they go to school and they get equal opportunities? They fill their bellies, they can learn, and they get a better opportunity later. And why is there opposition? Why did the Conservative Party in the media, in the press over the weekend continually have a go at the Labour Party about Benefit Street? Typical, reverting to type. Well, I'll tell you something, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's 3,000 kids in my constituency of Blythe and Ashington who will benefit greatly as a result of that. Just that one policy. I'm proud that we've looked at that and we've done exactly what we've done, and I just cannot believe why people oppose it. I used to have loads of respect for at least one of the front bench. Just with the time I've got left, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to just mention the efforts of the Labour Party front bench with regards to the inclusion of the BC SSS, the pensions for many mine workers who work underground, and they've now, like the Labour Party promised in the manifesto of 2024, where the MPS have now agreed to pay the money back from the Special Reserve Fund to the pensioners themselves. It's a great move, and people will remember this, because it's 14 years when the party opposite refused to pay a single halfpenny to miners who would work their socks off in the pursuit of black coal for this country. I think there's a lot to do. We need to look at a wealth tax. We need to make sure that these billionaires and millionaires aren't left. If they want to go to Dubai, Madam Deputy Speaker, bye-bye. Nick off to Dubai. Thank you very much.
Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's good to be able to make my presentation today after a past few days of drama, when the budget is meant to be a showcase for this place. Now, the Conservatives will be well aware of past years when, of course, budgets unravel in the days just after it's delivered. But I have to say, I think we were all finding it it was quite something to see the budget unravel in the days before it was even delivered. Now, on these, there are a couple of more serious points. The Scottish Government gets most of its finances from Westminster. We continue to live in an overly centralised state. Now, what I'd like to see, and I'll say this constructively because I know the Secretary of State is a constructive person, the engagement with the devolved administrations is something that should be happening before a budget, not after a budget. And for the First Minister to offer meetings and to get no response is something that is unacceptable, not just for the First Minister of Scotland, but for the First Ministers of Northern Ireland and Wales, who should be afforded a similar courtesy. On the question of the Chancellor, now, we've had a lot of silence from Scottish Labour about the Chancellor over the past few days. A lot of silence. The OBR, now, is she about to disagree? Are going to disagree with her Scottish leader? Please, I'd love to hear it.
Melanie Ward. The honourable member, I thank him for giving way, and he just said he hadn't heard much from Scottish Labour MPs about the Chancellor. So let me take this chance to put on record my thanks and the thanks of my constituents to the Chancellor for making sure that this budget gave £20 million to Kirkcaldy to begin the renewal of our town after almost 2 decades of his party's rule in Scotland.
You know, the money she talks about, we would have had that had we remained in the European Union and had access to the European regional funding that she doesn't want anymore. And I'm astonished there's a split within the Labour Party over what happens to the Chancellor. Now, I'm glad that the Chancellor may have the honourable lady's confidence. But when we hear from the BBC, even the BBC reporting, we were misled. Now, the Chancellor holds a serious post. I think we can all agree with that. When the chair of the OBR has gone, with the Director General of the BBC having recently gone, we have to be sure that the Chancellor has the confidence of this House and those around her. And I don't think we can be sure that that is the case anymore, given the chaos of the past few days. Now, on a more positive note, and I'm going to give the Secretary of State his due. I know that the question of child poverty is something that's close to his heart, as it is to mine, and he speaks passionately and eloquently about that. The Labour Party were chucking out members of Parliament for voting to get rid of the two-child cap. They voted against our motion just a few weeks ago. The leader of the Scottish Labour Party even said a couple of years ago that if we got rid of it, it would spook the markets. The markets haven't been spooked. It's been done. And the Scottish Government were ahead of the game. And what's the only part of the UK where child poverty is falling? Scotland. What's the only part of the UK that now has a Scottish child payment that is driving down child poverty? Scotland. And I would urge the Secretary of State, because I know he's constructive and I know he takes this to heart, that perhaps, I've already given way, that perhaps he will look at the benefits of the Scottish child payment. I'm a believer in solidarity, and I would love to see that being rolled out to the rest of the UK as well, given its successes in Scotland. Did I say that constructively? And I hope that that's something he'll look at, and it is something that he will consider as well. Now, we're talking about renewal. On the energy sector, we've heard about the job losses from Harbour Energy, the latest to announce job losses as a direct consequence of the Energy Profits Levy. The Offshore Energies UK have talked about the loss of thousands of jobs as a result of that levy. Can I remind the House that the UK is about the only state in the world that found oil and gas and never introduced a Future Generations Fund? And why do you have such a fund? Because it's a finite resource and you can invest in the future instead of taxing it out of existence, which is what's happening at the moment. I'm hearing that from my own constituents, and we're hearing it from across the North East of Scotland. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, this. The Prime Minister yesterday mentioned the failure of Brexit, and the Health Secretary has done the same thing. Every day, according to House of Commons figures, every day it's costing the public purse £250 million. It's a disgrace. It is a Tory and Reform failure that all of us are paying for. Trade's down. It's responsible for a large chunk of tax rises, and according to the Mayor of London's own research, 140 billion lower. Can I appeal to the Labour Party? Please start doing something differently from the Conservatives in reform. They failed. Please don't.
Joni Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nobody is more pessimistic about Scotland's future than the SNP. And the first, John Swinney, has been working extremely hard these last couple of days to make sure no inappropriate celebrations are held. One of his complaints that was covered in the press today is that Labour are only cutting energy bills by £150 and double that for the poorest households. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the House are not pessimistic when it comes to Scotland's future. We're optimistic, and more than that, we're backing that optimism with cold, hard cash. £10 billion of additional funding for Scotland has been announced since the Labour Party took office in July last year. That's money that's available because in the United Kingdom we pool resources and we share strengths. Money that can be used to improve our schools, once our greatest pride. They have slid down the international league tables. It could be money come from Labour budgets that can be used to deliver significant improvements in the NHS, and yet under the SNP waiting times keep on rising. It's money that could be tackling crime, something that is needed given the alarming rise in violence in many... Yes, I will.
Further to the previous speaker's remarks about Scotland, where do pregnant mothers have to make a 200-mile round trip to give birth? In my constituency in Scotland, and wouldn't it be great if some of this money was spent to make the maternity service fair for mums?
I couldn't agree more, and more than that, they need to deliver on their promise after promise after promise that they've made about the NHS and absolutely failed to deliver any improvements despite the fact that they've been given a record settlement. The money is out there, but under the tired and wired SNP, the ideas to use it effectively are not. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's my belief that Labour's victory in Scotland's general election rested on the support of three core groups. The first were young families and couples paying their first mortgage. I've met hundreds of such families on the doorstep in East Kilbride, Straven and across our villages. I know the last 18 months has been tough, but we are now delivering for those families. Mortgages costs are down, wages are up. The budget brings new action to cut fuel bills for between £150 and £300 a year. Our second key group of supporters were people in work but who relied on benefits to help pay their bills. For 14 years, they were soft targets for austerity and denounced by the right-wingers as scroungers. Despite so many of them working every hour they could, they increasingly struggled to support themselves and their families. So many were desperate for help to arrive, and help has now arrived. And I am proud to support this redistributive budget. I am proud to have the chance to back a government that does things like twice announcing substantial increases in the minimum wage, abolishing the two-child cap, the despicable rate clause, and legislating for a real terms increase in universal credit. The last measure alone will directly benefit 450,000 households in Scotland. And the third group of that voted for us back in July last year are those aged between 18 and 24. Hundreds of thousands of young people who the SNP government have completely ignored. They're not the ones who live in Glasgow's West End or Edinburgh's Morningside. They don't look to FE colleges to give them training and skills that they need to get on in life. So here I admit that the news that the budget is mixed, because yes, a UK government can invest directly in Grangemouth and so help lead the way in bringing the skills needed for the clean energy future, or it can back Inch Green Dry Dock to help access defence-related jobs. And both of these things are happening thanks to this budget. But no budget can change the SNP's policy of starving FE colleges of money or doing everything it can to block the renewal of Scotland's nuclear fleet. To change any of that, we need to get Anna Sarwar into Hoot House as the First Minister next May, and it is our belief that we can see, if we see that happen, that is our final piece of optimism for Scotland.
Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
This budget is entitled Strong Foundations, Secure Future, but sadly it is anything but, with weak foundations and an insecure future. For all this talk of fair decisions, this budget's biggest scandal is that my constituents in Epping Forest are not being given a fair deal in any way whatsoever. My constituents, like constituents across the House, who work hard to support themselves and their families, who innovate to start businesses and provide jobs, have been deeply let down by this and the previous Labour budget. My constituents and people right across the country will pay more while being deprived of investment in the services they need due to this government's political decisions. My constituents and those of the Health Secretary himself were promised by Labour a full rebuild of Whipps Cross Hospital, as started by the previous Conservative government, with the Health Secretary then going so far as saying he supported the Whipps Won't Wait campaign before the election. As soon as his government were elected, he changed his tune to Whipps Must Wait. And as a result, Whipps Cross now faces a £170 million backlog in maintenance costs due to the government's delay. This rebuild and that of Princess Alexandra Hospital in Harlow, again promised by Labour, are needed by my constituents now. Now, folk in Epping Forest also have some words for the Transport Secretary. The Central Line is consistently delayed and overcrowded, overhot in summer, with screeching rail noise, and the trains are in need of modernisation, all compounded by horrendous graffiti, like something out of Gotham City, which is getting worse day by day. If we want investment, could the Transport Secretary perhaps have a word with the Mayor of London for investment in the Central Line and deterrence for graffiti? All of these decisions that the government has made inflicted before last week, none of which they have reversed with this current budget. The government's plan to jeopardise the heart and lungs of Epping Forest, its precious green belt, under the misleadingly termed grey belt, is completely at odds with our constituents' environment and natural beauty. We need the right homes in the right places, but not this top-down approach. Now, the rise in national insurance contributions in last year's budgets mean that businesses in Epping Forest face a dilemma: stop hiring new staff or freeze pay for existing staff. And this cannot go on moving forward. While the government chooses to be ambiguous when it comes to spending, it can be very clear where they can make savings. They could save £1.8 billion by cancelling their flawed policy on digital ID, or they could save £35 billion on their flawed Chagos Islands policy. Labour are also now waging a war on motorists by hiking fuel duty and disincentivising electric and plug-in hybrid car drivers with a mileage charge. This cannot be sustainable moving forward. What we have seen with this government are political choices from a desperate Labour government, and it is sad that they have completely disregarded our Conservative plans that would help our economy, like scrapping stamp duty or abolishing business rates for retail, hospitality or leisure businesses. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of Epping Forest and the UK deserve better than the retrograde decisions made by this Labour government, and we need to push back against this high tax and low delivery budget.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to welcome the budget and to speak in favour of it. We know that we've experienced difficult economic times of late, but despite this we have a budget that is both solid and fair. Wages are growing more since the start of this Parliament than since 2010, and we've seen interest rates down 5 times since the general election. I particularly welcome the measures that my right honourable friend the Chancellor has taken to help with the cost of living and help with energy bills, and of course the decision to scrap the 2-child cap and raise 500,000 children out of poverty. Earlier this year, I hosted a roundtable discussion with key stakeholders in Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare. Housing providers, Citizens Advice, food banks and others came to Merthyr Town Football Club to meet with me and my honourable friend, the member for Birkenhead, who was Minister for Employment at that time and consulting on the child poverty strategy. The key message from that event was that the single most important thing that the government could do to alleviate child poverty was to scrap the cap. And I'm so pleased that the Chancellor listened and took action. In my constituency alone, around 2,590 children will face a better future and better life chances due to this decision.
Hear, hear.
In addition,
I thank my honourable friend, and like him, I've heard relentlessly from Trafford South Food Bank, from G-Force, from other organisations in my constituency and national charities about the importance of lifting children out of child poverty and the impact this measure will have, including for 1,000 children in my constituency. Does my honourable friend find it surprising that members opposite haven't heard those calls from their constituency organisations?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention and couldn't agree more. And all I can say is that they must be walking around with their eyes closed and their ears shut, because we see it every day in our constituencies, and it's some action that needed to be taken. I'm so glad that this Labour government has taken that action. In addition, freezing fuel duty, increasing the minimum wage and the living wage, and increasing pensions by 4.8% in April will all help reduce the pressures on many of my constituents. I've been working with dozens of my constituents and the Coalfield group of MPs over many months in making the case for the changes to the BCSS pension fund. The £2.3 billion transferred back to the pension pot will mean around £100 a week for around 376 BCSS members in Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare, and builds upon the decision in last year's budget to right a similar injustice with the Mine Workers Pension Fund. Mine workers powered our country and many Welsh communities for decades, and I'm proud that it is this Labour government that is doing right by them. Madam Deputy Speaker, certainly.
I thank my friend for giving way, and just on the note of the BCSS move, I wonder if he joins me in recognising the 290 people in my constituency who will benefit from this, and also in paying tribute to the work of Billy Ogg in my constituency. Billy from Kingseat, who has done so much to campaign for this change alongside so many other former coal board staff.
Gerald Jones.
I absolutely do join her. There's so many people that have worked hard for this, and it's people in our constituency that have wanted this, and it will make such a difference to them and their lives and their prosperity. And I absolutely welcome the decision and join her in congratulating her constituent. Madam Deputy Speaker, fuel prices in some parts of my constituency are often 10p per litre higher than in other parts of the constituency, and in some cases in the same chain. Asda, for example, in Merthyr Tydfil is often 7, 8, 9, 10p per litre dearer than the Asda in Aberdare, which is just bizarre. And they're not the only company that does this. I've written to the suppliers asking for an explanation, and when those explanations were not satisfactory, I've also written to the CMA urging them to take action and undertake a local inquiry. Continuing to freeze fuel duty will help, and I'm pleased that the new fuel finder has been implemented shortly to bring additional pressure on suppliers to keep prices competitive. Thanks to this government's Pride in Place initiative, both Merthyr Tydfil and Rhondda Cynon Taf local authorities will each receive £21.5 million that will be spent on priorities identified by local residents. I'm so pleased that we are moving towards doing things with communities rather than to communities. Empowering local residents is so much more beneficial to our local areas. Madam Deputy Speaker, for many years, coal extractions, we touched on earlier, built wealth right across the UK. It powered the Welsh and the UK economy for decades. However, the previous UK Conservative government failed to support any costs associated with the remediation of coal tips, owing to the fact that it is a devolved area. This Labour government recognised that the legacy of coal and coal tip safety is very much a shared responsibility, and I welcome the £25 million that the government provided in its first Labour budget last year, and building over 3 years a further £118 million to support the vital work to keep our coal tips safe. The funding represents all that the Welsh Government requested to fund the safety works for the rest of this Parliament. With a significant number of Category D tips across Merthyr Tydfil and Rhondda Cynon Taf, this investment is hugely important for my constituents. This is a government determined to act where Tory inaction left communities unsafe. The funding announcement, along with significant investment from the Welsh Government, shows the impact of two Labour governments working together for Wales after years of Tory failure. After years of the previous Conservative government starving Wales of resources, I am pleased that the government is building on the biggest settlement to Wales since devolution, and that this budget provides an additional £1 billion spending power to the Welsh Government through the Barnett formula and by reforming the fiscal framework, funding that will help the Welsh NHS, public services across Wales and benefit my constituencies in Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare. There's much more I could say in terms of the AI growth, the local growth fund, the defence sector deals, the youth guarantee, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, the budget will help so many of my constituency, families, young people, pensioners, and I urge members to support it this evening.
Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just this weekend, The Telegraph reported a secret plot to reverse Brexit by taking this country into a customs union with the EU. Yay. Sign me up for that plot. We'd generate plenty of investment and renewal if we did, but if only that were the case. Because as everyone on the government benches knows and everyone in this House knows, there is an alternative to some of the pain in this budget. The Labour Party knows they don't really need to be hiking taxes on hard-pressed households or battering businesses. There is a better way. Madam Deputy Speaker, depending on which economist you ask, the impact of Brexit has been a hit to GDP as low as 4% or as high as 8%. What is this government's answer? It's a deal with Europe amounting to a boost to GDP of about 0.3% and a trade deal with India amounting to about 0.13%. And, let's not forget, the deal with Trump's America that might be worth something and might be worth not very much or nothing at all yesterday, today or tomorrow, depending on how well the President's Happy Meal is going down. Madam Deputy Speaker, those piddling trade deals are used as evidence for not pursuing closer integration with the economic bloc that covers 41% of our exports and 51% of our imports. Such freedoms we have gained, Madam Deputy Speaker. The freedom for Britain to punch itself in the mouth forever, while Reform and the Conservatives tell us the pain we feel is the sweet taste of freedom champagne and liberty oysters. At least the government now acknowledges there's a problem, but the delusion continues while they argue that anything other than the obvious is the solution. And what is the result of this delusion? British businesses are mired in post-Brexit regulation. The cost of living is up. The size of the state has ballooned, much to the annoyance of the Conservatives, who told us it would get smaller. Taxes at record levels. Our economy is more vulnerable to international shocks. We are all poorer, apart from the Honourable Member for Clacton, who is not there, but whose profitable grift continues and will continue. To compound the problem, we have the sort of budgets this government is now giving this nation. Last year, it decided to make it more expensive.
I just point out that the Honourable Member might like to withdraw the choice of word he used to describe the actions of the member for Clacton.
He's making a lot of money on social media, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm happy to clarify that. And to compound the problem, we have the sort of budgets this government is giving the nation. Last year, it decided to make it more expensive for businesses to employ people. A government that tells us its #1 priority is growth, persists with needless harmful trade barriers, and increase the costs of employing people. That is at best absurd and at worst a dereliction of duty. A short time ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, deep into the weeks of endless leaks and speculation, I met with concerned local businesses. They wanted the government to do something to ease the tax burden, to tread carefully when raising minimum wages. They didn't say they were against them, though, and they wanted to make it easier for them to grow. The opposite has happened. Despite the spin applied last week, here's the feedback. Edward Anderson, who runs 3 pubs in Cheltenham, tells me his combined business rates for the 3 premises will increase by £27,000 a year from April. Andrew Coates tells me that the rates across his 3 premises will rise by £34,500 on top of the impact of the minimum wage rises costing him 25 grand. Why? Madam Deputy Speaker, on occasion, those of us who ask difficult questions of the government about sensitive and divisive matters are shouted down and told we're ignoring the problem. On this matter, the government is absolutely ignoring the problem and the ministers know it. Without properly dealing with the consequences of Brexit by striking a new trade deal with Europe, a customs union leading to single market access and stronger realignment in future, this country is going to continue in the slow lane. And while this government continues to be willfully ignorant of the impact of its actions on the private sector, this country will continue in the slow lane. If the number one priority for this government truly was prosperity, they'd unleash the opportunity for a trade deal with Europe and make it easier to do business here.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget is a good budget. And as a proud Welsh MP, I'm pleased to say this budget delivers for the people of Wales. This budget cuts the cost of living, invests in frontline public services and strengthens our plan for growth. Wales's frontline public services will be the big beneficiaries of the Labour choices at the heart of this budget. By asking those with the broadest shoulders to bear their fair share of tax, getting debt falling and restoring stability to the national finances, the Welsh Government will benefit from the largest financial settlement in the history of devolution. Whilst the Conservatives chose to impose real-term cuts on Wales, this Labour Government is choosing to invest in Wales. I greatly welcome the additional £505 million in funding for Welsh schools, hospitals and other public services delivered through this budget. I also welcome reforms to the Welsh fiscal framework, as committed to in our manifesto, which will provide £425 million in additional spending power, with borrowing limits for capital projects increasing every year. These are important steps to righting the historic wrongs of how Wales has been funded. After 14 years of Conservative failure, Wales has the highest child poverty of any devolved nation in the UK, with almost a third of Welsh children growing up in poverty. This is a stain on our national history. But this budget reverses this trend. Decisions made by this Labour government will see child poverty in Wales falling once again. The scrapping of the two-child benefit cap is one of the biggest steps we will take in our mission to end the injustice of child poverty. Labour choices will see 69,000 children in Wales, more than 1 in every 10, lifted out of poverty and benefiting from greater financial security. Scrapping the cap is not only the right thing to do, it is economically essential. Poverty and inequality remain a massive drain on our economy and our national potential. People in Wales know this instinctively. Fairness is a key national value. It's who we are. The Conservatives and Reform don't get this. That's why they don't understand Wales. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget also rights another historic wrong, as we've heard already from the Honourable Member for Merthyr and Aberdare. And I'm thankful to the Chancellor for listening to him and other Coalfield MPs like myself in returning the investment reserved of the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme to its members. Having met BCSS members recently at the Newbridge Memo, I know how significant this £2.3 billion change will be. One of the people I met at that meeting was Alan Watkins, who worked at Oakdale Colliery in my constituency for 24 years. He started when he was just 16 years old, working at the pit until it closed in 1989. He's now 76. People like Alan have had to wait far too long for justice. Thanks to this change by this Labour government, this wrong will finally be righted. My thanks to all the scheme's members and the trustees, especially Bleddyn Hancock, for his persistence and his never giving up over decades of work. Madam Deputy Speaker, as Chair of the IPPG for Semiconductors, I'm proud that this budget will see an additional £10 million being invested to strengthen skills in the Welsh semiconductor cluster, the world's first compound semiconductor cluster and a real success story for Wales and my constituency of Newport West and Islwyn. Much like the two governments working together at each end of the M4, I hope to see also more joint working between Network Rail and Transport for Wales, because, as we know, the additional investment that the Labour government already announced of £445 million in Wales rail infrastructure, including 5 new stations in South Wales, will be beneficial to all across South Wales. But I would urge the Network Rail and Transport for Wales to go further and working to deliver these ambitions. This budget follows a long Labour tradition of being prudent with a purpose. It is based on Labour choices with Labour values running through it. And our purpose is clear: action on the cost of living, investment in our public services and delivering future growth. I commend this to the House.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget was billed as a plan for renewal, but in Waveney Valley, renewal is measured in what people actually feel. Lower bills, better services, affordable local food, the protection of our irreplaceable natural environment. Yet Kevin, a trustee of the Waveney Food Bank, told me a few days ago that demand continues to grow, reflecting hardship nationwide. Trussell reports that around 14 million people, including 3.8 million children, faced food insecurity last year. Scrapping the 2-child limit in universal credit is very welcome indeed, something I've long called for, but it alone cannot tackle structural poverty. The budget raises £26 billion, but most is held back to expand fiscal headroom rather than easing household pressures. Threshold freezers hit low and middle income families, creating a disproportionate burden on ordinary households, while the wealthiest are still not paying their fair share. Opportunities to tax extreme wealth have been missed, and this decision punishes the many to protect the privileges of the few, while families and public services continue to struggle. Take schools which face severe financial pressure. Head teachers in my constituency of Waveney Valley report cutbacks to subject options and support services, and recruitment and retention remains challenging. Special educational needs are under particular strain. Send has doubled in demand, with deficits rising from 6.6 billion to 13.4 billion in 3 years, and councils warning of insolvency. Thousands of children face long waits for assessments, and schools must meet needs without sufficient staff, training or funding. Urgent action is needed to stabilise Send and schools funding to improve access and support. The budget was also a missed opportunity for farmers already struggling with rising costs and succession pressures. Agricultural property relief remains capped at 1 million per person, hitting ordinary family farms rather than the people I know the government's trying to target, which is those buying up farmland to avoid tax. So along with experts such as Dan Needle, I've argued that the APR threshold should rise to around 10 million to clamp down on tax avoidance without penalising family farms that make little money day to day. Core farm costs have also been frozen. The environmental land management schemes continue to remain underfunded, complex and difficult for smaller farms to access, preventing investment in nature restoration, climate resilient practices and improved animal welfare. The SFI incentive remains closed to new applicants, stalling access to properly funded schemes essential for environmental protection and a secure food supply. The budget promises 250 new neighbourhood health service centres, which I very much welcome. They could restore rural services, and I look forward to seeing them in my market towns across Waveney Valley. But there's no clarity on what this will mean for dentistry, which is already at a crisis point, and also financing the health centres through public-private partnerships raises concerns and questions about long-term costs given the failures of PFI. Public investment must serve patients, not private profit. So in conclusion, this budget makes promises with some welcome elements, but does not deliver the scale of renewal that our country needs. Public services are stretched, farmers are struggling, schools and councils face unsustainable pressures, and families across Waveney Valley continue to battle hardship. Kevin at the Waveney Food Bank hopes that one day he'll be able to close the food bank for good. But on the basis of this budget, there's a long way to go with that.
Law. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the matter of today's debate, investment and renewable, can I firstly express my delight at the establishment of a local publicly owned investment fund for Cornwall, because it is only by investing in the SMEs and supply chains that underlie our most promising industries that we will ensure that the benefits of growth are spread throughout our communities. And I think after a longer period of frenetic fiscal debate than I can remember, I would say we've landed on a consensus that investment is needed to turn our country around, and that where revenue needs to be raised, it must be done so in a way that is beyond a shadow of a doubt progressive and doesn't impact substantially on the finances of working people. So I thank the Chancellor for going not just the extra mile for Cornwall, but also for ensuring that we're putting more pounds in the pockets of working people and allowing them to get on with their lives by cutting their energy bills, by freezing prescriptions, freezing the cost of rail travel and protecting pensioners on low incomes from the effect of fiscal drag, which I've argued for so many times in this place. I welcome the fact that some of mine and rural colleagues' calls for farmers have been heard, although I think that we all know that we must go further to match the intended spirit of these reforms, and that those businesses which just happen to be based on agricultural land should pay their taxes like everyone else, and we need to ensure that we put family farms on the best footing possible to invest in the future of our food production. But as we know, some of the best return on investment we can get comes from investing in our NHS, as we heard so eloquently from the Secretary of State at the start of this debate. In fact, investing in our NHS can sometimes yield a gross value added return of over £10 on every pound spent in the NHS. The same is true of investment in our early childhood education. So I very much welcome the prioritisation of these things in our budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, in August, I set Canny Young Economists the research challenge of squaring the very tricky circle of tax policy that is efficient, pro-growth and progressive. Delivering on each of these is no mean feat at a time of global instability and in the most prolonged period of weak growth gifted by the last government. So I commend the Chancellor on her management of those trade-offs and for delivering a budget that will allow the UK to grow faster than its peers, and a budget that is truly a Labour budget.
Leila Moran.
The Secretary of State was absolutely right. The NHS does need to innovate and renew, and indeed any investment in any budget is welcome. But how this renewal happens and what is prioritised also matters. So while I of course agree that the focus on hospital waiting lists is right, I can also be concerned that the focus on physical health risks deprioritising an underloved but equally important area, mental health. Today, the Health and Social Care Select Committee published its report into community mental health services with a focus on severe mental health. The report is clear. We must take a radical new approach to mental health and, indeed, to the funding that goes with it. While parity of esteem has been enshrined in the NHS Constitution for over a decade, we have not made enough progress. As Lord Darzi outlined, while mental health accounts for over 20% of the disease burden, it receives less than 10% of NHS spend. So worryingly, the share of NHS spending on mental health has fallen again this year. For 5 years, it went up, slowly but surely, 8.05% in 2018 to 9% in 2023. This may not sound like much, but it does represent billions of extra spending. And it did start a little bit to make a difference, particularly in workforce numbers, but you just have to talk to anyone who uses the system. We have a long way to go. So I am bitterly disappointed that the mental health investment standard, that's the principle of increasing the share of ICB spend on mental health each year, has been watered down to be based on flat, real funding growth. That means just keeping up with inflation. And this is an unwelcome finessing of a definition and a backward step. The committee urges the government to change course and further to enshrine the original definition in law. And why? Why spend all this money? Well, there are so many reasons. There's a strong link between mental illness and demand for social care. People with severe mental ill health die, on average, 15 to 20 years earlier. And a CQC survey showed that up to 90% of people with mental health issues want to work, but only 37% are. For people with severe mental illness, this falls to 8%. They aren't lazy. They're sick. So investing in mental health grows the economy and boosts productivity. But of course, money isn't everything. And it's also right that we do this for the people, something I only know too well as the proud partner of someone who happens to have a bipolar diagnosis. They fall through the cracks, denied care for being too well or too ill or not in crisis. They wait years for services, and unlike physical health, there are no targets, and we need national access and waiting time standards now. And the consequences of the system can be tragic. Just ask Diane, one of my constituents, whose son Leon was discharged from the community. He deteriorated, and despite desperate pleas, doctors wouldn't review his case, and he completed suicide. But there is a ray of hope in the system, and that's 24/7 neighbourhood mental health centres. These are open access centres with integrated, holistic models, rooted in communities, everything that our experts by experience ask for. And one staff member said, this is a place that helps people make them feel that they're a skilled person, not an ill person. So we need the funding for these centres to continue, and we want them rolled out across the country. So we urge this government, be bold, take on this leadership, make sure the money's there, and if they do this, our committee will back them every step of the way.
Harry Jeremy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my maiden speech, I detailed how my constituency of South West Norfolk includes 1/3 of all children living in poverty. It is something that I reflect upon often, and it causes me great concern. In amongst the fields and the trees and the pretty villages, poverty is a real issue. There are many reasons why this poverty might exist, but not a single one of those reasons is a fault of the children themselves. And it is for this reason that I support the removal of the two-child cap. I welcome also the above-inflation increase in the state pension, because pensioner poverty is of great concern too, particularly in a rural area like mine, where we struggle with low wages and poor quality housing. The government's commitment to freezing both fuel duty and rail fares will greatly help my constituents, who continue to endure cost of living pressures and the additional expense that comes from living in a rural area with limited public transport options. I welcome the progress that this Labour government is making on these important issues, picking up the pieces after so many years of Conservative austerity with public services at breaking point. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the proposals in relation to agricultural property relief that continue to concern me. And whilst I welcome the concession, it does not address the fundamental flaws. Farming is in crisis. Just this year, we have seen the second worst harvest on record, and confidence is at an all-time low. Longer, hotter summers, drought and flooding, delays to schemes like SFI, biosecurity threats, frustration with planning, permits and licensing, and the dominance of the supermarkets all erode the sustainability of the sector and weaken our food security immeasurably. And whilst the Conservatives might be desperate to paint themselves as the face of rural Britain, farmers in my constituency remember all too well the failures of the past Tory government and the lack of progress over many years. Rather than getting better, life got worse under the Tories in rural Britain. And in a change election, rural Britain revolted. Nowhere was that change more extreme than in my own constituency, which recorded the largest swing from Conservatives to Labour ever in a general election. And whilst the short stint as Prime Minister did my opponent's re-election chances no favours, it was her direct role in selling out British farmers that had already broken the support of many. For it was Liz Truss's signature on many of the Tory government's trade deals that did so much damage, on the top of a litany of other failures. No wonder in the fields of South West Norfolk, where once there were Tory signs aplenty, at last year's election, they were harder to spot than a Reform Party policy. This government has the chance to reset the relationship with rural Britain, and I yearn for those progressive Labour values translated across our green and pleasant lands.
Will the honourable member give way?
Sure.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I wonder if he agrees with me that one of the things that we could do as Labour government is bring forward a dedicated rural strategy which will address a lot of the issues that he's referring to and build for a stronger, better rural Britain.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and it's right that government policies do not always fall equally across the country, and I absolutely welcome the idea of a rural strategy. Because, importantly, if the changes to APR go ahead, they will fail to address one of the key issues. For it will remain the case after the 1st of April that it will still be financially advantageous for the super-rich to purchase agricultural land to avoid inheritance tax. At a rate of 20% as opposed to 40%, it will remain a tax-efficient form of investment. And in Norfolk, as elsewhere, we continue to see large swathes of land purchased by big corporations and the very well-off. This change will therefore not stop this abuse by the celebrities and the billionaires. APR has contributed to overinflated land prices, despite the profitability of farming continuing to be a major challenge. Farmers in my constituency rarely make a return on capital of more than 1%. And farming is so often misunderstood and caught out by the view that land ownership equals wealth. If you own 200 to 400 acres of land, as many of my 500 farmers do, you may well be wealthy if you do something with that land other than farm it. If you continue to farm the land, that value is theoretical and will return very little profit. That should be of huge concern to this country and this government. Farmers in my constituency regard themselves as custodians of the land, and in many ways they provide a public service. I accept, and many in the farming community do, that we need to reform APR, and with a few specific changes, this policy can be improved to better target its impact and provide the support for British farming that I know our government wants to provide. And whilst I accept the economic situation and the appalling legacy of the last Conservative government, the future of farming in this country depends on this government's policy being right.
Last week, I had the pleasure of visiting a very remote part of Wester Ross, a new part of my constituency, and I visited with the intrepid Olivia and Susie from my office. We went first of all to Bad Lurch on the south side of Little Loch Broom, and there I spoke with the crofter, Lisa Stewart. I spoke across the wall of her croft, and she was initially rather startled when I appeared, partly because I was dressed like this, and I think she mistook me for a Mormon missionary. We spoke of many things, one of which was that we had in the past an outreach clinic at Dundonald, where nurses and doctors would attend, and local people, elderly people in particular, could go there with their ailments without having to make the long return trip to Ullapool. But after COVID, this once-a-month service was reduced to once a week. And you can imagine what concern that causes my constituents in this remote area, particularly the elderly, and particularly during winter weather. Now, on the other side of Little Lochbroom, the intrepid trio of us, we travelled in a little open ferry to Scorrig. And I might say the weather was choppy and the wind was getting up, and I, in this suit, got rather soaked by the spray. But in Scorrig, the locals told us about their deep concern about the state of their little jetty at Scorrig and the similar one at Bad Lurch, which we left earlier. And I might point out that Scorrig, while it's on the mainland, is on a peninsula, but is entirely inaccessible by any road. You can only get there by the ferry. Now, if these little jetties, one or other of them, go down, then what? Then people cannot get to see the doctor or the nurse. Then the secondary pupils who spend the week in Ullapool cannot return to their homes for the weekend. Now, there is a point behind all this, and I'll come to it, Madam Deputy Speaker. The point is this, that we heard in the budget that His Majesty's Government is giving the Scottish Government £820 million. And what we would like to know in the remote parts of my constituency is simply this: where does this money go? Because we seem to see precious little of it ever coming to where we need. We need the money to be spent doing up these little jetties. It wouldn't be much money at all to do them up. We need the money spent to keep the clinic in Dundonald open. It's incredibly important to these people. But we always seem to see the money being spent further south. So what I'm arguing for is a degree of transparency in the way the Scottish Government goes about its spending. And I'm not saying for one instant that we in Westminster or the UK Government should tell the Scottish Government how to spend their money. But if we could see where the money was going, then colleagues of any party whatsoever in Holyrood could start to ask the different questions, the questions that should be asked. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to abuse my position in my last minute, simply make this point too, and I think it would help the budget. SSEN are upgrading the grid all over Scotland, and this is a strategic necessity for this country, I accept that. And where they put in a battery, or they propose to put in a battery or new pylons, they are offering financial, inducements or money to local communities that will be affected. The important thing is that the electricity generated in the Western Isles will come by a vast undersea cable up Little Loch Broom, and they will landfall at Dundonald and then thence possibly to where we are today. But the communities either side of that loch, with the cable in the middle of it, Bad Lurch on one side and Scorrig and others, will receive not a penny. And I hope SSEN are listening to us, because I think there's a moral argument that they should take into account these communities as well, and that money would be of enormous assistance to the UK's budget, the Scottish budget. I thank you.
What a nice Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents want to know that decisions taken in the budget are fair, that they are necessary to tackle the long-term challenges this country faces, and that they align with their priorities in their lived experience in daily life. And I think that this budget achieves that, and I want to talk about some very specific measures, beginning with the two-child cap. I have been incredibly frustrated with the level at which the opposition have sought to have this debate about the two-child cap. I think they should hang their heads in shame that they try to present this as an argument between people who work and those who don't, because 60% of the families who will benefit from the abolition of the two-child cap are working families. And I don't think we talk often enough in this place about the fact that 33% of those who claim universal credit are in work. They go out to work every single day and earn their poverty. That is the record of the Conservative Party in government, and they should apologise for it. Then let's talk about the 40% of people who do not work. Many of my constituents have, will have worked at one stage or another and find themselves unemployed for reasons that are outside of their control. Conservative MPs prior to the last election at least had the opportunity to place bets on their future unemployment. My constituents did not manage to do the same, and I think they should reflect on the fact that many people find themselves in that situation through no fault of their own. There were many other measures in the budget aimed at tackling the cost of living for my constituents. Increases to the minimum wage, reductions in their energy bills. And I want to place on record in particular my thanks to the Chancellor for listening to my calls to delay the implementation of changes to the employee car ownership scheme. I heard from many constituents working at Bentley Motors in my constituency about how this would have left them hundreds of pounds a month out of pocket. I'm proud to have advocated on their behalf alongside the Unite Trade Union in making that case, and I thank the Chancellor for listening. I want to also, just briefly in the time I have remaining, touch on investment, and I was delighted to hear the Chancellor in her budget statement recommit to investing in Northern Powerhouse Rail. This is vitally important to my constituency as a proud rail town in the north of England. I would just urge the government to be bold in the announcements that they make on this subject and make sure that we leave open the option for a broader strategy of north-south connectivity as well as east-west connectivity. Delighted with the investments we've made in the NHS. We're already seeing the benefits of that with reduced waiting times and improved patient experience. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on high streets, I thank the Chancellor for listening to my calls for steps to tackle those dodgy vape shops, dodgy shops on our high street. My constituency was the subject of a recent BBC undercover investigation on this very subject. I'm really proud that this government is taking action to tackle that. The government has made fair choices in the budget, right choices in the economic circumstances, and I'm proud to support them.
Brian Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While increased investment in the NHS and the lifting of the two-child benefit cap is very welcome, for the second year in a row, the government has largely failed to deliver on their promise to tackle the cost of living crisis and actually grow the economy. Neglecting to fix our relationship with Europe is overlooking the easiest solution to turbocharging our economy and repairing the mess left by Brexit. A closer, more pragmatic partnership with our closest neighbours, with a customs union, would mean faster growth, improved competitiveness and reduced red tape, holding back small and medium-sized businesses like those in my constituency of Melksham and Devizes. Last week, the owner of a transport company in Broughton Gifford told me he was up until the small hours doing paperwork needed for his company to export to Europe. These businesses want to expand, to export, to hire new staff, and are being held back by a government that doesn't seem to understand or want to understand business. Our hospitality sector tells the same story. In the towns and villages in my constituency, hospitality isn't just an industry, it's an essential part of the social fabric. Having visited a number of outstanding pubs in my constituency, including the British Lion in Devizes and the Lammy in Urchfont, I've spoken to the landlords, staff and customers. They're being squeezed with high energy costs, pressures from supply chains, staffing shortages and rising prices. Wadsworth, a family-run independent brewer and pub company based in Devizes and the producer of the much-loved 6X, are facing increased charges of thousands of pounds with their tenanted pubs, who will, despite the reduced multiplier, be paying an increase of 76% on their business rates, paying on average an extra £12,900 over the next 3 years, with some paying much more. And this will likely lead to pub closures and job losses. And I would remind the Chancellor that a closed pub pays no taxes. So not only a nail in the coffin of one of our most valued assets, namely the great British pub, a major shot in the foot for the Chancellor and her government. The Liberal Democrat policy to cut 5p on VAT for the hospitality sector would have helped these businesses not only survive, but ensure that people can afford the little things that brighten up life. A pint after work, fish and chips on a Friday, a meal with your family shouldn't break the bank. This low-growth, high-tax budget is punishing people, hitting them with stealth taxes on their wages and failing to tackle the actual problems our residents and businesses face, failing to reverse the unpopular and self-defeating farm inheritance tax, or at least raising the threshold so that it protects working family farms. The Lib Dems wanted this to be a budget that was forward-thinking, going for growth, with a deal for Europe, saving our high streets and helping families with the cost of living. It was instead, sadly, a missed opportunity, squandering the chance to deliver the change that is needed. Thank you.
Andy McNay.
Madam Deputy Speaker, our fiscal framework is not working. This is a structure that's supposed to manage compliance with our fiscal rules and so deliver stability and confidence, yet we're seeing quite the opposite. Our current framework's leading to speculation, policy volatility and short-termism. So I want to ask the question, is there a better way? The fundamental problem with the current framework is that it requires the OBR to make binary pass-fail judgments on whether the rules will be met, using highly uncertain forecasts of what the economy might look like in 2029. To compound this, the OBR is only allowed to count the impacts of policies that have a high degree of certainty and evidence. This means for anything new and innovative, it's likely only the costs and not the benefits will be included. So on one hand, we have this requirement for a binary pass-fail judgment, and on the other, massive uncertainties and significant exclusions within the forecast. How are these compatible? And the honest truth is they're not. But it's what the rules currently require, and so focus turns to the midpoint of a probability range. This is called the central point estimate. It's no economic meaning beyond being the midpoint, and it's a number that the OBR openly acknowledges has essentially no chance of being the actual outcome. Yet, it's used as if it is the forecast, giving rise to statements such as the Chancellor has £9.9 billion of headroom. Taken at face value, such statements fundamentally misrepresent the inherent uncertainty. And this forced pass-fail system and excessive focus on point estimates has real-world consequences. For a start, binary judgments risks binary responses. A marginal failure seems a crisis requiring immediate action, whereas a marginal pass is taken to imply everything is fine. Given the massive uncertainties in the forecast, reality is there's actually no difference between the two situations. Overall, this pressure for lurches between crisis and complacency, driving policy recalibrations in response to binary judgments, or indeed changes to forecast methodology, is simply not conducive to policy stability. There is also a damaging effect on policy design. A pass-fail mindset inevitably incentivises funding policies that deliver easily quantified impacts within the forecast timescale, whilst discouraging longer-term, less quantifiable ones. This is especially problematic for the kind of policies we really need most, those that prevent ill health, reduce workloads and manage long-term liabilities. All areas are essential to address if we want to bring down debt over the long term. And inevitably, this all dampens investment and is bad for growth. And of course, speculation and policy volatility are hardly good for the bond rates either. So is there a better way? Many economies and economics and institutions believe so. And firstly, we need to recognise a really important step the Chancellor took at this budget. Moving to a single formal assessment each year reduces the speculation and policy volatility. This is a significant step, and as it will require the Charter of Budget Responsibility to be amended, it opens the possibility for further positive change. One such change is that from 2027, the Charter introduces a tolerance range for the Bollering rule of plus minus 0.5% of GDP. A big improvement, but there's a strong argument for bringing it forward to 2026 and considering a range for the debt rule too. We could go further. The IFS are exploring a traffic light approach based around compliance with a wide range of budget policy objectives. And thinking about longer-term risk risk management, we could do a lot more to capture the long-term costs of inactions and showing how we're offsetting future risks and bringing down long-term debt projections. Proposals have also been made around reforming the OBR's overall remit and methodology, along with revising the role of Treasury. These rightly pose fundamental questions about the best tools for judging compliance. To sum up, our fiscal rules are vital. Maintaining fiscal discipline is an inherent part of delivering a virtuous cycle of investment, growth and renewal. But as a broad agreement, our fiscal framework, with its reliance on highly uncertain forecasts and pass-fail requirements, is leading to speculation, policy volatility and short-termism. We all pay for this through higher borrowing costs and depressed growth. It's clear there's a better way, one that can provide greater stability, enable us to meet fiscal rules and build headroom whilst incentivising long-term growth and demand reduction policies. This is what we should be striving for, and the time to make it happen is now.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to nip out to my delegated legislation committee without missing my spot. I met with businesses this morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's clear that the people who take risk, who invest, create jobs and drive tax receipts are busy scratching their heads to find out some positives from this budget. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a disaster. It's a disaster for everyone in mid-Bedfordshire and right across the country, for young people looking for their first job, for hard-working families and for aspirational business owners and job creators. Our country does need investment and renewal, but we need strong businesses and a strong business environment to pay for it. The Chancellor is delivering the absolute opposite. Just like last year, the Chancellor has launched a calculated assault on all our constituents, and they're now paying the price of spiralling welfare and higher debt costs with their jobs, all to save the Chancellors. The simple truth is this government is backing Benefits Britain, not Alarm Clock Britain. And with broken promises after broken promises, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor is slipping into a black hole of her own making, and it can't come quick enough for most of us. I'll gladly give way.
Honourable Member for giving way. I'd genuinely be interested to know, he asked for any positives. Does he not think that raising more children out of poverty than any other parliament on record is a positive? Would he not welcome that? Does he not think that benefits all of us?
I think absolutely everybody in this House wants to bring children out of poverty. The way to do that is get more families into jobs so that they can afford to bring their children up and take responsibility. Members on this side of the House know that it is business that invests, creates jobs, grows our economy, and that enables investment in our public infrastructure. And the backbone of our economy includes our high streets. Labour members may visit their local pubs and cafes and post on social media expressing just how much they back their high street, even posting about visits to businesses that have since closed. But the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, is they've been standing idly by while the Chancellor has thrown local businesses they rely on and claim to champion under the bus. They did it last year. They'll do it again this year when they vote this budget through, and if the Chancellor comes back for more, as she will, they'll do it again. Let's look at the damage being done to a typical high street pub in Bedfordshire, charged £7,448 in business rates by the last Conservative government, increased after the last budget to £24,309. And whilst local authorities are yet to publish the charge for next year, after the 3-yearly business rate re-evaluation and by abolishing the retail, hospitality and leisure relief, wait for it, the charge is likely to be around £45,000 when transitional relief ends. That's a whopping tax increase before a single penny is taken in sales of roughly 500% over the course of this Parliament. It's an absolute disgrace, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an attack on our ambitious small business owners, on our constituents who leap out of bed at the sound of their alarms, work hard, play by the rules and create jobs. Is it any wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, that many of them are now asking themselves, what's the point? Business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses must be abolished, and that's exactly what the Conservative government will do. And who's paying the price for this? It's the very working people the government pretends to support, especially young people starting out, as I did, washing dishes in the pub, waiting on tables and working in local shops. Whilst members opposite pat themselves on their backs with smiles all around for increasing the minimum wage, they're doing so whilst crushing jobs. It makes absolutely no sense to do this at a point when the market can least afford it. Unemployment is through the roof. 1 million 16 to 24-year-olds and rising are not in education, employment or training. This is an absolute scandal, which this government's economic plan does nothing to fix.
It doesn't make it worse.
Indeed, my honourable friend is absolutely right. It makes it absolutely worse. The benefits of an increased minimum wage are meaningless for those who don't have a wage. We should be investing in a brighter future for young people on aspiration, hard work, investment and wealth. And it's only the Conservatives that have planned to do that. by bearing down on welfare spending, cutting taxes and repealing every job-destroying, anti-business, anti-growth measure in the Employment Rights Bill, by kick-starting young people's working lives with a £5,000 first jobs bonus. I have no time. Backing young people to buy their first home, not, as this government is doing, stifling the chances of a good job, punishing people with higher taxes when they do find employment, pushing graduates into higher student loan repayments and making it harder to save for retirement. The appeal to flee socialist Britain has never been so obvious, nor has it been so easy, and the exodus has already begun.
Tony Abans.
And I'm so sorry the Shadow Health Secretary is no longer in his place. After his astonishing speech, I wanted to invite him to the Black Country, where waiting lists of more than a year are down by 45%. And I think the honourable member for South West Wiltshire managed somehow to compare a speech he disagreed with Hillsborough. That is not worthy of him, and I hope he withdraws it. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget to cut the cost of living. It's a budget to make work pay, putting the national minimum wage up, 2.7 million workers getting a pay rise. Work brings dignity, and everyone who can, should work. But work alone is not always enough to beat the wolves of hunger, cold and want. So in this country, our deal is this. If you do the right thing, work, bring your kids up well, follow the rules, this country will help you in return. In our tradition, we believe in a strong state that helps people lift their heads from daily struggle and gives everyone the freedom to set their own path. And for so many, that means the simple aspiration of having children and building a family. Which is why in this budget we are funding more childcare, free breakfast clubs, free school meals. Is why we will build 1.5 million new homes, end no-fault eviction and ban 0 hours contracts. And with this budget we have one more source of security for working class families. If you get ill or lose your job, if heaven forbid your partner dies, if your husband beats you up and you have to grab your kids and run, the safety net of our welfare state will once again catch you and all of your kids. No child is responsible for the actions of their parents. The happy event of a little one being born shouldn't tip a family into poverty. And whether a 6-year-old eats tonight shouldn't depend on how many sisters and brothers she has. In 2019, many of us watched Dispatches, Britain's breadline kids, and heard Cameron, then aged 9, say we try not to eat too much in a day. It shamed us all. We raged at our lack of power to change it, but now we can. And we will. Ending the 2-child limit at a stroke helps 5,540 children in Tipton, Wednesbury and Coastleigh, 1.6 million nationally, 1 kid in every 9 of our kids. Most families helped are in work, 6 in 10. Loads of them have a disabled member, 4 in 10. None of them deserve poverty. So to the mums with 3 or more kids, using universal credit to top up low wages and high rents, I know how hard you work, how tough it is out there. I know you love your kids fiercely. This is for you. And to the parties opposite, don't talk to me about how families should plan. You've never met a better planner than a single mum on Friar Park, making the money stretch. I say this to my constituents working hard to make ends meet, not always able to afford everything they want. I get it, but I won't apologise. Every child deserves a fair start in life, because this is what a Labour government does. Not the shame and the powerlessness of 9-year-old Cameron telling us he tries not to eat too much, but Labour in government, lower energy bills, higher wages, growth everywhere, not just in London, and lower child poverty. A Labour budget for all of our families.
Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite all the lines to take, the Labour whips have handed their MPs to try and sell this budget as something positive. The reality is very different. The content of this budget is deeply damaging to pensioners, employees, employers and to the wider economy. This is a government which, it appears, is making up reasons to take back double or treble. Whilst the rise in pension is welcome, it is not a new policy. Yes, the protection for pensioners' ISA savings is welcome, but it penalises those who have not yet reached pension age and limits their ability to save. Where do hard-pressed workers get the benefit to invest their money? At the same time, saving into pension schemes has become yet another tax grab. We've been consistently told of a £20 billion black hole, and for weeks we've been fed lines that it has ballooned to £50 million crisis in just 1 year. But now we hear that there is no black hole at all. The OBR have been keeping both the Prime Minister and the Chancellor updated on a bi-weekly basis as to their forecasts. What we now know is that when Labour ministers and the Chancellor were out in the media painting their stories of doom and talking down the situation, creating volatility in the stock market all along, this government knew their briefings were inaccurate. What we have in this budget penalises those who work. I noted a quote yesterday from the Leader of the Opposition that a working family needs to earn £71,000 per year to be as well off as a family of 3 on benefits. This budget is a burden on workers, and it is clear Labour are not the friend of workers. For years in opposition they made great promises to the nation that they would lead, but the reality has been very different. Broken promises, broken manifesto pledges, and they are slowly breaking our country's workers who can't give any more. Looking closer at the budget, the increase in the minimum wage is positive in principle, but it will mean little in practice when employers are hit with the double blow of national insurance rise and the higher wage costs. Retailers and other businesses will inevitably raise prices to cover these additional burdens, perhaps having to make redundancies, wiping out the benefit for many workers. I will give way.
For giving way. Does she agree with me that whilst the party opposite in government pretends that they're the party of fairness, actually this budget is deeply unfair to both your constituents, to her constituents, also my own constituents?
The poorest will become poorer while workers are asked to pay more to support people who come here from overseas and go straight onto benefits with little incentive to work. The system is more lucrative not to work than actually to contribute. It is time this government put British citizens, British workers and British employers first. It is time for the Chancellor to get tough on tax avoidance and offer genuine support to those hard-pressed workers who are doing the right thing and paying their way. But perhaps the most appalling tax grab in this budget is the attack on our family farms. The announcement making BPR and APR transferable is a meaningless gesture and an insult. The family farm death tax remains fully intact. Farmers gain nothing. Across the UK, the picture is grim. The government seems intent on taxing family farms beyond profitability, a tax on death, a tax on tragedy. What can be more immoral? This path will damage agriculture at its core. Farming is the backbone of our nation. Food security is national security. Undermine it and food prices will rise, and we will rely on lower quality imports at higher cost. There is no good news for farmers in this budget. And later on tonight, when we vote on this resolution, do the right thing. Furthermore, the budget does nothing to remove the trade barrier separating Northern Ireland from the rest of the United Kingdom. The £16.6 million package does not change the reality that businesses still face checks, paperwork, delays and extra costs when trading with Great Britain. Remove the checks and you save the £16.6 million immediately. We look with some envy at the Department of Government Efficiency in the United States and wonder why the UK cannot match that level of waste reduction. There are quick, real-time savings available. Cut excess immigration spending. Make work genuinely rewarding. Ensure everyone pays the tax they owe. Halt the costly madness of net zero and tackle waste across government. This budget offers presentation rather than substance. It fails workers, employers, farmers, policing, health, hospitality, and it fails our taxpayers. There is a clear solution. Get tough on immigration, tough on crime, tough on tax evasion, and get our country back to being the envy of the world. That is where we belong.
We're into Joss.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week's budget marked a clear turn away from the damage and austerity of the previous government towards a fairer, stronger country that will deliver on the public's priorities. People in my constituency of Wolverhampton West have already expressed their appreciation in having a Labour budget built from Labour values to overturn 15 years of cuts and chaos. As an on-side youth champion and a frequent visitor to the Way Youth Zone, as well as schools, City of Wolverhampton College, the University of Wolverhampton, Juniper Training and the Wolves Foundation in my constituency, I welcome the increased support for young people. Lifting the 2-child benefit cap paid for by tax on gambling companies will lift 450,000 children out of poverty, including more than 3,000 children in Wolverhampton West. And expanding free breakfast clubs, which includes Penfield School in my constituency, as well as free school meals, will mean that children do not go to school hungry. This is what the NHS wants, to remove child poverty, which will also help the rest of society. And if these children can learn and then earn when older, they will go on to contribute to our economy. Looking after our children, therefore, also makes economic sense. A child growing up in poverty is less likely to work as an adult and earns 25% less age 30. The Youth Guarantee also means that every young person who has been on universal credit for 18 months without earning or learning will be offered a guaranteed paid work placement, with the government investing an additional £725 million to help support apprenticeships, enabling small and medium-sized businesses to offer apprenticeships to our young people at no cost to them. Raising... Yes, I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman. Last week I went to Shipley College in my constituency and met with some of the students there, and they were asking what the Labour government was going to do in terms of providing them with training and employment opportunities. Does my honourable friend agree that the giving of free training to SMEs to take on apprentices will help to deliver better opportunities for our young people in the future?
I agree with my honourable friend. Not only is it very good for our young people, they will have apprenticeships, but it's also good for our businesses, our small and medium-sized businesses, because they will be able to offer these apprenticeships without costing them. Raising the minimum wage and the living wage will also help increase their spending power to contribute to the local economy. The government is tackling the cost of living crisis by also freezing prescription charges and rail fares for the first time in 30 years, bringing down energy bills as well by £150 across the country. In Wolverhampton West, I am proud that many of our hard-working businesses will also benefit by having the new permanently lower business rates, benefiting so many retail, hospitality and leisure businesses throughout Wolverhampton, fulfilling our manifesto promise and paid for by the increase in business rates for warehouses of giant online companies. This will boost our high streets and strengthen our local economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am very pleased that the Chancellor has also recognised the importance of horse racing in my constituency, which has the infamous Wolverhampton racecourse, with the new horse racing exemption to the planned rises in gambling tax. To ensure that those with the broadest shoulders pay their fair share, I also welcome the additional revenue from high-value council tax surcharge on homes worth over £2 million. This will also reinforce our vital public services. And those pensioners who may have felt left behind in the past, they will be pleased to know about the triple lock pension rise of 4.8%. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that shows that the government is listening to its people and it has made decisions on the needs of the constituents that we represent. This is a Labour budget rooted in Labour values and marks a significant shift towards a fairer and more equitable country. I am proud that the Chancellor and the government have placed our children, our young people, working people, the NHS and the cost of living and the economy at the heart of every decision in this budget. We are investing in our people, in our public services, and in this country we are also proud to call home.
Holly Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think everybody in this chamber and indeed in this House can all agree that we need economic growth, but many question whether this budget will really help with that. It prolongs conservative underhand tactics such as tax threshold freezes, which will have a comparable impact to more honest and upfront tax rises. Small businesses in my constituency are extremely worried, in some cases existentially so, about the impact of poorly thought through business rate changes, which come on top of growing energy costs, including Lovebeard Brewery in Milton, Ridgeway Cycles and the Vaults in Wantage, the Crown in Chiltern and the George in Upton. The Lib Dems proposed 5% VAT cut for pubs and restaurants is badly needed as a result. The budget is largely silent on some of the big picture and strategic themes that we need. A key one are changes to our planning system, something that I know the government agrees on, but I feel we need far more real and meaningful changes that go beyond scapegoating newts and bats. Instead, a planning system that delivers social and genuinely affordable housing, not just blunt housing targets, irrespective of how affordable those houses will be. Primary health care that people can actually access, and which will help more people to get jobs, and investment in transport to boost mobility and reduce congestion. And it's not just me who says that about the need for genuinely affordable housing. Didcot B Power Station in my Oxfordshire constituency of Didcot and Wantage cites the cost of housing as the biggest barrier they face in retaining staff. In my constituency, we currently have a multi-decade tedious saga that will not be becoming a Netflix hit anytime soon, on the ongoing saga of trying to get a GP surgery built in the new housing estate of Didcot Great Western Park. And there is a comparable risk of a similar saga affecting Wallingford GP surgeries' plans to expand. Both Didcot and Wallingford have seen very significant housing and population growth. Despite similar population growth in Wantage and Grove, there is as yet no clear government support for a new railway station serving it on the nearby Great Western Main Line, and Cholsey Station continues to lack accessibility improvements. Constituents understandably clamour for more large-scale leisure facilities such as swimming pools and leisure centres, both of which are very difficult to fund using Section 106 contributions alone. The government getting moving on social care reform, rather than yet another review of it which will last the entire Parliament, would also help with productivity. Madam Deputy Speaker, my Oxfordshire constituency has a lot of potential to build on its strengths, particularly with so much exciting space, fusion, biotech and much other science and technology contributions to its economy and nationally at Harwell Campus, Milton Park and Culham. Now, many of these have already been slowed down by the consequences of Brexit, and they're concerned about some of the government's rhetoric on migration, which they feel could affect their ability to attract the vital international talent that they need to succeed. Overall, this budget has injected despair rather than optimism, and both my constituents and their businesses need the government to do better.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the reality is, as we take part in this debate today, the wealth of billionaires continues to soar while ordinary families in our constituencies continue to struggle with the cost of living crisis which is not of their making. That is the legacy of 14 years of the party opposite, who have decimated our services and devastated our communities. But perhaps the cruelest of all their policies was the two-child cap that put millions of children on our streets into poverty. Madam Deputy Speaker, even today, we've heard honourable member after honourable member on the opposite benches opposing the scrapping of that policy. In fact, actually, they should be ashamed. They should be ashamed. And in fact, actually, many of them have made their speeches and then run out of the chamber because they can't face the fact that it is them that put millions of children into poverty. But this budget finally abolishes the two-child cruel policy. I opposed it from day one, and it shouldn't have taken 18 months, frankly, for this government to scrap this policy, but I am pleased nonetheless that we have scrapped it. Madam Deputy Speaker, after years of campaigning, the full removal of the two-child limit is hugely welcome. And it is a clear vindication of the stand taken by myself and other colleagues. But what matters the most is, in this budget, at long last, the cruelty that put millions of children into poverty ends. This decision will not only lift millions, like colleagues have said, millions of children out of poverty. In my own constituency, 6,300 families and 22,500 children will positively benefit. This is a huge step forward, long overdue, and a direct result of relentless pressure from campaigners and MPs who refuse to back down. And not once today have I heard tribute paid to the many campaign organisations that have relentlessly put the case forward, lobbied MPs to scrap this cap. I want to pay tribute to them, and I want to thank them for all their hard work. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget contains some welcome steps, modest moves on redistributing wealth, tourist tax and a youth guarantee scheme, as well as many other things. But frankly, the measures do not go far enough in this budget. This government still fails to adopt a genuine wealth tax. As a result, living standards for most people continue to decline, and the cost of living crisis remains unresolved. We could have done so much more in the last 18 months. Instead, far too much time has been wasted, which is why I back the plan for a proper wealth tax. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
In my constituency, I've had many constituents say that things just don't change for them. Would the member agree that for real change in constituency